A ruined estate crumbles in defeat under a dark purple sky as a grim declaration proclaims that it is all over. Bloodied bodies of the Namgung family litter the ground, confirming their absolute elimination according to their master's will. The purple-haired girl looks up in anguish, desperately questioning why this massacre had to happen. The red-haired man holding a sword calmly asks her what she intends to do next. She reacts in utter shock as the notorious blood demon leader of the blood cult looms over her. A sudden, sharp gasp escapes her as a sword pierces her back while her cruel master mocks her lack of understanding. The blood demon whispers closely, declaring that she is now the last surviving member of her clan. She looks down in utter horror at the bloodied warrior lying dead at her feet. A devastating truth is revealed to her as she recognizes the fallen man as her own father. A sharp grunt of pain escapes her as she is violently knocked back, while the blood demon explains her father's desperate search. Weakened and bleeding, she kneels on the shattered ground as her master points out that she hesitated upon learning the truth. She gasps in despair as her tormentor mockingly asks how pitiful her situation is. As the blood demon turns away, she reflects on the twisted nature of her long upbringing under his wing. With a chilling smile, her master boasts that he raised her specifically for this tragic destiny. He reveals his cruel plan of grooming her to destroy her very own family with her own hands. The blood demon erupts into a maniacal laughter, completely reveling in his sick triumph. She crouches in agony, coughing blood as the maddening laughter of her tormentor echoes around her. Weakly begging for an end to the madness, she is dismissed by her master, who complains that he is bored. Swirling dark energy around his sword, the blood demon coldly states that his interest in her has faded. Bidding her farewell, he indifferently remarks that their time together was entertaining. Lying in her own blood, she laments her foolishness for blindly following a monster. An oppressive darkness closes in, leaving behind nothing but a grim pool of blood. The scene shifts to a quiet room where the purple-haired girl slowly awakens, opening her eyes in a bed. Looking up at the wooden ceiling, she bewilderedly questions how she is still alive. Sitting up, she wonders if someone rescued her, noting that her body feels completely uninjured and light. Her reflection ripples across the water in a basin, hinting at a startling physical change. She stares in utter disbelief at her reflection in the basin, shocked by what she sees. Touching her face, she realizes she has returned to her 10-year-old self. Hearing lively noises from outside, she deduces that she's currently staying inside an inn. Looking down from the balcony, she observes the patrons dining and talking about local rumors. She gasps in surprise upon overhearing that the Namgung family has raised the bounty for their missing child. Below, the patrons comment on the sheer persistence of the Namgung family's ongoing search. A drinking patron doubts they will ever find a child who went missing nearly 8 years ago. She stands quietly at the railing, absorbing the conversation and reflecting on her past. A close-up reveals the distinct maple leaf birthmarks on the nape of her neck. Patrons note that the only clue to the child's identity is the neck birthmark, predicting a difficult search. Filled with a sudden shining hope, she realizes she has a chance to change everything. Walking through the streets, she pieced together that her neck scar was a deliberate cover-up made by the blood demon. She understands that her lost memories were caused by his energy, but her true lineage is now clear. Looking at her small hand, she accepts that she has been miraculously granted a second chance. She vows to use this new life to prevent the blood demon from devouring the realm. She firmly clenches her fist, hardening her resolve to rewrite her tragic destiny. Ready to return home, she suddenly pauses, distracted by sweet, glittering candied fruit skewers. She reflects on the hometown she once destroyed, determined to save it this time. Looking out at her destination, her heart swells with the name of her lost clan, Namgung. Before embarking on her quest, she sheepishly decides that some matters are too delicious to ignore. She gulps longingly as she stares at the sparkling sweet treats on display. The street merchant is startled when she bluntly asks him if the treats are delicious. The scene shifts to the imposing gates of the Black Cloud Gang stronghold in Naknam County. A rapid heavy knocking sounds as her fist beats firmly against the wooden gates. The gatekeeper slides open the peephole confusedly, only to be told to look below. Eating her sweet treat, the purple-haired girl calmly stares up at the gatekeeper. The guard flatly dismisses her, warning that this stronghold is no place for a child. She claims an appointment with the Arklord, leaving the gatekeeper completely stunned. Angered by her demands, the guard threatens her, but she instantly unleashes a powerful blast. As the gate splinters, she internally questions the physical limits of her younger body. The gatekeeper gasps in shock as other gang members rush forward to confront the intruder. Stepping inside, she reflects on her past bloodshed, hoping to avoid a massacre this time. A sudden flash of energy cuts before the guard's eyes, freezing him in place. She flings her skewer into the wood, demanding they inform their lord of her arrival. The guards tremble as she calmly states she is here to collect her item. She directly demands the location of the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill from them. She reflects on the corrupting nature of blood cult arts, which leave her energy murky. Knowing her corrupt energy would get her killed, she cannot return to her family yet. To cleanse her power, she resolves to obtain the secret elixir of the righteous sex. The guard cowers as her immense bloodlust radiates, promising to purge her corrupt energy. Recalling the pill's past destiny, she confidently strides forward to claim it for herself. Planning her next move, she is met by a masked guard bowing in deep respect. The guard respectfully welcomes her and invites her to follow him inside the stronghold. Led toward the gang lord, she resolutely prepares to claim her own path this time. Sitting before the gang lord, she introduces herself as Ilhwa, master of Firebird Tower. The gang lord expresses deep surprise at her remarkably young age and delicate appearance. Despite the polite greetings, a thick layer of underlying tension fills the entire chamber. Silent tension mounts as the two leaders exchange a sharp, assessing gaze with each other. She calmly calculates the total number of hostile forces present inside the assembly hall. She humorously reminds herself to behave like a proper member of the righteous sex now. Offering a formal bow, she politely apologizes, but her host dismisses mere spoken apologies. When she offers future hospitality, the gang lord takes deep offense at her perceived condescension. Surrounded by drawn swords, she coolly warns the lord against making a foolish decision. Both leaders exchange deadly ultimatums, each threatening the other's absolute destruction if crossed. The final threat is issued as the host declares she must pay with her life. Dozens of masked assassins leap from the shadows, swords drawn to strike her down. With absolute composure, she reaches for her hilt, prepared to defend herself in battle. In a flash of blinding speed, she moves to evade their coordinated physical strikes. A sudden, painful choke escapes the guard as her first counterstrike cuts him down. Moving like a crimson whirlwind, she gracefully slices through another wave of guards. With a fierce yell, a guard lunges at her with a halberd from behind. She effortlessly leaps high into the air, flipping gracefully over his futile weapon swing. The assassin turns around in pure terror, finding her already positioned right behind him. Unleashing her red aura, she coldly notes she offered them a fair chance. A single devastating sweep of her blade cleaves through several guards at once. The gang lord screams in utter desperation, demanding his men kill her immediately. The sweating lord frantically wonders if he underestimated her merely because of her youth. He realizes they were fully on guard, yet she still completely outmatched them. He remains utterly baffled by her overwhelming martial skill as she cripples another guard. She locks her chilling, cold gaze onto the trembling gang lord, sealing his fate. Terrified by her unstoppable slaughter, the panicked lord screams for the fighting to stop. He concludes she is actually a legendary master who achieved age-reversing enlightenment. He desperately begs her to sheathe her sword, promising to yield the item. Kneeling in absolute defeat, the humiliated gang lord surrenders the coveted rejuvenation pill. The purple-haired girl firmly holds the red silk pouch containing the coveted rejuvenation pill. Seilhua internally notes that the gang lord surrendered much swifter than in her past life, regretting that he didn't just yield when she asked nicely. Perched on a high tree branch, she searches for a secure location to circulate her internal energy. Swift tap sounds as she leaps from the branch, gliding gracefully through the dark forest. Her bright blue eyes suddenly widen in sharp alertness as she senses something unexpected. Swirling through the forest, she suddenly wonders if someone is stealthily trailing her. She drops down to the forest floor, landing swiftly to confront her hidden pursuer. Addressing the empty trees, she demands that her hidden followers show themselves since they aren't trying to hide. A mysterious man with a light goatee smiles, praising her decision not to draw her sword. Sitting casually on a tree branch, the blue-robed man calls her a pretty clever kid with an amused chuckle. She looks up in absolute astonishment as she instantly recognizes the formidable man on the branch. She recognizes him as Siab Mukwang, the Galewind Sword, one of the Namgung family's top 3 masters, swift as wind and destructive as thunder. Standing before her, the elite leader Siab Mukwang directly demands to know her identity. With a deadly serious gaze, Siab Mukwang warns her to think carefully, stating he is deciding whether to let her live. She stands her ground, remaining remarkably composed despite the terrifying threat of the formidable master. She looks up at him, silently cursing the terrible timing of their encounter and wondering if she was operating undercover. Realizing she has no other choice, she decides to offer him a formal martial greeting. Bowing deeply, she formally greets him as Seolwa, using the name her brother once gave her in her past life. Sealed Mukwang repeats the name Seolwa with a look of profound skepticism and quiet confusion. Landing on the ground, Siap Mukwang calls her a funny brat, questioning why he is her senior while criticizing her unpleasant aura. Leaning in close, the master demands to know her age, and she calmly responds that she is told she is 13. When he questions how she doesn't know her own age, she explains that an accident took all her memories before age 5. Siab Mukwang falls completely silent, staring at her with a highly contemplative and searching expression. Pointing at her neck, he asks how she got her distinct scar, but she claims she does not know. He inquires who taught her martial arts, and she reveals she served the master of Yunnan's Hui-Ru faction, hinting that relationship is now over. With complete composure, she bluntly explains to him that her former faction tried to kill her. As they walk, she mentions her urgent need to expel her dangerous, corrupted internal energy. When she explains she must expel her internal energy, Xiao Muguang demands to know why she wants to do so. She explains her family might reject her if she returns with such corrupted power, prompting him to ask about her hometown. She reveals that her hometown is Hefei, located in the prominent region of Anhui province. Hearing her hometown is Hefei, he is stunned to realize it is the very place where the Namgung clan resides. He covers his mouth in deep, silent contemplation, processing the gravity of her startling hometown. Placing a firm hand on her shoulder, he suddenly agrees, catching her completely off guard. With a boisterous laugh, Xiao Muguang promises to make an exception and help her, ignoring her confusion. He enthusiastically explains that he will act as her guardian so she can successfully rehabilitate and practice her breathing techniques. Finding him incredibly annoying, she silently decides to observe him closely, realizing she might be a lost child. The brown-haired gang lord trembles violently as a sharp glowing blade is pointed at him. The terrified gang lord desperately protests, demanding to know why they are attacking him against their original agreement. Demanded to reveal where he smuggled the item, the trembling lord reveals Huaru's young mistress took it less than an hour ago. Pressed with the blade at his throat, the terrified gang lord describes her as a girl who looks about 10 years old. Panting heavily in raw terror, the lord watches as the masked assassin turns to leave. A formidable group of masked assassins gathers inside the hall, ready to begin their pursuit. Exhausted and terrified, the defeated gang lord sighs heavily amidst the ruins of his chamber. Panting on the floor, the gang lord notices a mysterious black envelope tied with ribbon. Looking up in dazed disbelief, the gang lord weakly whispers the title of a savior. In a flashback, Selwa warns him to order his subordinates to run because Huaru's assassins will soon attack. The lord asks why assassins would come since he surrendered the item, and she explains he is no longer part of Huaru. She warns him of an impending joint subjugation by Mount Hua and Shaolin, leaving him completely shell-shocked. She explains that Huaru's true intent is to eliminate him and absorb his fortress's power, warning him not to be deceived. Selwa holds out a mysterious black packet, urging the gang lord to take it. She hands over the sealed black envelope, instructing the gang lord to follow its contents in 7 days. She explains that following these instructions is the only way to save his fortress from certain destruction. Kneeling in complete defeat, the sweating gang lord trembling realizes how truly terrifying her foresight is. Reaching their destination, Xiao Muguang introduces Alesh Hidden Mountain Gorge as his private training sanctuary. He remarks that the lack of paths makes it an ideal spot to train completely undisturbed. Xiao Muguang suddenly questions if she will be all right alone, catching her off guard with his concern. She questions his guardian role, wondering why he is so dedicated to helping a complete stranger. Stunned by her sharp observation, the goateed master awkwardly struggles to explain his reasoning. He points directly at her forehead, bluntly declaring his intense dislike for her murky, corrupt energy. He claps and encourages her to stop overthinking and focus solely on her spiritual rebirth. The master stands respectfully with clasped hands as she quietly offers him her sincere gratitude. She acknowledges his help in securing this safe location and escorting her all this way. A highly satisfied, smug grin spreads across Xiao Muguang's face upon hearing her rare praise. He tries to pat her head while offering further assistance, but she swiftly ducks away. He teases her about her stiff, formal way of speaking and complete lack of childlike cuteness. He warns that her cold demeanor might worry her parents, prompting her to deeply reflect. Smiling softly, she agrees to take his advice to heart and try to speak more naturally. When he asks about her favorite food, she quietly admits her love for sweet tanghulu. He laughs heartily, delighted to finally discover at least one normal, childlike trait in her. Taking up his post on a high rocky ledge, Xiao Muguang prepares to guard the training area. Sitting alone in the cave, she gazes at the golden pill, determined to survive their next meeting. With unwavering resolve, she places the legendary rejuvenation pill into her mouth to begin the purification. She enters a deep, meditative trance as the pill's potent medicinal energy begins to release. She feels the pill's pure energy wash over her, vast and overwhelming compared to her corrupt power. Gritting her teeth, she strains heavily to maintain focus as the energies collide within her. She understands that any failure to control these clashing forces will lead to fatal chi deviation. She forces the newly released pure internal energy to circulate faster and fiercer through her body. Crackling blue lightning surges through her hands as she aggressively targets the lingering blood corruption. A spectacular column of brilliant blue light erupts, washing over her body like a purifying waterfall. Her body strains under the immense pressure of the purge, aligning her internal meridians with pure energy. A sharp cough of pain escapes her lips as the purification process takes a physical toll. Panting heavily, she wipes away a trickle of blood, noting the stubbornness of the blood arts. The dark, corrupt blood energy clings tenaciously, reminding her of her past torment under the blood demon. Vowing never to become a puppet again, she musters every ounce of willpower to finish the purge. Refusing to let the blood art take over, she unleashes a final, massive wave of pure blue energy. Outside the cave, Siob Mukwang sits restlessly, muttering that it is about time she emerges. He begins to panic, shivering as he worries if she fell into fatal chi deviation. Regretting his decision to let such a tiny child enter alone, he steps forward to check. He suddenly turns around in surprise as he senses a presence approaching from behind. A sigh of relief escapes him, and he laughs in pure amazement at her incredible feat. Selwa calmly strides out of the dark cave, her dirt-stained clothes contrasting with her sparkling blue eyes. He stretches and warmly praises her for purging the nasty energy, while she politely thanks him. He extends his hand, offering her a mysterious brown paper bag that leaves her quite puzzled. She asks what it is, and he happily explains it is a celebratory gift for her survival. The master silently notes with deep respect that she successfully built up her own internal energy. Peering inside the brown paper bag, her eyes suddenly widen in pure shock and delight. Overjoyed to find her favorite sweet tong hulu inside, she blushes and softly thanks him for the gift. He responds warmly, stating he is the one who should be grateful to her for surviving. Suggesting they head to the village, he reminds her she needs a warm bath after training. Scooped up in his arms, she realizes with surprise that 3 entire days have already flown by. Carrying her in his arms, Xiao Muguang asks Shewa if she is feeling hungry. He offers to introduce her to a Hefe specialty, warning her to hold on tight before leaping. Xiao Muguang leaps off the ground, diving swiftly through the dark air with the girl. A brilliant streak of blue light slices sharply across the forest trees in the dark. The pair flies effortlessly across the night sky, making rapid progress toward the town. Holding her beloved sweet treat, the dark-haired girl watches the passing landscape with quiet wonder. Looking down at the sprawling, brightly lit city below, Xiao Muguang announces their arrival in Hefei. A delicious, freshly prepared spread of hot noodle soup and steamed dumplings awaits them. While Silhua silently inspects the food, the master encourages her to eat the generous portions. Silhua admits she lost her appetite from the tonghulu, leaving the chewing master entirely bewildered. Staring blankly at her steaming bowl with deep disappointment, she questions the plain-looking dishes. Muguang asks what she considers the most common in food, and she correctly names noodles and dumplings. He emphasizes the extreme difficulty for an establishment to become famous for such common everyday dishes. He hypes up the meal's mind-blowing flavor while she dryly reflects on her actual near-death experience. Muguang confidently urges her to take a bite, predicting she will soon beg for more. Upon tasting the food, her blue eyes widen with sparkling pure culinary delight. The master proudly boasts about the incredible flavor as the girl quietly eats her fill. She eagerly devours the delicious meal while the master watches over her with warm amusement. Goateed master playfully pats her dark hair as she remains fully focused on eating. He laughs heartily, telling her to eat slowly and promising to keep ordering food. Her cheeks completely stuffed, the dark-haired girl happily continues to chew her delicious meal. Outside the inn, cheerful patrons exchange warm departing words after completing their hearty dinner. Standing alone on the dark rooftop, the black-haired master quietly asks if the intruders have been handled. Kneeling respectfully, the dark-clothed subordinate confirms that all of the targets have been successfully handled. The subordinate presents a mysterious dark red fabric bearing a red bird crest, noting the attacker's high skill. Muguang decides they must report this to the family head immediately, while his subordinate questions leaving the girl. He directs to simply assign someone to tail the child, confident she can handle herself. The master confidently notes they will be crossing paths with the sleeping child very soon. The scene shifts abruptly to the grand, majestic headquarters of the influential Namgung family. A furious fist slams down on a table as a voice bellows about 300 gold bars. Namgung Chongsan angrily protests their fruitless 8-year search, questioning if raising the reward will help. While elders discuss the immense sum and the girl's fate, Chonghae sharply demands that Chongsan watch his mouth. Namgung Chonghae reminds him of how deeply heartbroken their eldest brother Chongun would be by those words. Chongsan grumbles about their eldest brother's prolonged absence, forcing Chonghae to shoulder all family burdens alone. The authoritative patriarch Lord Namgung Muchang commands absolute silence with a single powerful word. Chongsan bows respectfully as his father addresses him, acknowledging the stern reprimand. Lord Muchian acknowledges that it has indeed been 8 years since Chungun left to search for his daughter. The patriarch notes that Cheongun's absence has left the vital position of young lord vacant for years. When asked if he resents his brother, Chongsan denies it, stating his elder brother should simply return home. The father asks if one could ever truly give up on their own child, regardless of the odds. Confronted with the painful reality, a chastened Changsan quietly admits that he was short-sighted. Muqian warns Changsan against speaking so carelessly, inwardly reflecting on how troublesome the situation has become. The family patriarch silently realizes that Changsan is not the only member displeased with the current state. He contemplates the political reality, suspecting someone used the easily swayed Changsan to voice their own agenda. He resolves that he cannot let this growing family discontent fester indefinitely. He taps his fingers as a secret message arrives, indicating the target child has crossed his threshold. Seot Muguang suddenly arrives, standing respectfully at the entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. Lord Muqian commands everyone else to dismiss themselves from the hall, leaving them to speak privately. Addressing him as Bipungiam, the Lord asks if the child has arrived, and the master confirms her imminent arrival. General Manager Nam Gungwin listens with keen interest to the report of the young girl's arrival. Pointing to the entrance, the mustache-wearing general manager comments on the meeting's abrupt end, while the goateed master notes her arrival. Walking calmly along the carpeted path, the young girl steps forward to meet the family leaders. Staring at her with wide eyes, the general manager quietly mutters in shock at her striking appearance. He fondly recalls a precious memory of the young lady running happily to embrace him as a child. Overwhelmed by the memory, the general manager's eyes fill with tears as he gasps in recognition. The goateed master quietly cautions him to remain calm and not jump to any premature conclusions. The goateed master glances sideways with a knowing, subtle smirk on his face. The young girl stands firmly in the center of the hall, ready to present herself. She nervously gulps, preparing to face the formidable absolute master known as the Heavenly Dragon Sword Sovereign. The patriarch is introduced as one of the world's top 10 absolute masters, exuding an incredibly dominant pressure. Clenching her fist, she mentally prepares herself to stay strong and not be intimidated by his presence. Bowing politely, the girl offers her formal greetings, which the patriarch calmly acknowledges. The general manager asks for her name, and she politely responds that she is called Ilwa. The general manager inquires if she is the lost child they seek, noting her unconfirmed neck birthmark. She states she knows nothing of the mark but arrived because of childhood memories in this house. The general manager asks her to describe these memories of the Namgung family estate in more detail. She vividly describes a pond with a weeping willow and walking along a path filled with poppies. She recalls holding onto a single finger of a very large, firm, and incredibly warm hand. Hearing her description, the two masters stand completely frozen in absolute shock and surprise. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the patriarch remarks on how extraordinary her detailed memories are. Bowing her head, she silently reflects on her past break-in, where she noted these exact garden features. She remembers sneaking into the Lord's Hall, initially thinking the visions were hallucinations caused by poppy poison. She explains she lost all memories prior to age 5, asking if this is sufficient proof. The patriarch reasons that ponds, willows, and poppies are common sights on any wealthy plains estate. He challenges her, asking if she truly believes she can prove her lineage with such descriptions. She bows and calmly responds that she does not understand his line of questioning. The general manager stands bewildered as she asks if it is not the family searching for the child. With a polite smile, she explains she simply came to find a way to verify her identity. Her unexpected response leaves both the general manager and the goateed master in a state of sheer panic. A patriarch gazes down intensely, wondering if she was somehow mistaken about her own origin. Sweating profusely, the two older masters wave their hands frantically to explain the child's actual meaning. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes loudly throughout the grand hall, breaking the tense silence. Standing quietly, the young girl watches the laughing patriarch with a puzzled expression. Smiling warmly, the patriarch agrees with her logic and confirms that she is indeed correct. He explains the proof is within this household but cannot be shown right now, while the others sweat nervously. Smiling politely, she agrees to wait patiently for the verification process to begin. The patriarch commands his staff to prepare a comfortable room for her to stay in for a few days. Scene shifts to the Heavenly Guest Pavilion, a place reserved exclusively for their most distinguished guests. A year has passed since this grand pavilion last welcomed an honored visitor. The family head gave special orders to open its doors for her unexpected arrival. The young girl glances around with deep curiosity as she is escorted to her quarters. The outer hall lord Namgang Yam wonders about her identity as he guides her. He recalls being strictly ordered never to ask questions or investigate the identity of this distinguished guest. Walking along the bridge, he welcomes her warmly and offers the full service of the servants. He reassures her that inner hall warriors guard the pavilion, making her safety absolutely secure. Noting that she has not eaten yet, he asks if she would like some food prepared. Hearing the word food, the girl's eyes sparkle with pure excitement and anticipation. A luxurious steaming spread of fish, stewed tofu, and leaf-wrapped dumplings is prepared. Holding her chopsticks, the hungry girl eagerly prepares to dig into the magnificent feast. She gently pokes at a leaf-wrapped dumpling, ready to taste the delicious meal. Staring at her leaf-wrapped food with confusion, the dark-haired girl wonders how she is supposed to eat it. A brown-haired maid politely offers her assistance, and the young girl readily agrees. The maid gently peels back the wrapper, explaining that the food is encased in bamboo leaves. The maid explains that the bamboo leaf wrapping infuses the steaming rice and seafood with a preservation scent. While the maid proudly boasts about the hospitality of the Namgung family, the young girl quietly listens. Realizing she talked too much, the maid encourages the child to eat, receiving a polite thank you. The maid gushes over the girl's adorable appearance and eagerly asks if she likes the meal. With her cheeks full of delicious food, the young girl quietly confirms that she enjoys the meal. Lying flat on her back, the stuffed young girl wonders if she overate during her massive feast. She turns her head slightly, staring off into the quiet room with a deeply pensive expression. As she rests in the grand guest quarters, she reflects on finally arriving at the Namgung estate. She recalls her childhood memories of the peaceful estate, contrasting them against the burning destruction of her past. Deeply affected by these painful memories, her gaze grows somber and filled with silent sorrow. In her memories, a sinister assailant holds a sword to the general manager's neck, demanding the family's secret manual. Despite his severe injuries, the general manager defiantly refuses to betray his family, daring the attacker to kill him. Fueled by a burning desire for vengeance, the female attacker lunges at him with her blade drawn. The ruthless assassin mockingly challenges his resolve, promising to tear his limbs off as he threatened. A sudden violent slash cuts through the darkness, spraying deep red blood across the room. Looking down at the fallen warrior, the cold-blooded assailant dismisses his desperate defense as a futile struggle. Standing amidst the aftermath, the attacker questions the tragic purpose behind the deaths of these loyal family members. Back in the quiet guest pavilion, the dark-haired girl sits on her bed, deep in somber reflection. Clutching her chest tightly, the young girl wonders why interacting with her family makes her feel so unsettled. She tries to soothe her racing mind, reminding herself that the terrible tragedy has not yet occurred. Staring up at the ceiling, she resolves to change the future and prevent the impending destruction of her family. Meanwhile, a tense conversation unfolds within the main hall regarding the mysterious child's recent interference. The three leaders discuss how the situation has become increasingly complicated due to reports of a secret medicine trade. Mokwang dismisses the notorious Black Cloud Gang, noting how easily a single child turned their entire operation upside down. The general manager points out that the gang could not have defeated elite forces without another faction's secret involvement. The general manager calls out to the silent patriarch, who sits deeply lost in his own thoughts. The general manager demands to know if his companion is paying attention, earning only a thoughtful murmur in response. Both masters anxiously assume the wise patriarch has already deduced a brilliant solution to this highly complex political situation. Breaking the tense silence, the patriarch warmly remarks on how much the young girl resembles his own features. While the patriarch fondly ponders the resemblance, the mustached general manager and goateed master sweat in utter disbelief. The general manager protests, arguing it is far too early to confirm her identity or award her luxurious guest quarters. Raising a small teacup, the patriarch poetically observes how sharing a simple drink can forge a lifelong friendship. Taking a slow sip, the grandfather confidently asserts his ability to recognize a true member of his own bloodline. The general manager reacts with shock, questioning if the patriarch has already reached a definitive conclusion about her. The patriarch sternly clenches his fist, declaring that simple physical resemblance is far from enough to prove her loyalty. Mokwang reports that he sent investigators to Yunnan to probe the secretive faction known as the Firebird Tower. Looking down at the scroll, the patriarch wonders if the young girl harbors a dangerous, hidden ulterior motive. Mokwang remains silent, his expression turning deeply grim as he considers the dark possibilities surrounding the mysterious child. Mokwang admits his desire to believe her innocence, despite her history as the leader of the shadowy Firebird Tower. A dark cloud of doubt lingers over whether her heart truly belongs to the family that abandoned her. Mokwang questions her claim of wanting to return home, but acknowledges the extreme sacrifices she made along the way. Mokwang points out that sacrificing her cultivated internal energy was an incredibly difficult choice he could never make himself. Suddenly, Mokwang bursts into hearty laughter, slamming his hand onto the table to ease the heavy, tense atmosphere. The general manager playfully teases Mokwang about growing attached to the child, which the flustered master quickly denies. To resolve their doubts, the general manager suggests confronting the girl directly about her involvement in recent faction conflicts. The patriarch plans to host a special meal for her, using the opportunity to gauge her true character and intentions. Overjoyed by the prospect, the grandfather beams with pure happiness at the thought of dining with his long-lost granddaughter.
The dark-haired girl sits in quiet meditation as she focuses her internal energy.
She notes how this pure energy circulates throughout her body, refreshing her meridians. She considers her current state, finding this serene energy far easier to control. She reflects on reaching the Huagyang stage in her past life to guide her. Sitting on her bed, she resolves to rapidly regain her former martial heights. Suddenly, she halts her meditation as she senses someone approaching the room's entrance. She cautiously decides not to recklessly increase her internal energy before learning the family's technique. She lets out a soft breath, knowing she must not break their honor and trust. She sighs at the burden of pretending she has no past life research. A brown-haired maid slides the door open to check on the young girl. The maid asks if she needs anything, and she inquires about a training ground. The maid suggests a private training ground, but the girl asks for alternatives. The maid bows and explains she may freely use the outer hall's grounds. The young girl politely declines an escort, choosing to go train. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Walking outside in new white and blue robes, she decides training among others is better. She reasons that she can pretend to copy others if she uses family swordplay. Walking up the stairs, she marvels at how openly they display their basic training. Peeking behind a pillar, the young girl arrives at the bustling training grounds. She watches the trainees in brown uniforms executing the first form of their sword style. The brown-robed disciples swing their wooden swords in unison during their practice. The young girl silently observes a loud disciple practicing his strikes with great effort. She recognizes that these disciples form the essential foundation of the family's future. However, she disapprovingly notes that they only perform movements without understanding actual combat. Disappointed by their lack of real-world readiness, the young girl sighs deeply. Deciding to focus on her own training, she walks toward the weapon rack. A sudden shout sounds as a hand reaches out to stop her from touching the swords. A brown-haired squad leader confronts her, demanding to know what she is doing. He condescendingly tells her that these training weapons are not toys for children. She asks why she cannot train, but he retorts that she is different from them. The squad leader scratches his head, explaining that the others are official trainees. Mistaking her for an attendant or exam failure, he warns her to leave. He raises a wooden sword, lecturing her that swordplay cannot be learned by copying. He dismisses her, telling her to return to our cleaning duties immediately. Ignoring him, she reaches for a wooden sword, catching the squad leader off guard. With a quick tap and a heavy thud, she swiftly dodges his grab and trips him. Furious at being ignored, the squad leader rages at her lack of manners. He demands to know who her supervisor is, while she merely sighs. The young girl stares back with a cold, piercing gaze of utter annoyance. The squad leader cowers slightly at her intense glare as she steps forward. Snapping with anger, he lunges, but she easily flips him over his shoulder. Mid-air, the squad leader is left completely stunned by her effortless technique. He crashes heavily onto the dirt ground, completely defeated. Lying flat on his side, he watches in disbelief as she walks past him. Examining the wooden sword, she decides it is a perfect fit for her height. The other trainees burst into loud laughter, deeply embarrassing their red-faced squad leader. The young girl glances back at the laughing crowd with a neutral expression. Stumbling up in shame, the squad leader declares that words are useless. He reaches for another wooden sword, determined to regain his lost pride. He charges at her aggressively, promising to teach her a lesson in respect. Facing his attack, the young girl calmly prepares to engage. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. He leaps into the air with a loud shout, launching a fierce overhead strike. From above, the young girl calmly watches his wooden sword slip from his grasp. The squad leader furiously swings his sword, promising to teach the young girl a lesson in manners. He lunges forward aggressively, but his rapid attack completely fails to connect with his target. Ducking low, the agile young girl effortlessly slips underneath his wild and reckless strike. The squad leader lets out a painful groan as she swiftly delivers a sharp leg sweep. Spinning gracefully, the young girl assumes a poised stance with her wooden sword in hand. She glides effortlessly past her opponent, leaving the clumsy warrior completely off balance and bewildered. Gripping his wooden sword tightly, the frustrated squad leader curses his inability to hit her. With a sudden, decisive strike, she disarms him and sends his training weapon flying high. He crashes heavily onto the dirt ground, staring in utter disbelief at his defeated state. Panting heavily, the defeated warrior sits on the ground as the young girl looms over him. The stunned onlookers whisper in disbelief, pointing out how utterly one-sided the match has been. Resting her wooden weapon on her shoulder, she calmly asks him if he wishes to continue. She mockingly welcomes another round, while he defiantly demands she stop underestimating him and fight seriously. Clenching his jaw, the sweaty squad leader prepares to rise and regain his lost honor. He swallows his pride, gripping his wooden weapon with newfound focus and intense determination. Standing back up, the squad leader reluctantly agrees to continue their duel with renewed resolve. Taking a serious stance, he firmly declares his intention to fight her properly this time. The young girl observes his shifting gaze, noting that he is finally trying to gauge her skill. She shifts her grip on her wooden sword, preparing to receive his next onslaught. She reflects on how many warriors have grown weak and complacent under the safety of the family name. Steeling himself, the squad leader channels his focus as a quiet determination surrounds him. Their wooden swords collide in a rapid, explosive clash of martial skill and physical strength. Mid-combat, the young girl finds herself feeling genuinely curious about the limits of his resolve. She wonders if she can forge these complacent warriors back into exceptionally sharp weapons of war. She questions if she can hammer their dull skills until they become razor sharp once again. Leaping elegantly over his broad shoulders, she easily evades his desperate sweeping counterattack. She remains perfectly calm while her opponent yells in frustration, unable to keep up with her. The surrounding disciples watch the intense duel with expressions of sheer awe and nervous sweating. The stunned onlookers realize their leader's sword has failed to land even a single blow. With a serene expression, the young girl casually blocks his oncoming strikes with minimal effort. The squad leader groans as his aggressive sword strike is effortlessly redirected yet again. She lectures him, explaining that excessive force ruins an attack and he must control his strength. She continues her lesson, advising him to focus on precise speed and direction rather than raw power. She unleashes a powerful downward strike, shattering the ground and sending a shockwave past him. The squad leader is left completely frozen, staring in absolute awe at her destructive display. Swiftly closing the distance, she launches a rapid follow-up strike to exploit his open guard. She explains that overexerting makes the body stiffen, preventing a swordsman from swinging freely. With a sudden painful cry, the squad leader is struck directly on his leg, disrupting his stance. He slips past his guard with fluid grace, leaving him stumbling blandly from her attack. Stunned by her blinding speed, the squad leader is left completely bewildered as power surges nearby. He is forcefully thrown backward, tumbling head over heels through the air from the sheer impact. Kneeling in the rising dust, the exhausted squad leader leans heavily on his sword, gasping. She points out that his weak lower body ruins his balance, causing him to constantly fall. Suddenly, she halts her wooden sword just inches away from his exposed throat, ending the duel. The young girl looks down at him with a serious and unwavering gaze of dominance. She slowly lowers her weapon as the defeated warrior struggles to catch his breath on his knees. With a comical expression, she silently doubts if he actually understood any of her martial advice. Declaring training here to be too difficult, she turns and begins walking back to her quarters. Gasping heavily, the exhausted squad leader stares forward in absolute wide-eyed shock. Walking away silently, she leaves the bewildered trainees and their defeated leader behind. As she walks, she laments drawing so much unwanted attention, wishing she had just utilized the guest martial arts hall instead. Looking back at the Grand Hall, she decides she has provided sufficient guidance, leaving their future progress entirely in their own hands. Looking down at her hand, she sighs over her persistent difficulty in properly regulating her immense physical strength. She reflects on her relentless training, realizing she has not taken a single moment to rest since returning to the past. Her foot suddenly slips as she notes the frailty of her young body, planning to return to the inn for the day. Swaying weakly, her exhausted young body finally gives out as she collapses forward. Xiao Muguang quickly catches her as she faints, letting out a concerned curse as her body goes limp. The dark-haired warrior looks down in sudden concern at the young girl in his arms. He gasps in surprise as he looks down at her unconscious and pale face. She slowly opens her eyes as the bearded warrior calls out to her in concern. Xiao Muguang asks what is wrong, pointing out that she looks incredibly pale and unwell. She weakly insists she is fine after a brief moment of dizziness while he watches her with silent skepticism. Suddenly, he swings her up into the air, prompting her to let out a startled gasp of protest. While she demands to be set down and asks where they are going, he asserts that a sick person must find out the cause of their illness. Smiling confidently, he insists that what she needs most right now is a proper examination by a professional doctor. They arrive at the quiet medical hall, stepping past shelves lined with traditional jars. Setting her down, Xiao Muguang calls out loudly into the empty room to summon the doctor. He scratches his head in annoyance, complaining that the doctor has vanished once again despite his instructions. He tells her to wait in the room for a moment, and she calmly nods in agreement. Looking over the table, she notes that the South Palace ingredients are exceptionally high quality and the head doctor is clearly very skilled. She reflects on never meeting this doctor in her past life, wondering if they abandoned the South Palace after the clan's downfall. As a purple-shoed foot approaches, she reasons that a non-blood-related doctor would have no reason to stay during a crisis. A woman with dark green hair chuckles softly as she enters the room and spots the young girl. Turning around, the young girl freezes as her eyes widen in sudden, profound shock. Smiling warmly amidst blossoming flowers, the green-haired woman comments on the girl's adorably wide, startled eyes. Leaning down close to her, the woman asks who she is, noting that she does not recognize her face. The young girl recoils in shock, prompting the amused woman to tease her for acting exactly like a startled little kitten. Gritting her teeth, the young girl struggles to process the shocking presence of this unexpected individual. A dark memory flashes through her mind, depicting lifeless bodies scattered across a poisoned landscape. She recalls her as a sinister, poison-wielding assassin who took immense pleasure in cruel and brutal killings. The dark recollection centers on the cold, piercing green eye of the deadly assassin. She mentally identifies the smiling woman as Dokwul, the infamous head of the Blood Sect's medical hall. Siab Mugwang dismisses Dokwal's teasing and asks her to check the girl's pulse, while Dokwal scolds him for bringing a patient without knowing her illness. Expressing pity, Dokwal reaches out her hand and requests the girl's wrist, causing her to recoil in sheer panic. Reacting instantly, the young girl aggressively slaps Dokwal's hand away to prevent any contact. With a cold and warning glare, the young girl fiercely demands that Dokwal does not touch her. Siab Mugwang reasons that taking her pulse is necessary to diagnose her, but she firmly retorts that she is not sick and refuses. She calculates the immense danger, realizing that if Dokwal is currently spying for the blood demon, she will undoubtedly attempt to kill her if her secrets are exposed. Kneeling down, Siab Mugwang gently apologizes for bringing her without asking, but sincerely begs her to let the doctor examine her. He assures her that Dokwal is exceptionally skilled, while Dokwal giggles and playfully asks to be called Unny instead. He earnestly points out that she has neglected both eating and resting for days, leaving her temporarily speechless and hesitant. He offers to buy her plenty of her favorite sweet tongue hulu if she complies, leaving her utterly dumbfounded by the childlike bribe. She realizes she lacks a valid excuse to decline, noting that claiming fear over a simple pulse check would sound ridiculous. She sighs inwardly, acknowledging that such a weak excuse would never convince them to back down. She decides to comply, reasoning that Dokwal won't dare attempt anything harmful with Siab Mugwang present, and quietly relents. As they sit opposite each other on a white mat, Dokwal gently promises to make the examination quick and harmless. Dokwal places her fingers on her wrist, initiating a quiet flow of internal diagnostic energy. A bright blue current of energy surges, deeply scanning the young girl's delicate internal meridians. Smiling warmly, Dokwal reassures the young girl to hold on just a little longer during the strange examination. Suddenly, the young girl lunges forward, grabbing Dokwal by the throat in a violent surge of self-defense. Gasping in pain and shock, Dokwal struggles against the young girl's sudden fierce chokehold. Surrounded by a fiery red aura, the young girl coldly demands that Siab Mugwang let go of her hand. The young girl accuses Dokwal of an assassination attempt, but Siab Mugwang defends the doctor's standard diagnostic energy method. Releasing her grip, the young girl silently suppresses her intense aura as she backs away. She pulls her hand back, leaving a dark red bruise on Dokwal's pale neck. Rubbing her bruised neck, Dokwal laughs off the violent attack by teasing the girl about her sharp claws. The young girl analyzes Dokwal's instantaneous reaction, noting a murderous reflex typical of a deadly assassin. She observes Dokwal's ruthless demeanor, recognizing the unmistakable aura of someone who has taken countless lives.
Abruptly ending the tense encounter, the young girl declares she is leaving and walks away.
She quietly departs down the wooden hallway, leaving the medical hall behind with her thoughts. Dokwal jokingly refers to the girl as a wild stray cat, while Siab Mugwang admits his own complete bewilderment. When Siab Mugwang asks about the girl's health, Dokwal dryly highlights her aggressive vitality. Dokwal sighs, explaining the brief check was insufficient to make a proper medical assessment of her. Dokwal reveals the girl showed signs of starvation, leaving Siab Mugwang completely frozen in shock. Dokwal boasts of her elite medical credentials as they continue discussing the strange young girl. Dokwal insists that Siab Mugwang must bring the mysterious girl back later for a thorough examination. Dokwal gazes into the distance, deeply intrigued by the anomalous energy she felt within the girl. Walking through the sunny courtyard, the young girl remains deeply lost in her troubled thoughts. A dark memory shifts the scene, speaking of a slain member of the blood cult. In a dimly lit room, a dark-clothed woman confronts Dokwal, who casually smokes her pipe. Inhaling from her pipe, Dokwal asks the visitor if she has only come to nag her. Dokwal dismisses her lethal actions as a simple hobby, claiming it is not a problem.
They discuss Dokwal's elite status and sworn loyalty as one of the blood demon's 12 moons.
Dokwal defends killing a nobody, citing her elite blood badge and secret blood cult techniques. The dark-haired woman sighs, dismissing the topic as merely a passing thought that crossed her mind. When questioned about her past in the righteous sect, Dokwal playfully accepts it as a compliment. Resting her chin on her hand, Dokwal gives a vague response about her reasons for joining. With a chilling smile, Dokwal reveals her true motive was finding someone she wanted to kill. Back in the present, the young girl looks down, deeply troubled by her memories of Dokwal. Crouching on a stone bridge, the young girl quietly watches the water below in deep contemplation. Looking at her reflection, she regrets not questioning Dokwal's past when she had the chance. Distinguished elder approaches the crouching girl, noting her deep state of quiet reflection. The white-haired elder smiles warmly, greeting his young granddaughter in the peaceful courtyard. The young girl bows deeply to greet the clan leader, finding peace in his beautiful garden. The young girl looks up in surprise as the clan leader mentions hearing of a recent duel. He gently lectures her about the overambitious squad leader who drew a sword against her. While the girl dismisses the threat of the wooden sword, the elder emphasizes the swordsman's responsibility. She confidently explains she was not afraid, asserting that true strength is not determined by raw power. The elder chuckles heartily, thoroughly impressed by his granddaughter's unexpectedly mature wisdom. The elder's warm smile remains, masking a deeper sense of growing curiosity. He suddenly confesses a shocking wish that she were not his actual granddaughter. Turning away, he points out that no normal child possesses such intense, terrifying killing intent. He reveals he can see the heavy blood on her hands and the deep resentments she bears. Gazing into the water, she sees the ghostly reflection of her powerful, battle-hardened future self. He laments his failed wish for her to live a gentle life far from the horrors of war. He demands to know who raised her this way, but she questions if it truly matters. Radiating a powerful aura, the elder vows to hold whoever corrupted his granddaughter strictly accountable. With the powerful aura swirling around his boots, the clan leader vows to never let whoever corrupted his granddaughter die easily. Red leaves scatter violently in the wind, mirroring the clan leader's intense and ruthless desire for retribution. Surrounded by a swirling blue aura, the clan leader passionately promises the young girl, "I'm just a language mull and can't help with that." Looking up with quiet hesitation, the young girl prepares to ask her grandfather a deeply personal and unsettling question. With her eyes glowing a brilliant blue, she directly asks him how he would react if she were not his real granddaughter. They stand facing each other as a sudden, powerful gust of wind swirls violently through the courtyard. Resting his hand on the golden hilt of his sword, the clan leader falls silent, deeply shaken by her question. He forcefully slams the sheathed sword onto the stone floor, sending shockwaves through the quiet courtyard. The clan leader gazes at her with a steady, intense expression and utters a thoughtful hum. The young girl stands completely startled and tense next to his massive grounded sword. She curiously asks if the sword is named Qianmiang, which he warmly confirms. Reaching out, the white-haired elder gently places his hand on the young girl's head. She blinks in surprise, completely frozen by the sudden, affectionate warmth of his touch. Gently patting her head, the clan leader fondly mentions hearing about her love for good food. The elder lets out a cheerful, hearty laugh, instantly dissolving the lingering tension between them. As he pulls his hand away, the young girl touches her head in complete bewilderment. She gently presses her temple, trying to quiet her swirling thoughts and internal conflict. Following her quiet reflection, night falls as an ominous dark smoke drifts through the quiet estate. The brown-haired maid walks down a dark, empty wooden hallway carrying folded linens. Sensing something unusual, the maid suddenly stops and turns around in confusion. She hesitantly calls out for the young mistress as dark smoke seeps from the bedroom door. Inside, the young girl lies fast asleep, unaware of the ominous red energy vibrating around her. Her eyes slowly open, reacting to the heavy and disturbing pressure filling the room. Driven by a dark, murderous voice commanding her to kill, she sits up and grabs her sheathed sword. A sinister red aura flares around her hand as she tightly grips her sword hilt. Outside the sliding door, the maid's shadow looms as she politely asks if the young mistress needs anything. Suddenly, a massive fiery red slash cuts violently through the door, silencing the maid. A dark demand for blood echoes as splatters of blood rain down in a blur. The next day, the clan leader sits in the meeting hall with other elders, reviewing official scrolls. The brown-haired elder scolds the others for discussing violence before a child, while a companion urges him to stop. When questioned about a past bet, the clan leader awkwardly clears his throat and avoids eye contact. Sweat dropping, the white-haired elder hides behind his scroll, admitting he only wanted to reassure his worried granddaughter. The companion mockingly points out his overprotectiveness, teasing him about his dramatic reactions. Pounding the table, the brown-haired elder defends his constant vigilance, arguing he couldn't ignore what he witnessed. Clan leader suddenly freezes and turns in sharp alarm, sensing a sudden disturbance outside. One of the elders looks back in confusion, questioning the sudden commotion. The white-haired elder frowns deeply, detecting a disturbing and sinister scent in the air. With his eyes glowing blue, the clan leader grimly announces that he smells blood. He immediately rushes out, his boots stepping quickly down the wooden corridor to investigate. The startled, trembling maid bows low to greet the clan leader, clutching her heavily blood-stained sleeve. Stopping in front of her, the clan leader demands to know the source of the fresh blood on her clothes. The maid stands in tense silence as dark blood slowly drips from her sleeve onto the floor. In a dimly lit room, the maid explains that the blood belongs to a visiting VIP guest. Looking down guiltily, the young girl claims she accidentally injured herself while practicing late with her sword. She bows her head deeply, softly apologizing to her grandfather for causing so much worry. Having established a silent sound barrier, the clan leader gently urges her to speak honestly about what happened. Sitting opposite him, the young girl firmly insists that she simply mishandled her sword and nothing else occurred. The clan leader gently takes her bandaged arm, noting that the bleeding still has not stopped. Pressing a cloth to her wrist, he softly asks her to trust him as much as he trusts her. He gazes down at her delicate, injured hand with a quiet expression of deep concern. The young girl quietly agrees, promising to keep his warm words in mind. Seop Mugwang announces the arrival of the medicine hall chief to handle her treatment. The clan leader bids her farewell, promising to see her again tomorrow evening. She remains in quiet silence, shifting the scene to Namgung Muchan's perspective. Seop Mugwang bows deeply before the clan leader in the quiet blue-lit hall. She anxiously wonders how long he will ignore the truth and doubts her own explanations. Looking at her bleeding arm, she recalls waking up with a sword and cutting herself to stop. She realizes the dark command she heard was undoubtedly the voice of the blood demon. Frustrated, she recognizes only one specific person can explain the curse on her body. Dokwal peeks through the sliding door, playfully asking if she may come inside. Smiling warmly, Dokwal represents the only person she can turn to for answers. An elegant incense burner releases a steady stream of soothing white smoke. Dokwal explains she burned incense to ease the pain, urging her to speak up if she feels discomfort. Seop Mugwang quietly confirms his presence, standing alertly with his arms crossed. Dokwal praises her bravery for not crying over the wound, while the girl quietly agrees. The young girl hesitantly asks Dokwal to examine another injury she has. So Mugwang panics in shock, while Dokwal calmly inquires about the location of her injury. She specifies the wound is on her abdomen, causing Seop Mugwang to panickingly rush forward. She explains the injury extends from her chest to her abdomen, instantly freezing Seop Mugwang. Dokwal playfully asks why he wants to leave, leaving Seop Mugwang completely speechless. The young girl questions if Dokwal can treat what seems to be an internal injury. Dokwal agrees to examine her using internal energy, pleasantly surprised by the girl's easy compliance. Gently taking her wrist, Dokwal playfully asks if this means she is finally somewhat trusted. Dokwal tells her not to be nervous as a brilliant golden energy flares between them. The young girl closes her eyes as the warm golden energy envelopes them. Dokwal closes her eyes, focusing her concentration to channel internal energy into the girl. Dokwal's eye suddenly snaps open, reacting to a shocking discovery within the girl's body. Through silent voice transmission, Dokwal questions her queries about murderous intent, but the girl firmly demands an answer. Dokwal admits she once harbored murderous intent, but explains that target has already died. When the girl asks why she wanted to kill them, Dokwal explains they hurt her loved one. Dokwal questions if this is her true inquiry, asking if she still has loved ones. The young girl directly asks via transmission if Dokwal is truly allied with Namgung. Dokwal evasively answers that it is a tricky question with no simple yes or no. Dokwal asks if that answered her question, and the young girl quietly confirms it did. Dokwal explains her complex motives, clarifying she lacks both ultimate loyalty and deep grudges. She notes that the girl still loves someone, unlike her past self who killed for fun. The young girl falls silent, quietly reflecting on her next crucial realization. She identifies the deadly medicine inside the wooden tray as the Blood King poison. She shocks Dokwal by revealing she knows her other name and foretells a different life. The young girl firmly requests Dokwal's assistance in standing against the powerful blood demon. A historical memory recalls a dark past when a village was destroyed by the second prince. He slaughtered the entire village because a low-born woman dared to refuse his advances. While the cruelty of nobles was common, the village's sole surviving child managed to escape. The surviving child successfully infiltrated the royal palace as a royal physician's assistant. Using a poison needle, the survivor successfully took retribution by killing the second prince. The girl directly asks if that was how she eventually joined the Namgung family. Dokwal reacts in shock, clarifying she never performed a background check on the girl. The girl fondly recalls Dokwal being an incredibly talkative and annoying companion in her past life. Outstretching her hand, she reassures Dokwal that her current request remains very simple. She asks Dokwal to thoroughly examine her body one more time. Looking solemn, the purple-haired girl quietly reveals that a dark curse has been placed on her. Sitting on her cushion in the blue-lit room, she listens as Dokwal calls it a suggestion. Dokwal explains that this dark magic controls a target's mind when specific triggers are activated. Looking up, the girl reflects on the two difficult ways to break such a powerful suggestion. Dokwal suggests she regained her senses today because the creator of the suggestion was far away. Dokwal notes that a weak mental connection can be easily broken, but warns of the alternative. The young girl realizes that the master of the suggestion could return and control. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. She walks down the hallway, haunted by a dark crimson warning promising to track her down. Surrounded by an ominous red glow, she wonders if that warning was indeed their true intent. Standing outside, she realizes that relying solely on Shriyan to find a cure might take too long. She worries that her guard, Seop Mugwang, has placed too many watchful eyes on her. A loud martial yell draws her attention as she considers finding allies to create a diversion. She peeks from behind a wooden pillar, watching a brown-haired young warrior training in the courtyard. She seeks capable individuals to accomplish the physical tasks her child's body cannot yet handle. She focuses on the gritting teeth of the young warrior, wishing for strong allies beside her. The blue-eyed young girl quietly watches the martial artist, contemplating how to approach him. With a fierce battle cry, the maroon-robed warrior leaps forward to swing his training weapon. He sweeps his wooden sword in a wide, fluid arc across the dusty courtyard floor. Breathing heavily, sweat drips down the young warrior's face as he finishes his exhausting exercise. He exhales a deep, focusing breath to steady his racing heart and tense body. Closing his eyes tight, he struggles with his lingering frustration and lack of physical progress. He vividly recalls their brief spar where she effortlessly blocked his fierce wooden sword strike. In his memory, she quickly launched a swift and completely unavoidable counterattack toward him. He laments that despite seeing her incoming strike, he was utterly unable to block it. Desperately questions why there was such a massive disparity in their raw combat skills. He realizes his stance was unstable and his body had grown far too stiff from tension. He admits he merely swung his sword out of habit instead of reading her movements. During their memory of the clash, his training sword cracked under the girl's immense pressure. With a final, decisive strike, she shattered his wooden training weapon into splintered pieces. He clenches his fist in silent defeat, staring at the empty hilt of his weapon. He finally acknowledges that the true difference between them lies in sheer combat experience. Back in the quiet courtyard, he slumps forward in exhaustion next to his broken sword. He inwardly laments his weakness, feeling foolish for ever believing he was a skilled swordsman. Sinking to his knee, the defeated warrior bitterly mutters about how pathetic he has become. A quiet shadow suddenly falls over him, prompting him to blink in surprise and look up. Gasping in surprise, he looks up to find the young girl watching him quietly. The young girl stares down at him with an innocent, completely unbothered expression. The young warrior sweats nervously, completely frozen in the awkward silence between them. He bows formally, but she casually tells him to drop the formalities and act naturally. He blushes and apologizes for his past rudeness, while she looks on in mild confusion. The young girl introduces herself as Ilhwa, while he introduces himself as Namgung Jipyong. Ilhwa praises his sharp improvement, curiously asking who he was imagining as his opponent. As Jipyong breaks into a nervous sweat, Ilhwa dryly realizes she was his imagined enemy. Shrugging off his embarrassment, she encourages him to keep training with an enemy in mind. Jipyong bows deeply in gratitude while Ilhwa begins to walk away, pleased to help. Ilhwa turns back to ask about his stay and he hopes to remain long-term. She hesitates for a moment, clearly preparing to make a specific request of him. Jipyong directly asks if he may receive her valuable teachings during his stay here. He quickly adds that simply observing his training would suffice, and she readily agrees. Jipyong is completely stunned by her easy agreement while she breathes a cute sigh. Jipyong nervously asks if he can choose the training location, and Ilhwa readily agrees, asking if he has a place in mind. Ilhwa instructs him to meet tomorrow during the hour of the rabbit, early in the morning. Jipyong is taken aback when she designates the training ground of the guest pavilion as their meeting spot. Realizing the significance of the guest pavilion, Jipyong panics in complete disbelief at her chosen location. Jipyong realizes this small child is actually the highly honored mysterious guest who recently shook his family, while she warmly looks forward to working with him. The scene shifts to a serene, golden-lit pavilion standing quietly beside a peaceful lotus pond. Dressed in an elegant traditional gown, Ilhwa walks gracefully toward her destination with quiet poise. Sitting before a lavish feast, the white-haired clan leader welcomes her and cordially invites her to sit comfortably. The clan leader reassures her that they can speak freely without prying eyes since the maids have been dismissed, which she politely acknowledges. As the clan leader uses telekinetic internal energy to float a bowl of food to her, she marvels at this unusual application of martial arts. When the clan leader asks if her injuries are causing her pain, she calmly replies that her physical senses are currently dull. The clan leader presses further, deeply confused by her statement about her senses being dull. Taking a bite of food, she begins to explain by recalling a near-death experience when she was only 5 years old. She explains that someone forced internal energy into her back then to save her life, which she believes cost her both her memories and physical senses. She silently praises the delicious food, wondering if such high-quality meals are the secret to the family's glowing children. The clan leader suddenly freezes in sheer shock, asking if her savior was the master of Huaru. He stares at her in dead silence, his expression hardening with grave realization. He confirms the truth, prompting her to directly ask why he chose to betray him. She quietly gulps down her food, waiting tensely in the heavy silence for his response. Clan leader explains that the Namgung family cannot defeat them, warning the confrontation would lead to absolute ruin. Despite her questioning his sincerity, he insists he will act himself, though she remains skeptical. She warns him that while he might slay half of their leadership, he would surely lose his own life, but he asks what would happen if 5 of them came. The clan leader mutters that her warnings sound like a completely baseless fantasy. While she quietly traces a line in the moisture on a dish, he inwardly wonders about the true identity of these threatening enemies. A sudden realization strikes her, causing her to quickly cover her mouth in silent alarm. Suddenly jolting back in shock, the clan leader realizes she is bound by a powerful restriction curse. He recalls that this deadly curse triggers a fatal internal hemorrhage the moment forbidden information is spoken, proving this faction is far more ruthless than he imagined. The gravity of the threat looms over them as he realizes a silent, devastating tidal wave of blood is fast approaching. When he questions how such a terrifying power remained hidden, she explains that there are those actively concealing the truth. He whispers in grim realization that spies must be deeply embedded within their own ranks. Looking down in the dim light, she softly asks if he still believes her warnings. Before answering, the clan leader turns to ask her sole reason for returning to the Namgun family. She firmly declares her intention to prevent the fall of the Namgung family, prompting him to ask why. She looks him dead in the eye, asserting that she is a child of the Namgung family. The clan leader closes his eyes in deep, solemn contemplation over her bold statement. While admitting it is hard to believe everything, he states he will closely observe her actions to see how she plans to save them. As the family lord, he sternly warns her that he will immediately stop her if her actions cause any harm. He pauses to add a crucial condition to his warning. He continues, promising that if her deeds are truly for the sake of the family, she will have his support. He vows to become a reliable, protective sky that she can fully depend on during her quest. Looking at her with complete sincerity, he solemnly gives his word of honor. The scene shifts to the bustling, lantern-lit streets of Gakmyeong in Yunnan province outside the Grand Huaru Pavilion. Sitting atop a rooftop under the night sky, a maroon-haired masked man holding a drink quietly murmurs about the wind and thunder god. The masked master asks if Ilhwa complied without resistance, and Powell confirms her compliance despite knowing the wind and thunder god's men had killed her pursuers. The masked man drinks thoughtfully, deeply puzzled by how she could have known when her memories were supposed to be completely erased. The wall suggests disposing of her quietly for her betrayal and theft, but the master questions if he means the child. Chuckling in amusement, the master confidently asserts that the child cannot escape and will soon return on her own. His eyes gleam with absolute certainty as a sinister smile spreads across his masked face. He internally reasons that sacrificing his men is a cheap price to pay if it ultimately secures the child. When he asks if Powell is dissatisfied, his loyal subordinate quickly bows deeper, expressing absolute submission to his master's will. The maroon-haired masked master orders his subordinate to let the girl play freely until the right time arrives. The masked master quietly reconsiders his next move with a solemn low refusal. He leaps away into the dark night, deciding he must prepare a special gift. The scene shifts back to the serene pavilion standing quietly over the lotus pond. A green-haired woman kneels before Seolhwa, using glowing golden energy to heal her body. The woman stands up and politely bows to the young girl after completing her treatment. Before the clan leader, the doctor reports finding traces of a restriction curse on the girl. The clan leader asks if the curse can be removed, but the doctor explains it is medically impossible. The doctor reassures everyone that the restriction will naturally fade away on its own over time. Seolhwa predicts that the curse will fully disappear by the time their enemies reveal their true identities. Clan leader sternly warns her of the deadly danger, prompting her to promise extreme caution. Asked about other symptoms, Seolhwa reveals her dulled senses, sparking grave concern from the clan leader. The clan leader inwardly worries about her survival in the ruthless martial world without physical pain. The doctor hesitates before continuing, prompting the clan leader to ask for further details. The doctor explains that Seolhwa's internal energy meridians are highly unstable due to a previous purge. The clan leader instructs her to remain still while he directly examines her with his internal energy. He channels a powerful stream of blue internal energy into her back. A vision reveals a majestic blue dragon and a glowing red orb resting deep inside her body. He slowly withdraws his hand, his expression heavy with deep emotion and somber realization. He softly tells her that she has finally returned after crossing a vast expanse of time. He warmly welcomes her back, lamenting the immense cruelty she endured over the past 8 years. He expresses regret that she could not see her father when she was healthier, leaving her completely bewildered. A loud, urgent shout calling for young Master Ill suddenly echoes through the pavilion, startling them. The frantic voice complains that they have not even reported to the family head yet. The clan leader sighs at the terrible timing, noting that her father must have rushed there instantly. A hurried scrambling sound echoes as a panicked servant scrambles forward while a long-haired man in elegant robes runs past her. Seolhwa looks up in absolute shock and surprise as the intruder approaches. Sudden realization strikes her as she recognizes the man running toward her. Tears stream down his face as she remembers him as the last man she killed in her past life. She mentally repeats his legendary name, Namgung Chong-eun. She She looks down in visible distress and annoyance, clutching her chest at the heavy memory. The clan leader dryly scolds his son for crying so messily before even verifying her identity. The father kneels and requests to examine her body, while she calmly asks for his reason. He explains that powerful families face many enemies who attempt to swap or kidnap their children. He reveals he personally placed a hidden mark of 5 dragon-shaped moles on her body. A diagram details the exact location of the 5 moles on her ears, collarbone, hand, knee, and heel. He gently lifts her leg, pointing out the crucial identifying mole located on her left heel. He stares silently at her foot, completely overwhelmed by emotion as he confirms the truth. The clan leader and his guard watch the touching reunion in silent, respectful observation. The doctor and the servant look on with bated breath, relieved by the successful confirmation. Overcome with grief and joy, the father pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. He holds her close, tears flowing freely as he clings to his long-lost daughter. The clan leader gently reassures her, confirming that the crying warrior is indeed her father. The crying father emotionally declares his identity to her as he continues to hold her tightly. He weeps over how much she has grown during their long and painful years apart. Inside a quiet bedroom, the father carefully washes Seolhwa's feet in a wooden tub. He looks down in deep sorrow, noting that her feet are entirely covered in painful wounds. When she points out his red eyes, he smiles warmly and confesses he is filled with pure joy. She finds herself completely baffled by his rapid transition from crying to laughing. He looks at her with absolute affection and softly calls out her true name, Seolhwa. The father softly asks Seolhwa if she knows the deep meaning behind her name. He recalls how she was born on a beautiful winter day when pure white snow covered the world. He explains that her mother, who loved her deeply, chose the name Seolhwa for her. He gently acknowledges that she might not have any remaining memories of her mother. While gently washing her wounded feet, he reassures her of her mother's eternal heavenly love. He warmly celebrates her long-awaited return, while she quietly shares her own happiness. He eagerly suggests taking her on a scenic excursion around the busy city tomorrow. She silently hesitates, having originally planned to master the family's secret heart technique tomorrow. Her strict training plans instantly dissolve when he mentions her favorite childhood Tanghulu shop. The scene shifts to the silent grand pavilion belonging to the second young master, Chonghae. Inside the dark chambers, the flickering candle illuminates an incoming servant's report. Chonghae questions the report, highly skeptical that the prestigious inn's honored guest is a young girl. The unit leader, Namgung Horak, firmly confirms that his sources have verified the information. Chonghae finds the situation highly unusual, noting the inn rarely accommodates such young guests. He dips his brush in ink, dismissing her as a threat due to her weak internal strength. He muses that she might simply be exceptionally skilled at hiding her true power. Horak smiles confidently as he shares an intriguing piece of news regarding their guests. Chonghae's hand slips in shock, ruining his calligraphy upon hearing that his brother has returned. Chonghae demands confirmation, completely stunned by the sudden news of his brother's return. He realizes that anyone accompanied by his brother at that inn must possess immense influence. He darkly suspects his brother has returned to rally his power and claim leadership. He worries his support from the elders will collapse if his brother successfully returns. Horak quickly reassures him, suggesting their meeting is not the kind he is imagining. Horak explains that his brother was seen showing extreme affection, even carrying her. A sudden, startling realization begins to dawn on Chonghae as he connects the pieces. He stands up in shock, wondering if his brother has actually found Seolhwa. Horak alerts the young master to the impending return of the first young master. He warns Chonghae that he cannot passively wait for his position to fall into his lap. He urges Chonghae to strike decisively before his brother can secure his place. Horak promises that their 3 loyal combat units will stand fully behind his bid. The scene shifts to a training yard where a young warrior collapses in absolute exhaustion. Seolhwa stands over him, entirely unimpressed by his struggle with such light weights. The youth loudly protests the brutal training, complaining about the heavy weight limits on his body. She casually points out his overall weakness, prompting a defensive and highly offended shout. She relentlessly lists his embarrassing combat flaws, completely crushing what remains of his pride. He dramatically collapses to the dirt, desperately begging her to stop her verbal assault. He reluctantly pushes himself up, agreeing to continue training despite his complete exhaustion. Determination flashes in his eyes as he gasps out that he can push through his limits. He struggles through another heavy sword swing, his entire body trembling under the immense strain. He internally complains about the sheer insanity of her training command to halt mid-thrust. His hands shake violently as he desperately wonders how much longer he must endure the hold. Sweat pours down his face as his muscles reach their absolute painful limit. His balance completely gives way, and he prepares himself for an inevitable hard fall. He blinks in bewilderment as a sudden, mysterious sensation of light energy washes over his body. He gasps in utter shock as a sudden, inexplicable feeling of lightness restores his balance. He stands perfectly steady as Seolhwa gently touches his sword tip with a single calm finger. He asks in complete bewilderment how she managed to completely erase the crushing weight. She explains that she merely distributed the heavy load evenly across his entire physical frame. She praises his raw strength but points out his critical flaw of exerting it all at once. She advises him that pacing his energy is crucial, as charging with raw power leads to rapid exhaustion. Seolhwa notes that facing tougher opponents requires extreme care and patience for a counterattack. She emphasizes the necessity of maintaining a balanced physical form to minimize vital energy loss. Seolhwa advises the sweating youth to distribute his physical strength evenly, leaving him utterly awestruck. Seolhwa brings the intense training session to a close, letting the exhausted warrior rest. He lies flat on the dirt, coughing heavily from the sheer physical strain. The trembling youth struggles back to his feet under Seolhwa's calm, watchful gaze. He bows deeply, expressing sincere gratitude for her guidance in unlocking his potential. Seolhwa asks if the training was too brutal, but he insists it was absolutely necessary. Seolhwa cheerfully instructs him to gradually adapt until he can easily lift massive weights. Completely stunned, the brown-haired youth asks how much weight she can personally lift. He is left utterly dumbfounded when she casually reveals the astronomical weight she currently carries. Seolhwa instructs him to bring other interested warriors along to train tomorrow. The youth happily agrees, recognizing that this group training will strengthen their family's entire foundation. He gazes at her with profound admiration, realizing she has achieved ultimate sword mastery. He eagerly envisions this rare opportunity helping all the outer court warriors grow significantly stronger. He enthusiastically promises to bring as many fellow disciples as possible to train. The scene shifts to the bustling, crowded streets of a lively city. Her father, Namgang Chang'on, gently advises Seolhwa to hold his hand through the crowds. He warmly asks his daughter if there is any specific food she wishes to eat. Seolhwa immediately brightens up, claiming she knows the perfect dining spot. Her father looks pleasantly surprised by her sudden and confident suggestion. A steaming bowl of hot noodles and delicious dumplings is served at their table. He expresses pure joy at sharing a long-awaited meal of dumplings and samyeon with her. Seolhwa surprises him by affectionately serving a fresh dumpling onto his plate. Seolhwa eagerly digs into her meal, slurping the delicious noodles with pure delight. She marvels at how incredibly delicious the food is compared to her family's cuisine. She silently wonders why this amazing restaurant never existed during her previous life. Her father affectionately pats her head, encouraging her to eat plenty and grow strong. A sudden, angry shout disrupts their peaceful dining experience from across the room. An aggressive customer confronts the restaurant owner, loudly refusing to pay his overdue bill. With a loud stomp, the angry warrior cracks the wooden floor to intimidate the owner. The thug aggressively grabs the owner by his collar, demanding respect for his clan. From under his veiled hat, her father glares coldly at the disruptive, unruly warriors. The rogue warrior violently shoves the helpless shopkeeper onto the hard wooden floor. He proudly boasts about protecting the city's peace to justify his shameless behavior. The terrified shopkeeper trembles in fear, realizing he cannot challenge these powerful martial artists. One of the rogue warriors looks back with a smug, mocking expression of superiority. The defeated owner submissively begs them to pay their overdue tab next time. Arrogant warriors erupt in loud, mocking laughter at the shopkeeper's submissive cooperation. Laughing loudly, the thugs shamelessly walk away after enjoying another free meal. A young man quickly rushes to his father's side, checking if he is injured. The father warns his son that reporting these corrupt Namgung clan warriors is completely useless. Sensing trouble, her father silently rises from the table to address the injustice. He warmly tells Seolhwa to continue eating while he steps outside for a moment. He leaves the restaurant to deal with the thugs who tarnished his family's name. Seolhwa quietly contemplates the severe punishment those rogue warriors are about to face. Her father returns to the table, calmly announcing he has identified the troublemakers' affiliations. He explains he docked 3 months of their pay to compensate the shop owner. Seolhwa looks up in absolute confusion, asking her father if that is all he did. She completely shocks him by asking why he did not sever their hands and tongues. Seolhwa argues that cutting off the rogue warriors' hands and tongues is the correct punishment. Seolhwa internally reasons that while the blood cult would do worse, Namgung is a righteous sect. Her father explains that maiming them permanently ruins their lives, but Seolhwa insists that is the point. Her father gently argues they must be given a chance to repent, leaving Seolhwa skeptical. Seolhwa begrudgingly drops the argument, quietly eating her meal as her father watches. Her father's eyes narrow with an intense and solemn gravity beneath his veiled straw hat. Leader Seolhwa happily chews on sweet thonghulu while walking alongside her father. A local merchant bows and enthusiastically recommends a lovely item in stock to her father. Her father offers to buy her a bracelet, but Seolhwa points out he already bought accessories. In a cartoonish display, her father insists on buying more while she lists everything he already got. Seolhwa internally sighs, feeling quite overwhelmed by her father's excessive doting and endless shopping. Seolhwa calls out to her father, who immediately turns around with eager, glistening eyes. Seolhwa asks him if there is a nearby restroom she can use. Inside a borrowed guest room, Seolhwa stretches and prepares to make her secret escape. She opens a sliding door, thinking the room provides a perfect path to move undetected. Crouching on the windowsill, she calculates her window of time before the guards notice. Jumping down, Seolhwa decides to intercept the rogue warriors before they cause any more trouble. He notes that guards are positioned at the entrance, first floor, and on the roof. Seolhwa slips out the back of the building to completely bypass their surveillance. She leaps through the air with silent, swift, and phantom-like speed. Meanwhile, the three rogue warriors grumble in an alley about the sudden presence of Namgung guards. They bicker amongst themselves, blaming each other for getting caught and losing their pay. One thug tries to silence his loud companion, only to be aggressively brushed off. They discuss the prestigious Namgung clan, assuming the shopkeeper was fully compensated for his losses. They pause in the alley, greedily debating if they should return to extort the merchant again. Peeking around a pillar, they plan to terrify the innkeeper into keeping their actions secret. The bearded warrior smiles wickedly, completely on board with the plan to intimidate him. As they peer past the pillar, a sudden cold voice behind them asks what they are doing. The brown-haired thug freezes in absolute shock as sweat drips down his face. He looks at his trembling hands in horror, realizing his body is completely paralyzed. He panics as he realizes his two companions have been silently immobilized as well. Seolhwa stands behind the frozen thugs, casually calling them out by their names. She demands to know why they are working as guards for the Namgung family. Seolhwa accuses them of joining the guards under false pretenses just to exploit helpless locals. She internally recalls that in her past life, these men were bandits who joined the blood cult. Seolhwa looks at their backs, knowing they will inevitably betray Namgung and return to the cult. She looks down coldly, whispering that they are not even worth a chance to repent. With lightning speed, she flicks her hand and forces a small medicinal pill into his mouth. The thug's eyes widen as he involuntarily gulps down the unknown medicine. He clutches his throat in panic, desperately asking what he was just forced to swallow. Seolhwa explains that while she spared his life, she has no intention of letting him go free. She warns that with a single finger, she can instantly end their lives. The thug is gripped by absolute dread, terrified that she just poisoned him with godok. A whimsical diagram illustrates how the parasitic male and female bugs are now bound together. Seolhwa explains that if the female dies, the male bug inside their heads will explode. Terrified, they scream in absolute protest while she offers to kill one to prove it. Seolhwa turns to walk away, announcing she will stop here for today due to limited time. Spinning on her heel, she casually tells them to behave themselves until they meet again. She casts a chilling glance backward, warning them of the consequences if they cause trouble. The thugs stand utterly paralyzed and trembling, desperately wondering when the point ceiling will wear off. Suspicious of the absolute silence in the room, the guard notes how strangely quiet it has become. Young Master Il offers to open the door, but a sudden loud bang interrupts them as Seolhwa dramatically throws the door open. Seolhwa stands in the doorway, staring blankly ahead with an unbothered expression. Young Master Il is completely startled by her sudden entrance, while Seolhwa casually claims she is looking for her lost pouch. Young Master Il scratches his head in utter confusion, wondering how he failed to hear even her breathing just moments ago. Her father asks if she finished her business, and she apologizes for keeping them waiting while he lovingly offers to tidy her messy clothes. The scene transitions to the magnificent, mist-shrouded peaks and grand architecture of Mount Hua. Inside a dimly lit hall, a disciple reports that a consistent rumor has been spreading rapidly among the sects. An elder with a long mustache explains that a child from the Firebird Tower stole the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. Nobake, the head of Wuhak Pavilion, adds that the child reportedly fled straight toward the Namgung clan. He explains that the pill was lost by the Black Cloud Gang, matching the group that recently initiated an attack. Nobak urgently advises the headmaster that they must act immediately to retrieve the pill before the child consumes it. The headmaster questions Nobak, asking if he does not find this sudden rumor highly suspicious. The headmaster points out that the rumor is unusually detailed and conveniently reached their ears at the perfect moment. Nobak acknowledges the potential trap, but argues that they have no choice but to pursue the opportunity. The white-bearded headmaster sighs heavily and reluctantly consents to proceed with the mission. Back at the training grounds, the outer court disciples continue practicing their martial arts under the afternoon sun. A disciple breaks into a cold sweat as an ominous sound suddenly reverberates nearby. Bright golden bells chime softly as they vibrate against a crimson water-like ripple. Deep within a dark dreamscape, Seolhwa struggles desperately against a mass of suffocating red threads. She screams out in agony as the constricting red threads squeeze her tighter and tighter. Seolhwa jolts upright in her dark room, gasping heavily from the terrifying nightmare she just experienced. She stares down at her trembling hand in absolute shock, trying to process the intense dream. To her horror, her palm is covered in fresh blood and a shattered ceramic teapot lies on the floor. Her green-haired maid kneels beside her, warning that she must report these dangerous sleepwalking episodes to the family. Seolhwa weakly retaliates, threatening to expose the maid's secrets as well if she dares to speak up. The maid is comically horrified when Seolhwa quietly reveals she knows her true identity as the Blood-Kin poison. The maid panics frantically, checking around the room and urging her young mistress to keep her voice down. The maid grumbles that she can never understand what goes on inside her young mistress's head, comparing her to a tiger. The maid playfully covers her mouth, offering to share some highly favorable news with her baby tiger. Seolhwa blinks in surprise as the maid reveals the family head intends to perform Bailmo Suesu on her. Seolhwa asks if she means the legendary energy reconstruction technique, and the maid eagerly confirms the plan. The maid explains her father noticed her poor circulation and wishes to open her meridian safely because he cherishes her. A detailed explanation outlines Bedo Mosusu as a profound technique where a master reconstructs another's internal energy. Seolhwa notes that even highly skilled masters rarely attempt Beol Mosusu due to the extreme risk of chi deviation. She realizes that receiving this treatment from a master of her father's caliber is an immense stroke of heavenly fortune. She reasons that sharing the same bloodline will safely grant her an incredibly strong warrior's body at a young age. She clutches her chest in excitement, realizing this transformation could help her surpass the strength of her previous life. The maid giggles teasingly at how honest Seolhwa is when she is happy, despite trying to act indifferent. The green-haired maid smiles warmly and affectionately at her young mistress. Dressed in a magnificent and delicate pastel gown, Seolhwa grumbles to herself about being called cute by the servants. She walks down the stairs, recalling the maid's gushing compliments with a deeply skeptical sigh. She wanders along the stone path at night, questioning if everyone in the Namgung family is always this eccentric. She approaches a brightly lit sliding door, noting that they even insist on summoning her to join them for every single meal. Inside the dining room, a loud and boastful voice brags about giving some thugs a thorough thrashing. A relative advises the hot-headed Changsan to rein in his temper, but he dismissively brushes off his elder brother. Her father sits at the head of the table, chuckling warmly at the lively bickering of his relatives. Standing outside, Seolhwa listens to the cheerful voices of people who had all died in her previous life. She looks toward the door, quietly accepting that she must truly become family with these warm and lively people. Her father slides the door open, smiling warmly as he welcomes his beloved daughter inside for dinner. Her father smiles warmly as he stands near the doorway, welcoming his daughter inside. Her father remarks on how comforting it is to hear the family's laughter inside. Her father admits that eating with a real family still feels slightly unfamiliar and strange. Seolhwa recalls her past life in the blood cult, where betrayal replaced any genuine familial bonds. Seolhwa stops to ask her father how it would feel if a family member died. Her father ponders her heavy question, wondering if she would truly grieve for them. Interrupting her dark thoughts, her father suddenly pokes Seolhwa's forehead with 2 fingers. A sharp flick to the forehead sends Seolhwa reeling backward in complete surprise. He loudly scolds her for asking such grim, mature questions instead of acting like a child. He suggests she channel that mental energy into practicing her martial arts instead of worrying. Seolhwa rubs her sore forehead, sweating slightly at her father's boisterous and energetic lecture. Her father turns serious, lecturing her about protecting herself and questioning her secret injuries. He stresses the vital importance of a swordsman's hands, warning her to be more careful. He promises to keep a close eye on her as she humorously slips away. Seolhwa realizes Sab Mugwang is right and resolves to stop dwelling on her lingering guilt. She prepares to face her family, knowing she must focus on securing their collective future. The sliding doors open, bringing her face to face with the relative she hopes to protect. A stylish young relative with green jade earrings greets her with a warm, welcoming smile. The elder grandfather also beams with pride and warmth upon seeing her enter the room. Seolhwa looks around the dining room, fully embracing her place within the current Namgung family. The elegant relative observes her with gentle interest as the family gathers around the table. She resolves internally to change the tragic fate and internal turmoil of the Namgung clan. Stepping forward gracefully, Seolhwa introduces herself to the gathered family members with a gentle bow. The blue-robed relative warmly welcomes her back, noting she still resembles her childhood self. He instructs Soryang, her younger cousin born 6 months after her, to greet his sister. Soryang feels bitter about losing his status as the eldest grandchild to a sudden newcomer. Turning his head away, Soryang grumpily mutters a half-hearted welcome to his new older sister. The relative coaxes another young boy, Woong, to step forward and welcome Seolhwa too. Young Eung cheerfully introduces himself, while the woman beside him expresses her sincere happiness. Seolhwa smiles warmly and thanks them for their kind and enthusiastic welcome to the family. Her uncle marvels at the surprise of her being the guest at the Heavenly Guest Pavilion. He fondly recalls giving her childhood piggyback rides, celebrating her safe and independent return. The teal-haired aunt compliments Seolhwa on growing into such a beautiful and graceful young lady. The aunt introduces a shy, adorable little girl named Hwarin who has never met Seolhwa. Her uncle gently nudges the starstruck little girl to step forward and greet her new sister. Seolhwa politely assures them it is fine, understanding the young girl's natural shyness. Hwarin suddenly musters her courage, offering Seolhwa a sweet food skewer as a peace offering. The aunt is delighted by the sweet gesture, explaining that Hwarin wants to share her treat. Overcome with shyness, Hwarin adorably hides her blushing face behind her mother's long sleeve. The grandfather joyfully announces plans to officially declare Seolhwa's return at the elders' meeting tomorrow. The family eagerly agrees, with her uncle boisterously promising endless piggyback rides for everyone. As the uncle gets humorously silenced, the grandfather prepares to share an important morning decision. The grandfather commands the table's attention to announce a major family decision made earlier. He shocks the entire room by declaring his intention to personally perform Byeolmo Suesu on Seolhwa. The blue-robed relative gasps in absolute shock and disbelief at the grandfather's risky proposal. He urgently questions if the grandfather is referring to the highly dangerous energy reconstruction technique. Seolhwa confirms that he heard correctly, realizing the gravity and risk of the upcoming procedure. The relative strongly protests the decision, warning that the legendary technique is far too perilous. He pleads with his father, worrying that any mistake could severely harm the clan's main pillar. Grandfather questions if his skills are doubted, while the relative clarifies he fears bad luck. Realizing his father's unwavering resolve, the blue-robed relative laments that the patriarch has already finalized his decision without seeking any family consensus. Soryong trembles with silent rage while his father silently worries that this risky decision will push his son's dreams of succession far out of reach. The dark-haired uncle speaks up next, expressing his concern that such a perilous reconstruction technique is far too extreme to be considered a welcoming gift. The grandfather firmly counters his relatives, asserting that no gift is too grand or too dangerous for his beloved granddaughter, who has finally returned home after 8 years. As the uncle warns him not to treat such a legendary volatile technique so lightly, the grandfather insists that family ties make any risk completely worth taking. Exasperated, the uncle slams the table with a loud bang, demanding to know why his own daughter was never offered this grand treatment instead. The grandfather stares down with a chilling, silent glare that commands absolute compliance. The sudden, heavy tension leaves the gathered family members completely frozen in speechless shock. Demanding an end to the meal, the patriarch orders Seolhwa to follow him as he abruptly leaves the dining hall amidst his family's lingering shock. A heavy silence descends over the dining table as the remaining family members watch. Dapir steps outside, walking onto the quiet balcony under the cool night sky. Seolhwa feels a deep sense of anxiety rising as she follows her grandfather. Turning to look back at her, the grandfather asks Seolhwa if she believes he is causing unnecessary trouble. Walking along the quiet stone corridor, Seolhwa quietly admits that the rest of the family seem to find his decision very difficult to accept. The grandfather explains that the family likely views him as heartless, admitting he never discussed succession or observed the children with leadership in mind while his son was away. He bluntly criticizes the other potential heirs, noting that one does nothing but scheme while another lacks basic awareness, making them completely unworthy of representing the heavens. Seolhwa tilts her head in confusion, wondering why her grandfather has suddenly brought up the concept of the heavens in relation to their family. Leaning against the balcony with a soft thud, the patriarch asks Seolhwa if she understands why people have always compared the Namgung clan to the heavens. Staring into the darkness, Seolhwa's mind drifts back to the tragic memories of the noble Namgung family member she encountered in her past life. She recalls their unyielding spirit and how they willingly sacrificed their lives to protect the clan's legacy. She silently questions why those warriors were so deeply devoted to their family, a concept she struggled to comprehend in her previous life. When she suggests that their fame stems from their blue internal energy, her grandfather counters by asking how she explains the members whose energy is not blue. He tells her she has the concept completely backward, leaving Seolhwa deeply puzzled. He explains that the signature blue color of their internal force is a result of practicing the righteous martial arts of the heavens. He notes that different colors can emerge because each individual brings their own unique spirit and determination to the same martial arts training. Pointing toward the full moon, he explains that one's inner aspirations and heart ultimately dictate the color of their martial energy. Clenching his fist with a sharp crackle of glowing blue energy, he passionately states that all these diverse skies eventually unite into one. Gesturing over the courtyard, he declares that their true purpose is to live a pure and noble life while walking the righteous path of heaven. Framed by beautiful blooming blue flowers, the patriarch warmly shares the fundamental pride of their heritage. Looking over the rooftops, he stresses that following the way of heaven and living purely is the core chivalry of the Namdung clan. Sighing softly, the grandfather laments that his current descendants still have much to learn, prompting Seolhwa to realize how deeply this has troubled him over the years. She listens quietly, completely absorbed by the profound and unexpected wisdom of his teachings. Staring at his broad back, Seolhwa recognizes him as a majestic leader who truly embodies the dignity and overwhelming power of the heavens. Her thoughts turn skeptical as she quietly wonders if maintaining such pure righteousness is actually possible in a cruel world. She recalls her previous life, where the noble Namgung family fell victim to the underhanded schemes, poison, and betrayal of the blood cult. Her grandfather interrupts her thoughts, noting that a tree that stands too straight is bound to break. Seolhwa asks him if a broken tree can ever recover and rise again, questioning his logic. The grandfather gazes thoughtfully into the distance, pondering the weight of her deep question. Resting his chin in his hand, the patriarch admits her question is difficult but maintains that it is always better to break than to bend. Tapping his head gently, he explains that preserving their true, unyielding spirit is far more important than merely surviving by compromising. He explains that as long as the roots remain intact, even a broken tree will eventually sprout and live once more over time. In contrast, he warns that a tree that constantly bends to pressure will only grow weak trunks and frail roots. Smiling warmly, he reassures her that keeping their foundational spirit intact is more than enough to ensure their eventual rebirth. Swirling blue energy fills the corridor as his words confirm that they will inevitably rise again. Touched by his wisdom, Seolhwa grips the railing tightly as glowing blue light particles drift gently around her. Recalling her own tragic death, she wonders if her grandfather's unyielding philosophy was truly correct in the end. She questions whether the surviving sprouts of the clan actually managed to grow strong enough to destroy the blood cult. A quiet, reflective silence stretches between the two of them under the night sky. Her doubts begin to fade as she realizes that one crucial truth remains completely certain. Looking over the vast estate, she concludes that the blood cult could never truly destroy their family's unyielding spirit. The patriarch turns to Seolhwa on the balcony, asking for her honest thoughts on his proposal. He questions if she is truly ready to live her life as a recognized member of the Namgung clan. He explains that while the elders will announce her return tomorrow, he can keep her hidden if she prefers. He warns her that officially revealing her lineage will instantly bring an overwhelming amount of public attention. He cautions that people will constantly watch, judge, criticize, and slander her every move. The grandfather confesses his deep worry about whether she can truly bear such a heavy burden. Seolhwa firmly rejects the option of hiding, staring back with unwavering resolve. She proudly declares that she is a true child of the prestigious Namgung family. She states her absolute determination to absorb and cut down every threat directed at the clan. Under the vast night sky, she solemnly vows to live a life dedicated to protecting her heritage. Shifted to the training grounds, an exhausted trainee gasps a dramatic warning of impending death. The struggling warriors whimper in agony as Seolhwa demands they keep their posture perfectly straight. Seolhwa calmly encourages the struggling trainees to hold their grueling positions just a bit longer. A desperate trainee loudly screams, demanding to know when this torturous training will finally end. Dripping with sweat, the instructor figure deeply regrets following his captain's advice about this session. Another exhausted warrior struggles through intense push-ups, grumbling about the promised elite training. The silhouetted warriors push past 995 reps, complaining about her brutal methods. Gritting his teeth, the instructor barely manages to squeeze out the final agonizing push-ups. A loud shout rings out across the courtyard as they successfully complete their 1,000th rep. The exhausted warriors immediately collapse onto the dirt ground, groaning in absolute physical agony. A heavy, breathless silence falls over the training grounds as they lie completely defeated. Seolhwa walks over to the groaning trainees sprawled out on the dirt. She stands over the collapsed instructor, casually asking if they have completed the exercises. He weakly confirms that they completed the 1,000 reps, coughing from sheer exhaustion. When she remarks that 1,000 is easy for them, he silently screams in frantic protest. She casually suggests adding heavy weights to their backs next time, leaving them utterly horrified. She happily orders the rest of the group to place heavy weights on their thighs next. Terrified trainee frantically questions if such extreme training would literally kill them. Seolhwa tilts her head, completely confused as to why they think it would be fatal. A comical, stunned silence descends upon the trainees as they process her terrifying standard. Giving up, they dejectedly walk away while whispering to themselves that she is a demon. Seolhwa casually mentions that this training will quickly prepare them to become elite inner hall warriors. The trainees instantly freeze in shock, turning back to ask if they truly possess such potential. The instructor figure thoughtfully notes that a guest of honor would never make such a promise lightly. Overjoyed at the prospect of advancing, a trainee passionately vows to do whatever it takes. When Selwa asks if they can keep going, they eagerly beg her to continue training them. The instructor figure reluctantly joins in, silently wondering if she is unaware of a crucial truth. The group looks on with a mix of dread and hope as they await her next instruction. He quietly worries that their humble status makes their dreams of advancement impossible. A sudden, crisp click sounds as Selhwa prepares to put her wooden sword away. She announces that training is officially over for today, eliciting weak groans of massive relief. The trainees bow deeply in gratitude as Seolhwa dismisses them for the evening. Seolhwa warmly thanks the brown-haired instructor for his dedicated assistance with the training session. He humbly replies that they are merely grateful for her guidance and close supervision. Seolhwa praises their progress and proposes relocating their daily training to the Red Dragon Unit's grounds. She casually reveals that she will no longer be residing in the guest quarters. She clarifies that she is simply moving, as she will soon officially join the clan. She instructs him to spread the word and lead the other warriors safely to tomorrow's session. While expressing gratitude for her encouragement, the instructor begins to speak with a heavy heart. Walking away, he quietly laments that their hopes of joining the inner hall will likely never happen. Selwa questions her companion, who doubts they can ever achieve the rank of inner hall warrior. Jipyong advises Selhwa not to hold high expectations, leaving her wondering why it is impossible. Bowing his head, Jipyong bitterly explains that they lack the necessary political backing to succeed. Jipyong recalls his decade-long struggle, remembering when less skilled juniors were unfairly promoted over him. He remembers questioning his own skills, assuming he had made a mistake during his third evaluation. The memory of constant failure weighs heavily on him as he recalls overthinking his swordsmanship posture. Kneeling before a scarred training tree, Jipyong reflects on the harsh reality of failing 10 times. Jipyong overhears other clan members whispering that without political connections, his great talent is entirely wasted. Staring down, Jipyong bitterly notes that internal factions create division even among blood relatives. Standing together in the courtyard, Seolhwa listens quietly as the warrior shares his long-harbored grievances. Seolhwa quietly considers his words, realizing the corrupt nature of the clan's selection system. Clan politics dictate that promotions are based on factional alignment rather than actual martial arts merit. Silhouetted warriors clash, highlighting how the promotion test serves as a battlefield for rival internal factions. Sighing in frustration, Selhwa laments the messy and corrupt state of her family's internal politics. Jipyong asks her not to give false hope, but Seolhwa firmly promises that things will change. Seolhwa places her hand on her hip, confidently stating that her return shifts the balance. Seolhwa demands a promise from Jipyong, asking him to never give up on his dreams. Scratching his neck in embarrassment, Jipyong agrees to keep trying despite his initial doubts. Seolhwa playfully questions his trust in her, while Jipyong comically panics and tries to reassure her. Jipyong contemplates her resolve, deciding the best course is to align himself with her path. Under a blossoming tree, Seolhwa earnestly asks the warrior to place his faith in her just once. Seolhwa smiles warmly, pledging her full support to help him claim the status he deserves. The scene shifts to heavy leather boots stepping up the grand stone stairs of the estate. Seolhwa walks hand in hand with her father, reassuring him for the 50th time that her hands are healed. Her father laughs off his excessive worry, while Seolhwa looks up at him with quiet affection. Seeing his subtle nervousness, Seolhwa wonders what is causing her father to feel so anxious. Leading her forward, her father announces his plan to formally present her return to the clan elders. He warmly advises her not to fear the many unfamiliar people she is about to face. Placing a hand on her back, her father promises to stand firmly behind her to protect her. Glancing at him, Seolhwa realizes her father is deeply anxious about her facing the cunning clan elders. Entering the vast, dimly lit hall, Seolhwa stands resolutely before the assembled elders of her clan. Multiple clan leaders and elders look on from their seats, watching her entrance with mixed expressions. Seolhwa stands tall, calmly preparing herself to face the political schemes of the clan's leadership. Bowing respectfully, Seolhwa greets her grandfather, who sits upon the grand elevated throne. The grandfather is deeply moved to hear her call him grandfather instead of his formal title. A soft, flowery background reflects the elder's immense joy at being formally recognized as her family. Seolhwa explains her past fears of attachment, bringing comical tears of joy to her grandfather and an attendant. Slamming his hand down, the grandfather tearfully and enthusiastically welcomes her to call him that always. Seolhwa looks on with a sweat drop, amused by just how ecstatic her grandfather is. Bowing to the room, Seolhwa is encouraged by an elder to greet the rest of the gathered leaders. A gray-haired elder warmly welcomes her back, acknowledging the immense hardship she must have faced. A bald elderly man sheds emotional tears, expressing his immense happiness at seeing her grown up. Smiling warmly, another elder praises her safe and intelligent return as a great blessing for the clan. Namgung Gibek introduces himself as the Hall Lord of Enforcement and invites her to visit him. Namgung Su, crying happy tears, introduces herself and thanks Seolhwa for saving the clan a massive ransom. Namgung Yum, smiling cheerfully, introduces himself as the Outer Hall Lord and recalls their prior meeting. Seolhwa bows politely before the stern-faced leaders of the clan's 5-armed divisions. Seolhwa observes their smiling faces, but internally questions the true sincerity behind their warm greetings. She remains highly skeptical, wondering how much of it is actually sincere. Looking around the Grand Hall, Seolhwa warily wonders how many people in this room she can truly trust. Seolhwa decides not to rush, resolving to carefully judge the sincerity of those around her. Realizing she cannot know their true motives yet, she decides to face them directly. As she stands resolutely, her grandfather turns around to address the gathered leaders. The clan leader formally announces that the Namgung clan has finally recovered their long-lost child. He steps forward, declaring that her return must be widely announced to the entire world. Gripping her shoulder, the clan leader orders notices posted to celebrate the young lady's return. The grandfather commands his subordinates to open the family storerooms, and they eagerly shout their agreement. He fiercely declares that the clan will stand as an unyielding shield against Seolhwa's enemies. The elders listen closely as the leader vows never to repeat their past mistakes. Vowing to remember their past grief and today's joy, he bows deeply before the clan. A resounding rustle fills the grand hall as all the gathered subordinates kneel in unison. The subordinates shout their allegiance to the family lord, dedicating themselves to protecting the future sky of the Moram Alliance. Staring ahead with resolute eyes, Seolhwa prepares to embrace her new life within the clan. The scenic view reveals the majestic Cloud Rest Pavilion standing beautifully under the clear blue sky. Together with her father, Seolhwa walks across a stone bridge toward her new residence. Seolhwa feels overwhelmed by the pavilion's grand size, but her father explains it was once her grandmother's beloved home. Her father adds that her grandfather personally selected this beautiful pavilion as her new home. An attendant arrives to announce that the general manager and Gale Windsword have come to visit. Bowing politely, the attendant asks if he should show the two guests inside. Outside the pavilion, the general manager and Gale Windsword wait with contrasting expressions. The general manager questions his companion's presence, but Gale Windsword insists he has important business of his own. The warrior casually explains that he simply wanted to see the young lady's face again. The general manager criticizes his rudeness, but the relaxed warrior claims his close bond with her makes it perfectly acceptable. The warrior playfully teases the general manager, asking if he is sulking because he can no longer be as close to her. With a smug grin, the warrior mockingly asks if the general manager is jealous of his close connection to Seolhwa. Their bickering is interrupted as Seolhwa's father approaches, asking what they are discussing so intensely. Seolhwa walks alongside her father, who playfully suggests they should have arrived later to avoid interrupting their chat. Startled, the general manager grabs the father's hands, warmly welcoming him and assuring him they arrived at the perfect time. Turning to Seolhwa, the general manager introduces himself as Namgung Mun, the clan's general manager. Seolhwa bows politely, but the manager happily requests that she address him as grandpa as she did in the past. Seolhwa agrees to the title, but her gaze shifts to a strange sight behind him. Her eyes widen in confusion as she spots a massive cart overflowing with glittering treasures. The general manager presents a cart loaded with gold, elixirs, and silks bestowed by the family lord, leaving Seolhwa completely stunned. He urges her to accept everything, explaining that these gifts are long overdue. Ignoring her stunned silence, the general manager begins digging through the cart to show her the valuable heirlooms. He excitedly shows her premium silks and custom clothes, leaving Seolhwa wondering why she would need raw fabrics. He presents a box of nourishing elixirs, warning her to consume them carefully, while Seolhwa silently calculates how long it will take to eat them. Smiling warmly, the general manager prepares to open a special box, promising she will be truly surprised. A brilliant mystical glow erupts from the wooden chest, capturing Seolhwa's complete attention. He explains her grandfather kept this beautiful gift safe for her long before her return. The father whispers his surprise at the finance hall's generosity, while the manager admits he had to use force to secure the treasures. The warrior observes Seolhwa's neutral expression, pointing out that she does not look particularly pleased with the gifts. The manager angrily points at Seolhwa, insisting she looks thrilled, while the warrior flatly argues that her face clearly shows otherwise. Reaching behind his back, the warrior prepares to reveal his own gift. Unwrapping a long object, the warrior confidently declares that he knows the exact gift she will truly appreciate. Smiling warmly, Gale Windsword offers his personal gift to celebrate her safe return. He invites her to unsheath the weapon, and Seolhwa gasps in delight upon realizing it is a beautiful sword. Seolhwa eagerly asks if she may draw the weapon, and the warrior happily gives her his permission. Seolhwa slowly draws the weapon, her eyes fixed on the emerging blade. The magnificent blade slides smoothly from its scabbard, radiating a shimmering light and a cold aura. Seolhwa holds her new sword, instantly recognizing its incredible quality without even swinging it. Her father smiles warmly, noting the sword is crafted from rare Han Clan steel. Blushing with excitement, Seolhwa asks if he is truly gifting her such a rare weapon. Her father happily confirms the gift while the general manager watches their joyful interaction. Gently patting her head, her father expresses his delight that she likes the sword so much. He warmly explains that the weapon is a treasured sword he once used himself. Seolhwa looks up in quiet gratitude as her father's hand rests on her head. Beautiful blue flowers frame the sheathed sword as her father offers it to her. Surrounded by morning glories, her father formally asks her to become the sword's new owner. Holding the weapon tightly, Seolhwa curiously asks her father if the sword has a name. Her father introduces it as the Heavenly Thunder Sword, granting her permission to rename it. Seolhwa eagerly asks to test the weapon, filling her proud father with quiet satisfaction. Her father directs her to the training ground, warning her to be careful. He sighs as Seolhwa dashes off without listening to his final words. Watching her leave, her father is deeply impressed by her exceptionally fast and nimble movements. A clan member apologizes, but the general manager finds comfort in Seolhwa's visible joy. Looking at a treasure cart, the general manager ponders what gift he should give her. The general manager instructs the servants to deliver the treasures to Seolhwa's quarters. A servant calls out to the general manager to report a sudden development. The servant explains that an unexpected gift has just arrived for the young lady. The general manager questions the mysterious sender, but the servant has no information. Suspicious of a gift arriving so quickly after her return, the general manager decides to investigate. The general manager walks off, determined to find out who sent the mysterious package. Personal training ground stands silent, filled with wooden training dummies and various weapons. Seolhwa leaps gracefully into the air, executing a swift practice strike with her new sword. Mid-air, she marvels at how perfectly the sword hilt fits into her hand. She swings the blade downwards, unleashing a sharp wave of blue energy. A brilliant smile spreads across her face, thrilled by the weapon's incredible power. Standing proudly on the training field, she feels the sword was custom-made for her. Gripping the hilt tightly, she whispers the sword's original name, Heavenly Thunder Sword. Unsheathing the glowing blue blade, she declares that the grand name is well-deserved. With her blue eyes glowing with resolve, she feels she can cut through anything. In her mind, she stands defiantly before a massive demonic red hand. Letting the sword's sharpness guide her, she fearlessly lunges toward the giant demonic hand. She visualizes carving an unobstructed path through her enemies with a single decisive strike. Charging forward with intense focus, she resolves to slice through any obstacle in her way. She unleashes a powerful double slashing technique, leaving glowing arcs of light in the air. Seolhwa lands gracefully back on the stone ground of the training area. Breathing heavily from her exertion, she catches her breath while holding her sword. Exhausted but determined, she decides that she must rename her grandfather's gifted weapon. She renames it the Heavenly Lightning Sword, choosing a title that matches her swiftness. Moving quickly, she vows to use this power to disrupt the Blood Demon's plans. Seolhwa leaps high into the air against a bright, warm golden background. She grips her sword with fierce determination, her eyes glowing with powerful blue energy. Slashed air shimmers with energy as she vows to tear apart her prophesied tragic future. With a sudden sharp shatter, a beautiful blue and white porcelain vase smashes against the floor. A purple-robed woman stands angrily at her desk, having thrown the vase in fury. She bitterly notes that the family leader is showering his returned granddaughter with immense treasures. Drinking her tea, the woman's purple slit pupil eyes burn with deep envy and anger. Her subordinate confirms the leader's favoritism, prompting her to slam her teacup down in rage. Sitting before her, the subordinate questions the family lord's decision to bestow a high-level skill, suggesting it should have gone to young Master Soryang instead. The dark-haired woman defends Soryang's unmatched status as a genius within the Namgung clan. The kneeling servant quickly agrees, noting that Soryang has virtually no rivals among his peers. From across the room, the woman casually remarks that true genius does not depend on a single martial manual. Caught off guard by her cryptic response, the servant blinks in confusion and asks for clarification. Taking a slow sip of her tea, she calmly points out that the upcoming festival is only 15 days away. The scene shifts as she inquires about the event's preparations, to which the bowing subordinate reassures her everything is on track. The man explains that they are taking extra care to ensure a flawless event, as it showcases the achievements of the entire clan. She agrees that 15 days is too short to spark any miraculous change in their targets. A chilling light flashes in her purple eyes as she coldly orders him to ensure their target remains completely isolated. In the main hall, Seolhwa stares in bewilderment at a wooden token and golden bells resting on a table. The patriarch stands before her, explaining that an unknown donor left the mysterious item during a grain distribution. The general manager bows as he reports that the messenger was merely paid to deliver the package. Looking down at Seohwa, the patriarch notes that the unusual nature of the gift prompted him to summon her. He gazes at her with deep concern, asking if she recognizes the item or knows its origin. Seohwa remains completely silent, her face clouded with sudden unease as she stares at the token. In her mind, she recognizes the token as the mark of the Blood Cult's elite assassins, the 12 Moons. She realizes that receiving this wooden card is an explicit declaration of a duel to the death. Clenching her hand tightly, she understands that the assassins are targeting her specifically. Seohwa demands to confront them immediately, but her grandfather firmly objects to the reckless idea. She insists on handling the threat herself to protect the family, but her grandfather reminds her of her lineage. He explains that as a true member of the clan, she is entitled to their absolute protection. Overwhelmed by frustration, Seohwa tries to protest his decision but is swiftly cut off. The patriarch sternly puts an end to the argument with a single authoritative word. He gently explains that he will not allow her to walk blindly into such a dangerous trap. He orders the general manager to lock away the token, leaving the matter entirely to the clan elders. As Seohwa watches the token being taken away, her father places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She quietly resolves to find a way, knowing that avoiding the assassins will prevent her from uncovering their plot. Staring at the box containing the token, she sees this as her only chance to gather vital clues. Turning back to face her family, Seohwa confidently declares that she has a safe plan. Her father remains highly skeptical, warning her against taking any unnecessary risks. Seohwa pleads with him to listen to her strategy for capturing the enemy unharmed. Sighing deeply, the father closes his eyes and laments her stubborn nature. Relenting to her request, he tells her to explain her plan in detail. Sometime later, they walk through the courtyard as her father admits his lingering worries about her safety. He explains that simply being a target of such dark forces is a constant danger. Seohwa playfully teases him for being too faint-hearted for such a harsh world. Turning serious, she acknowledges the danger but notes that some things simply must be done. Stopping in her tracks, she asks her father if he would be willing to teach her something new. She directly requests to learn the fundamental cultivation method of the Namgung clan. Inside, she knows that solidifying her internal energy now is crucial for mastering her new body's potential. When her father suggests waiting to learn it with other children, she eagerly begs him to start today. She looks up at him with wide, sparkling eyes, completely disarming his defenses with her adorable expression. Laughing warmly, her father lifts her high in the air and happily agrees to begin immediately. Inside the quiet training room, he prepares to guide her through the basic flow of inner energy. Sitting behind her, he instructs her to focus entirely on the path of the energy flow. He places his hands on her back as a warm blue light begins to envelop them both. He explains that this specific cultivation technique forms the absolute bedrock of their clan's martial arts. He guides her to channel and contain the vast energy of the blue sky within her body. He beautifully describes how breathing and sensing the wind are the keys to aligning with the heavens. Feeling her father's guidance, Seohwa visualizes the abundant sky energy surrounding her. Her father explains that mastering this sky energy defines the core cultivation of the Namgung clan. He demonstrates the great divine art of the azure sky, unleashing a swirling vortex of blue energy. A serene calm settles over Seohwa as the brilliant blue energy flows into her. Clasping her hands around her pendant, she begins to harmonize with the flowing energy. The blue spiritual energy streams seamlessly through the quiet, beautifully adorned wooden chambers. Her father softly instructs her to feel the deep current of energy flowing through her meridians. A peaceful silence falls over the room as sparks of light drift around their silent forms. Seohwa internally notes that the energy, while not as powerful as her grandfather's, feels incredibly pure. Opening his eyes, her father observes her with a serious and highly focused expression. Her father decides to stop their session, believing she has received enough instruction for today. He gently asks if she struggled, reminding her that mastering energy circulation takes time and patience. To his utter shock, he realizes she is already actively manipulating the internal energy entirely on her own. Terrified of a fatal error, her father desperately warns Seohwa to stop before causing a chi deviation. With a sudden whoosh, a massive geyser of pure energy erupts, leaving him completely stunned. He marvels at her flawless, unperturbed execution along the exact path of cultivation he just demonstrated. A sudden gasp escapes him as he feels his own internal energy being pulled toward her. He watches in absolute disbelief as she begins absorbing external energy from her surroundings. With a sudden snap, he recoils in shock, staring at her with wide, bewildered eyes. He notes with growing awe that her awakened energy is incredibly raw and rough. It feels as though a starving beast has suddenly awakened within her, craving immense power. Turbulent energy finally settles, leaving Seohwa sitting in perfect, calm silence once again. Slowly opening her eyes, Seohwa returns to her physical surroundings with absolute composure. Crossing his arms, her father asks if she has completed her meditation. He suspiciously asks if she was already familiar with their clan's secret cultivation method beforehand. When she reveals she simply copied what he just showed her once, he sweat drops in disbelief. Tilting her head, Seohwa listens as her father asks if she realizes her rapid, impossible progress. He explains the 12 stages of martial arts mastery, noting that the 10th denotes absolute perfection. He describes the ultimate 12th level, known as the Great Stage, where a martial art is fully personalized. When he mentions that ordinary people need years to reach Stage 3, she blinks in confusion. He sighs deeply, explaining that anyone achieving such a feat is considered an absolute genius. He clarifies that she accomplished in mere hours what typical geniuses need a year to master. While she calmly accepts this, her exasperated father facepalms, stating she shouldn't be so casual. He peers at her through his fingers, fully realizing that his daughter is an extraordinary genius. He silently corrects himself, believing her unmatched talent belongs to an entirely different legendary league. The scene shifts to the bustling streets as a young disciple calls out to his master. The master looks around the grand city of Hefei, admiring its vast size and structure. Noman, the leader of the Mount Hua sect's Plum Blossom Swords, grins warmly under his hat. The excited disciple asks about meeting the Sword Emperor, but Noman reminds him this is a formal visit. The bubbly disciple cheekily argues that it is only natural to enjoy the local sights while visiting. Noman playfully clouts the disciple's straw hat, questioning where he learned such cheeky remarks. Yupio, a first-generation disciple, sternly reminds them to stay focused and avoid causing any trouble. Grinning cheekily, the young disciple readily agrees and shows respect to his senior. Set against a backdrop of blooming white daisies, he cheerfully begs them to trust his judgment. Yu Kong, another first-generation disciple of the sect, offers a bright and confident smile. Hoping for a peaceful stay, Noman leads his disciples to find a local inn for the night. A mysterious traveler lifts their straw hat slightly to peer at the bustling city streets ahead. As night begins to fall, a grand, decorated wooden carriage rolls slowly through the city streets. Bystanders whisper among themselves, recognizing the Namgung clan's carriage and discussing the young lady's long-awaited return. They conclude that the silhouette visible inside the passing carriage belongs to the returned young lady. Pointing excitedly, the young boy shouts that the first young master is over there, while his companion wonders if he is also returned. Riding his horse, the handsome young master smiles as citizens remark that his return brings stability and peace to the Namgung clan. Hidden in the shadows, a masked assassin watches the carriage pass, slipping away silently into the background. The masked assassin narrows their eyes, silently observing the targets from their dark hiding spot. Chewing on some sweet fruit, Seohwa asks if the targets will show themselves if she impersonates them. As they sit around the table, the spiky-haired warrior worries that the family lord and the young master are wasting their time. Taking a sip of his tea, the spiky-haired warrior sternly demands that she speak honestly about her plans. The warrior asks if she has a secret signal with the enemy and if they will truly appear outside the city. Placing her empty skewer down with a quiet tap, Seohwa admits that it is actually just her guess. The green-haired woman is shocked that she's guessing after the lord moved, but Seohwa nonchalantly confirms it, leaving the warrior speechless. The warrior laughs at her recklessness, but suddenly grows dizzy, clutching his head before collapsing unconscious onto the table. Sweating profusely, the warrior groans in sudden pain while the green-haired woman frantically asks what is wrong with him. Realizing his tea was poisoned, the warrior wonders when it was slipped in while the two women watch in alarm. The warrior's vision fades as a dark fog closes in, desperately wondering who could have poisoned him. With a loud clatter, the warrior collapses face down onto the table as the two women look on in grim silence. His hand falls completely limp, confirming he has succumbed to the deep slumber of the poison. A steady heartbeat thumps as Seohwa gently taps his head, softly calling out to the unconscious warrior. Turning to her green-haired companion, Seohwa playfully asks if she does not trust her ability to handle this. Smiling warmly, the green-haired woman reassures Seohwa that she only made him faint with a highly reliable sleeping poison. Dressed in black, Seohwa listens as her companion notes she planned to act alone, knowing the carriage bait was a ruse. Looking up with concern, the green-haired woman gently advises the young lady that she cannot carry the world's problems alone forever. Pulling up her black mask, Seohwa receives her companion's final warning to return safely since she insisted on going. Looking at the sleeping warrior, her companion sighs at the complexity of the situation and wonders how she will handle him later. The companion declares her help is finished, reminding Seohwa of her promise to keep her uninvolved, which Seohwa calmly acknowledges. The green-haired woman comically slides to the floor to fake being poisoned, prompting Seohwa to deem the obvious trick quite smart. Watching the young lady depart, the green-haired woman gazes into the distance with a serious, contemplative expression. Pausing on the balcony railing, Seolha halts for a brief moment as her companion calls out to her one last time. With a swift, agile leap, Seolha vanishes into the dark night, dashing across the rooftops. She scales the high estate walls and slips silently into the dense, dark forest below. Looking down, Seolha spots a dark silhouette running swiftly through the dense forest path. She leaps gracefully from the trees, landing silently on the forest floor to intercept her target. Standing in her black assassin garb, Seolha prepares for the imminent deadly confrontation. Drawing her sword, she counts the approaching footsteps of the enemy hidden in the shadows. As the third step lands, a sudden gust of wind blows as Seolha readies her blade. With lightning reflexes, she swings her sword to parry an incoming projectile, creating a bright flash of light. Shocked by the attack, Seolha realizes it was a flying dagger as she parries another strike. With a high kick, she deflects another incoming weapon while maintaining her focus. A flurry of 6 sharp daggers flies through the air, targeting Seolha with lethal precision. With a swift, targeted kick, she deflects the first of the flying daggers away from her body. Spinning rapidly in midair, Seolha gracefully dodges the barrage of daggers whizzing past her. Grasping her sword tightly, Seolha deduces that her opponent is someone who specializes in flying daggers. She swings her sword in a powerful arc, deflecting the final dagger with a bright spark. Landing gracefully back on the forest path, she readies her blade for the next threat. Standing tall in the quiet clearing, Seolha firmly commands her hidden opponent to come out. The dark forest remains deathly silent as leaves gently drift through the quiet night air. Wiping his mouth, the young assassin mockingly remarks that she is still as ignorant as ever. Seolha turns in surprise, instantly recognizing her former acquaintance Powell as he steps forward. Powell stands calmly in his dark attire, observing her with a cool and composed expression. Powell asks why she left so abruptly without saying goodbye, but Seolha retorts she would have managed fine alone. Powell explains he was overjoyed to hear she betrayed the Lord, but Seolha coldly shuts him down. Pointing his straight dagger forward, Powell confidently declares his intent to finally kill her. Powell admits his disbelief that she was the young lord, expressing his long-standing desire to defeat her and claim her title. Leaping upside down from above, Powell questions if the Lord will cherish him once he takes her head. After parrying his strike, Seolha silently notes that his detestable jealousy remains completely unchanged. A massive burst of blue energy erupts as their blades clash violently in the forest clearing. Their swords lock together tightly, creating a brilliant, glowing spark of power between them. Seolha swiftly parries another mid-air strike, prompting an annoyed click of the tongue from Powell. Landing gracefully on one knee, Powell quickly turns back to face his opponent in the woods. Standing calmly, Seolha responds that she has absolutely no desire for that kind of attention anyway. An angry Powell grits his teeth, calling her an arrogant brat and offering her the discarded attention she mentioned. Powell furiously demands she stop insulting the Lord, claiming she only lives due to his mercy, but Seolha mockingly questions his understanding of the word. Unsheathing his glowing sword amidst a sinister red mist, Powell warns her that no struggle can escape the Lord's palm. Powell taunts that she is merely a helpless puppet, unable to control her own body while manipulated by the seal. Powell's eyes glow a fierce, menacing red as his anger reaches a boiling point. Holding her sword, Seolha silently realizes that he would never willingly reveal how to break the seal. Looking him dead in the eye, Seolha quietly calls out Powell's name. Seolha prepares her stance, declaring that she will finally fight him seriously as he wished. With a sharp mocking motion of her hand, she gestures for him to attack. A sudden flurry of rapid sword strikes cuts through the air, sending leaves scattering. Powell leaps downward to press his attack, but Seolha quickly blocks him at close range. As the battle intensifies, Seolha notes that his extremely close range prevents her from using large-scale techniques. Slipping past his blade, she decides she does not need large-scale techniques to overcome his longsword. She guides his weapon away, planning to simply redirect the force of his sword with a slight twist. With a flawless fluid motion, Seolha glides past him while executing a sharp, decisive slash. Sparks shower the forest floor as their blades collide in a rapid exchange of blows. As their swords press against one another, Powell asks if she has discovered something. Seolha counters, stating his rage-fueled attacks have left him more vulnerable than he has ever been. Powell flinches, cold sweat rolling down his face as her words hit home. Struggling to maintain his defense, Powell barely manages to block her lightning-fast sword strike. Laughing mockingly, Powell dismisses her assessment as a mere bluff and prepares to strike again. Leaping furiously through the air, Powell screams, asking if she truly believes anything will change. A heavy clash ensues, leaving Seolha with a fresh bleeding cut across her shoulder. Powell gloats that wounds from his blood-chi-infused blade do not heal easily, questioning her foolish defense. Channeling a fiery red aura into his fist, Powell claims she is unworthy of dying by his blood arts. A crimson energy grid flares behind Powell as he commands her to watch her life force drain away. Powell unleashes his devastating, soul-shattering severing sword technique, raining down swift, red-hot strikes from above. Xiaohua meets his descending attack head-on, their weapons clashing in a spectacular flash of light. A chaotic barrage of strikes echoes through the dark clearing as they exchange lethal blows. Powell grins, noting how incredibly bold she is to challenge his attack head-on. Powell is stunned as Xiaohua recklessly throws herself directly into his fiery sword strike, taking a hit. Wincing in pain, Xiaohua recoils as blood splatters from a deep cut on her shoulder. Their blades cross in a massive high-tension clash that lights up the dark forest. Using her incredible agility, Xiaohua flips upside down to dodge a lethal grid of red energy. They collide with immense force, prompting a pained groan from Powell as their weapons lock. Gripping her sword hilt with both hands, Xiaohua focuses her energy for a decisive counterattack. With blinding speed, Xiaohua pierces his defense, delivering a devastating bloody blow from above. Powell gasps in sudden agony, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming force of her strike. The ground erupts in a massive shockwave as the final impact reverberates through the forest. Pained gasps echo through the silent, misty forest as fresh blood stains the grass. Powell collapses to his knees, clutching his head in agonizing pain as he groans in defeat. Powell collapses on his knees, clutching his chest and cursing his opponent in anger. Powell mocks Xiaohua, claiming she was merely pretending to be righteous after joining the Namgung clan. Powell's voiceover declares that she is actually just a wolf hiding among sheep as Xiaohua stands surrounded by a red aura. Powell taunts her about her murderous aura and unchanging nature, prompting Xiaohua to tighten her grip on her sword in anger. Xiaohua coldly tells the defeated Powell that he does not know his place as she holds her sword ready. Xiaohua slashes her sword with blinding speed, slicing the red cord of Powell's golden bells. A dark, distorted silhouette looms as a memory of the oppressive past resurfaces. Powell stumbles backward as a sudden massive explosion of white smoke erupts on the forest floor. Xiaohua shields her face with her arm as the thick smoke spreads across the clearing. Coughing in the haze, Xiaohua realizes that the fog is actually hypnotic smoke and curses. The thick white smoke slowly dissipates into the dark forest air as her opponent flees. The golden bells with their sliced red cord lie forgotten on the forest grass. An agile figure quickly leaps away, vanishing into the treetops of the dark woods. Powell dashes desperately through the dark forest, gasping for breath as he tries to escape. Powell desperately flees through the forest, fuming over how Xiaohua still possesses such immense power after supposedly expelling her blood chi. Powell urges himself to escape quickly from her monstrous strength as a flying dagger suddenly slices toward him. Powell is violently thrown off balance, tumbling through the air in complete shock. Powell coughs up fresh blood in extreme agony as he hits the ground hard. Powell groans in pain as he struggles to crawl on the forest floor, completely defeated. Xiaohua calmly emerges from the shadows, informing the injured Powell that she came to return his dropped flying dagger. Powell begs desperately for his life, but Xiaohua reminds him that he was the one who initiated their deathmatch. Xiaohua squats down beside him, coldly questioning how he dares to go back on his word now that the match is over. Powell panics and yells for her to wait as her hand reaches toward him. Xiaohua taps Powell's chest with her fingers as he panics and begs her to stop. With quick, precise strikes, Xiaohua channels her energy into his pressure points to halt his bleeding. Powell groans as Xiaohua strikes his pressure points, leaving him trembling on the ground. Powell looks up in confusion, realizing that she has actually slowed down his bleeding speed. Xiaohua tears a piece of cloth to bind his wound, prompting Powell to ask what she is doing. Xiaohua asks if he did not just beg for his life, leaving Powell utterly confused. Xiaohua declares she will spare him this once, simply because she refuses to act according to the Lord's desires. Xiaohua binds Powell's wound, silently noting that the blood demon does not want her dead, but would actually be pleased if she killed Powell. Recalling the Lord's claims that her only place is in Hualoru, Xiaohua realizes he planned Powell's death all along, treating everyone as mere chess pieces. Xiaohua orders Powell to survive so he can deliver a message to the Lord, prompting Powell to ask what message she means. Xiaohua firmly states that her message is that she is never going back. Xiaohua's message continues, declaring her decision to live as the Namgung clan's sword rather than the Lord's weapon. Xiaohua turns her back on Powell, concluding that this decision now makes them enemies. A voice asks why as the scene transitions to the quiet, moonlit treetops. Looking utterly defeated, Powell tearfully wonders why Xiaohua is always treated as so special. Powell claws his hand into the grass in bitter frustration and anger over his defeat. Powell screams in despair over his desperate struggles for the Lord's recognition, but Xiaohua sharply tells him not to misunderstand. Xiaohua gazes back at the trembling, sobbing Powell with a calm and solemn expression. Xiaohua points out that they were both driven to death just to amuse the blood demon, making them exactly the same. Xiaohua closes her eyes, adding that the only difference is how long they are used and how they die. Xiaohua suggests that since they are in the same boat, they should live accordingly. Powell flinches in shock as Xiaohua holds up the severed golden bells in her fist. Seohwa demands to know if he recognizes the bells, warning him not to deny it since he was the one who used them. Seohwa holds out the golden bells, demanding to know if he knows how to break the seal. Powell stammers that he does not know, but as Seohwa presses him, he insists the Lord only gave it to him as a gift. Powell explains the Lord claimed the bell could freely control her due to the seal, leaving Seohwa in deep, silent thought. Powell clutches his head in despair as Seohwa silently realizes the Lord would never share such crucial secrets with someone like him. Seohwa looks up at the forest canopy, realizing she has reached a dead end. She notes internally that the hypnotic bomb's effects are rapidly spreading as her strength reaches its limit. Seohwa walks away, instructing the defeated warrior to seek medical aid and deliver her final message. Powell looks on in utter disbelief, his face dripping with cold sweat at her unexpected mercy. She continues her slow trek deeper into the quiet, mist-shrouded woods. Her heavy footsteps echo softly on the damp grass as she presses forward. She halts abruptly and glances over her shoulder, sensing a sudden disturbance behind her. A tall, purple-haired man stands menacingly over a fallen, lifeless figure on the forest floor. Seohwa stands frozen, quietly observing the mysterious newcomer from a distance. Powell lies completely motionless, a pool of fresh blood slowly spreading beneath his lifeless body. The long-haired assassin remarks that she always seems to create chaos wherever she goes. Seohwa gasps in shock, recognizing the newcomer as an unexpected figure from her past. The narrative introduces Sangwol, also known as Unwol, the Blood Demon's formidable direct assassin. Seohwa mentally registers the terrifying truth that she is currently powerless to defeat him. Sangwol offers a respectful bow, greeting her formally as the young master of the sect. Sangwol asks if she enjoyed his gift, leaving a highly suspicious Seohwa utterly confused. Sangwol explains he had orders to execute Powell if she attempted to spare him. Sangwol offers to convey her message, but she questions why he asks when he heard everything. Sangwol warns her that the Namgung clan is far from being a match for the Lord. Sangwol compares the current Namgung clan to a mere kitten unable to face a mighty tiger. She defiantly rejects his warning, but Sangwol conveys the sect lord's permission for her eventual return. With a fierce resolve, she adamantly declares that she has no intention of ever returning. Sangwol calmly counters, stating she has absolutely no choice in the matter regardless of her wishes. As a giant crimson snake aura looms, Sangwol advises her to submit rather than resist fruitlessly. Sangwol inwardly notes her stubbornness, surprised by how threatening her aura remains despite her weakened condition. He watches her warily, questioning whether her power was truly this immense from the start. Realizing he may have underestimated her, Sangwol begins channeling a glowing green energy from his hand. Deciding to retreat, Sangwol requests permission to withdraw since she has no further commands. He offers a parting wish, advising her to take good care of herself until they meet again. Sangwol disappears into the night, leaving a flurry of white petals drifting through the quiet forest. A soft scraping sound marks her faltering steps as she struggles to remain standing. She wonders why he didn't capture her immediately, questioning if the Lord is merely playing with her. Though her pride is wounded, she is relieved to have bought valuable time during this temporary reprieve. Exhausted but determined, she decides her immediate priority is to return to the Namgung clan. Her vision blurs as she desperately urges herself forward to reach the safety of the clan. Cold sweat pours down her pale face as her consciousness begins to slip away rapidly. Losing all remaining strength, Seohwa collapses backward onto the cold forest ground. As her eyelids grow heavy, she faintly registers a sudden blurry disturbance in the distance. A distant, indistinct figure runs desperately toward her collapsed form through the hazy woods. A traumatic memory flashes through her mind, showing a young boy horrified by splattering blood. A voice echoes from her past, coldly instructing the young boy never to show hesitation. The grim memory reveals a gruesome scene of slaughtered bodies under the oppressive gaze of the sect lord. The cold instruction continues, warning her never to leave any potential future trouble alive. The dark lesson rings clear, reminding her that failing to kill means being killed instead. A soft plop sounds as a lone green leaf drifts down onto her closed eyes. She opens her eyes to find herself lying on a roof, draped in a strange robe. Realizing morning is near, she sits up in a panic before noticing something highly unusual. She recognizes the distinct red plum blossom emblem of the Mount Hua sect on the robe. Her confusion deepens as she suddenly realizes her hands and feet have been securely bound. A calm voice cuts through her panic, asking if she has finally awakened from her slumber. Yu Kang approaches Seohwa on the roof, kindly checking on her health and asking if she is cold, to which she responds that she is fine. Yu Kang sits down beside her, warning her not to sleep outdoors in the future, while she silently questions his overly friendly attitude. Seohwa warily demands to know who he is and if his master sent him, causing Yu Kang to react with confusion. Yu Kang explains his master does not know he is here, though he sheepishly admits his master might have realized it by now. Yu Kang dramatically explains that he snuck out against his master's strict orders and would have returned sooner if he had not run into her. Seohwa demands that he untie her, but Yu Kang quickly and playfully refuses the request. Yu Kang warns her that she looks like a dangerous assassin who might kill someone the moment she is freed. Seohwa denies being a killer, but Yu Kang mockingly lists her bloody state and murderous aura as evidence to the contrary. Seohwa asks if her actions are forbidden, and Yu Kang cheekily confirms that it is absolutely not allowed. Seohwa angrily questions why he bothered saving her if he genuinely believes she is a dangerous assassin. Yu Kang admits he initially planned to hand her over to the authorities, but stopped after realizing her true identity. Yu Kang dramatically points his finger directly at the startled Seohwa, building intense suspense. Yu Kang confidently raises a single finger as he prepares to state his brilliant deduction. Yu Kang smiles triumphantly, thoroughly enjoying the suspense he has created before delivering his answer. Seohwa is enraged that he toyed with her despite knowing her identity, forcing a panicked Yu Kang to quickly deny it. Yu Kang explains he had to wait for her energy to stabilize to accurately identify her unique sect's martial arts. Seohwa unleashes a terrifyingly dark aura and demands to be untied, instantly shattering Yu Kang's calm composure. Seohwa calmly inspects her freed hands after Yu Kang quickly undoes the tight bindings. Yu Kang politely apologizes for his actions, explaining he felt he had no other choice under the circumstances. Seohwa suddenly launches a swift, glowing blue palm strike at Yu Kang mid-sentence, catching him completely off guard. Seohwa halts her glowing palm strike mere inches from Yu Kang's face, leaving him thoroughly stunned by her speed. Both martial artists swiftly leap backward, creating a dramatic shockwave of energy between them. Yu Kang lands gracefully on his feet, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Yu Kang prepares to defend himself, channeling a fierce red energy in his hand as he sighs in frustration. The two warriors face each other, their hands glowing with intense, contrasting martial energy. A massive blast of martial energy erupts as their powerful techniques collide in the forest. Seohwa moves with incredible fluidity, gathering swirling wind energy around her slender frame. Their hands clash in a flurry of rapid blocks, parrying each other's precise strikes. Glowing red energy sparks fly as Yu Kang successfully parries her relentless close-quarters attacks. Their palms collide in a blinding flash, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the quiet woods. Seohwa slips through his defense, delivering a swift and direct blow to his chest. Yu Kang groans in pain as the force of her strike sends him crashing hard against a tree. Yu Kang collapses to the ground, coughing weakly as he struggles to recover from her powerful blow. Despite coughing up blood, Yu Kang grins in utter amazement at her incredible power. Yu Kang's eyes sparkle with childish excitement, completely thrilled by her formidable martial prowess. Seohwa is utterly baffled by his joyous reaction to getting hurt, while Yu Kang wonders what else he should say. Seohwa demands that he properly address her now that he has deduced her true identity. Yu Kang suddenly understands her meaning, realizing he should have introduced himself properly from the very beginning. Yu Kang formally bows and introduces himself as Yu Kang, the first disciple of the Mount Hua Sept. Seohwa questions what brings a Mount Hua disciple to Hefei, but Yu Kang playfully keeps it a secret. Seohwa quietly reflects on the Mount Hua sect's surprisingly early arrival in Hefei. Yu Kang begs her to defend him to his master, while Seohwa easily guesses his mischievous reasons. Yu Kang complains about her ungratefulness despite his kindness, desperately pleading with her to help save him from his master. Seohwa remarks that they are actually in similar situations, leaving Yu Kang thoroughly confused by her words. Seohwa explains she cannot help him but promises to repay his kindness if he ever visits her clan. Yu Kang eagerly asks if they will meet again at her clan, and she quietly confirms they will. Yu Kang enthusiastically proposes a future duel, expressing his lifelong wish to challenge the famous Sword of the Azure Sky. Seohwa flatly rejects his challenge, instantly deflating Yu Kang's bubbly enthusiasm into a comically depressed pout. Seohwa offers a playful smirk, hinting at what it would actually take for him to earn a duel. Seohwa tells him to challenge her only after he grows stronger, leaving Yu Kang deeply inspired by her words. Yu Kang is startled as the energy from Seohwa's swift departure suddenly dissipates before him. Yu Kang looks back toward the quiet forest, feeling a profound change in the surrounding atmosphere. Clutching his chest amidst drifting petals, Yu Kang smiles in absolute admiration of her incredible exit. The scene shifts to the main gate of the Namgung clan, where two guards stand watch. One of the guards notices a strange movement in the distance and alerts his companion. The guard questions if the incoming shabby figure could possibly be their young lady, Seohwa. A wave of pure shock washes over the guard as he recognizes her unmistakable face. A heavy silence falls as a dark-booted foot steps firmly onto the clan stone ground. Seohwa walks slowly through the courtyard, drawing the bewildered gazes of everyone in her pling. Onlookers whisper in sheer confusion as the quiet, dust-covered girl continues her resolute march. Seohwa notes the thick scent of blood in the air as she prepares for what lies ahead. Walking past her stunned family members, her dark-booted feet take heavy, deliberate steps. Seohwa slowly ascends the stairs to the clan's main estate, her heart heavy with resolve. Entering the quiet chamber, she formally bows to announce her return to her grandfather. Her grandfather, an elder with gray hair and a patterned robe, stands waiting for her. The elder gazes down at his returned granddaughter with a solemn, deeply concerned expression. He explains that their key allies were found unharmed and asleep, showing no signs of struggle. Grandfather paces around the room, deeply troubled by the bizarre nature of the incident. He notes the scene was far too tidy to be a typical kidnapping with no trace of struggle. Holding her hand, her grandfather gently asks Seohwa if she has anything to confess to him. Bowing her head in deep remorse, Seohwa apologizes for deceiving everyone to keep them safe. Her grandfather gently holds her hand, reminding her that self-sacrifice is not the only solution. He questions whether she truly believes he and the clan are unable to protect her. Seohwa remains quiet, her gaze lowered as she listens to her grandfather's earnest words. Seohwa explains she felt responsible for resolving the danger she brought upon the family herself. Her grandfather stands up, asserting that stopping her would have been their way of protecting her. Seohwa looks up, firmly stating she did not return to the clan merely to hide away. She resolutely declares she returned to fight, refusing to let the blood demon harm their family. Her grandfather listens with a grave expression as she warns of the clan's eventual destruction. Seohwa begs him not to restrict her freedom, offering to gladly accept any other punishment instead. With a fierce determination, she vows to do whatever it takes to survive and stay safe. Her grandfather closes his eyes in silent contemplation, deeply moved by her unyielding spirit. He turns back to her, sternly admonishing her for speaking of death so lightly. He explains that as the clan leader and her grandfather, his ultimate duty is to protect her. He turns around, stating he will let her have her way under, "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Seohwa listens intently as her grandfather prepares to lay down his strict new rules. He first commands her never to deceive the elders or act alone without his knowledge. He delivers his second condition, demanding that she always travel with a trusted escort. Seohwa reluctantly accepts, agreeing to the clan's protection until she reaches her absolute peak. Her grandfather gently places his hand on her shoulder to deliver his final condition. He kneels down to look her in the eyes, his stern demeanor softening with warmth. Seohwa looks up in surprise at her grandfather's unexpectedly gentle touch and tone. He explains that punishment is meant to guide a child, not to inflict pain or harm. He warmly tells her never to struggle through these immense burdens all by herself. Her grandfather looks at her with deep affection, his eyes filled with gentle care. Seohwa is deeply moved, her eyes widening as she absorbs his comforting words. Her grandfather tenderly reminds her that they are family and their care for one another is mutual. Seohwa hesitates for a brief moment before slowly reaching out toward him. She gently grasps her grandfather's sleeve, seeking the comfort she has long been denied. Overcome with emotion, Seohwa cries softly as she is welcomed back into her grandfather's warmth. Seohwa hesitates, her hand trembling as she tightly grasps her grandfather's sleeve. A desperate silent plea for help echoes through the heavy silence of the chamber. Heavy footsteps echo through the courtyard as the grandfather walks with a somber expression. Stopping in his tracks, the grandfather solemnly asks about Seohwa's current condition. Seohwa's father stands quietly, his expression filled with deep worry and apprehension. The grandfather informs him that she is only slightly injured and should be left to rest. He addresses his father, urging him to rest after his exhausting search beyond Hefei. The father requests a private moment to discuss something of grave importance with him. He reports that malicious rumors accuse Seohwa of joining the clan to steal secret techniques. Seated at his desk, the grandfather demands to hear the full details of these rumors. The father notes that everyone speaks with suspicious certainty about witnessing Seohwa's flight. He argues that such a coordinated rumor cannot simply be built on mere guesses. The grandfather agrees, noting the fierce backlash has erupted far too quickly since her disappearance. He questions the origin of the rumors while search parties are still being organized. The grandfather concludes that someone is intentionally orchestrating these rumors to cause internal chaos. Both men fall into a tense silence, wondering who could be orchestrating this conspiracy. The father is left utterly shocked by his father's sudden, baffling announcement about Seohwa. The grandfather suggests they must take action to actively support Seohwa's chosen path. A sudden wave of intense realization washes over the stunned father, silencing him completely. The grandfather sternly points out that a lack of power prevented him from stopping today's rumors. He questions how a father absent for 8 years can hope to protect Seohwa. Turning his back, the grandfather prepares to deliver a decisive mandate to his son. The grandfather orders him to earn everyone's recognition before the young clan head ceremony. He issues a stark warning about what will happen if his position remains unchanged. The father is left speechless as his father threatens to pass the leadership to Hei. Staring in complete bewilderment, the father quietly asks why he was given this ultimatum. The grandfather explains that Hei's excessive greed and ambition cloud his overall perspective. The father suggests Chungsan, but his grandfather dismisses him as an uncontrollable hothead. He explains that although his heart is weak, his devotion to family makes him worthy. Under the cool blue night, the grandfather stands alone on a bridge, deep in thought. He turns around as a messenger approaches, announcing the arrival of an important update. Gale Windsword reports his fruitless meeting with the Beggar Sect branch leader in Yunnan. He explains that the secretive tavern leaks absolutely no information to outsiders. The grandfather wonders if the child was mistaken or if someone truly erased all traces. Gale Windsword confirms that complete erasure of all traces is indeed possible. He warns that those responsible would not hesitate to use brutal methods on children. Glancing upward, the grandfather decisively declares that they must summon the formidable Mugwang. Gale Windsword is taken aback, reacting with clear disbelief at the unexpected summon. He panics comically, questioning if the notoriously arrogant Mugwang will actually agree to come. Grandfather fiercely commands that anyone bearing the clan name must rush over immediately. Gale Windsword warily asks if the grandfather is planning to wage a full-scale war. The grandfather grimly asserts that he will wage war if there is no other choice. Walking away, the grandfather tells him to stay focused on their immediate, critical tasks. The grandfather pauses, glancing back to ask if he has forgotten a crucial detail. The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the clan's closed cultivation cave entrance. Dressed in clean robes, Seolhwa is asked if she is truly sure about this decision. He panics, expressing deep worry about sending her into painful cultivation with unhealed wounds. He urges Gale Windsword to bid her farewell, but the warrior acts completely indifferent. Gale Windsword claims she's bold enough to poison people, earning a silent scowl from Seolhwa. Seolhwa assures them she will be fine as her grandfather is there to guide her. The grandfather smiles warmly and promises to do his absolute best since his granddaughter trusts him. The dark-haired lady warns against rushing her physical transformation, but the grandfather argues that stalling only allows the elders to interfere. The grandfather notes that the elders would make a fuss, adding that she will exit in 5 days, which the lady accepts. Under the bright daylight, the grandfather holds Seolhwa's hand as they walk toward the cavern's massive golden doors. The grandfather tells Seolhwa it is time to go, and she softly responds with her agreement as they proceed. The grandfather channels his golden energy, causing the massive stone doors to slide open with a bright flash. The onlookers anxiously offer parting words of safety, pleading with the grandfather to take good care of the young lady. As the heavy stone doors slowly seal them inside, a final wish of good fortune echoes from the outside world. Grandfather explains he will forcibly induce her sealed energy to rampage, instructing her not to resist and follow the flow. Seolhwa hesitantly warns her grandfather that she might lose control and end up attacking him during the process. Seolhwa looks down in contemplation, realizing that her potentially attacking him is not the true problem she faces. She worries that her hidden martial art might be revealed if her energy runs wild, collapsing their hard-earned trust. Grandfather breaks the silence by asking Seolhwa if she remembers the specific help he had requested from her. Seolhwa turns around with a sharp, focused gaze, silently processing her grandfather's crucial reminder. The grandfather offers a silent, steady look, waiting for his granddaughter to find her inner resolve. The grandfather promises to trust her completely, helping Seolhwa calm her mind and focus on her energy. She decides that worrying is pointless, acknowledging that a person's heart is ultimately unpredictable. A swirling vortex of vibrant blue energy begins to manifest, filling the dark training cavern. Grandfather channels his power, unleashing a sudden burst of brilliant blue aura directly toward her back. Seolhwa braces her footing as raw blue lightning-like energy crackles intensely around her hands. Crackling blue energy veins spread across Seolhwa's face as the ancient seal begins to violently unravel. A towering pillar of blue energy erupts, violently colliding with the surge of dark red power. A violent crimson slash cuts through the darkness, signaling the awakening of her dormant power. The grandfather watches closely as Seolhwa stands enveloped in a tempestuous whirlwind of overwhelming energy. Seolhwa slowly bows her head, her expression obscured as the chaotic power surges within her. Seolhwa snaps her head up, revealing her eyes have turned into a menacing, glowing crimson. A massive, violent aura of crimson flames erupts around Seolhwa as she clenches her fists. Remarking on how long it has been since she felt such rough energy, Seolhwa lunges forward with a powerful kick. Grandfather swiftly raises his arms to block her devastating high-speed kick with calm precision. Seolhwa deftly flips through the air, landing on her hands while trailing streaks of red energy. The grandfather channels his own golden aura, his eyes gleaming with intense focus and determination. Seolhwa is momentarily taken aback, her red eyes widening in shock at her grandfather's immense power. Seolhwa launches herself forward again, moving at blinding speed to initiate another relentless assault. The grandfather commends her quick judgment as she slides back and prepares her next martial stance. The grandfather firmly orders her to take up her sword for the next phase of training. Seolhwa quickly retrieves a sword from a nearby crate, the blade gleaming with a sharp, bright light. Seolhwa points her blade forward, explaining the 2 ways to break a suggestion, which the grandfather grimly confirms. To free her, he must keep fighting her until the wild, rampaging energy is completely exhausted. Standing before a grand dragon motif, the grandfather readies his sheathed sword for their upcoming clash. The grandfather challenges her with a forced, excited grin, inviting her to come play. Their weapons collide with a resounding spark, initiating an incredibly fast-paced duel inside the dark cave. Sparks fly repeatedly as Seohwa rains down strikes, which the grandfather effortlessly parries with his sheathed blade. Seohwa executes the changing sword style, designed to confuse opponents with rapidly shifting and unpredictable techniques. From above, the grandfather easily blocks her incoming downward slash with his heavy sheathed weapon. The grandfather holds his stance firm, neutralizing her aggressive blade strike with absolute ease. The grandfather notes her speed compensates for her lack of strength, calling it a difficult style to handle. Seohwa readies her blade once more, determined to break through her grandfather's iron defense. The grandfather unleashes a sweeping defensive strike, a golden arc of energy repelling her backward. Seohwa remains completely silent, her crimson eyes burning with intense concentration as she defends against his pressure. Seohwa leaps high onto the cavern wall, resetting her stance to launch another tactical strike. Seohwa leaps forward, unleashing a powerful crimson energy slash that cuts through the training cave. Watching her stance, the grandfather remarks that she will not be able to defeat him at this current rate. The grandfather looks on with newfound intrigue, acknowledging that he now understands her true tactical approach. The grandfather recognizes she possesses a proper sword style, realizing she is finally displaying her true combat form instead of formless swings. Vibrant red energy surges along the length of her blade as she readies a powerful offensive. She descends rapidly from the ceiling, enveloped in a swirling vortex of intense crimson fire. Red energy crackles violently as she grips her sword's hilt to prepare another devastating strike. The grandfather is visibly startled, his eyes widening at the sudden intensity of her attack. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, the grandfather inwardly questions the strange and unfamiliar nature of her power. Seohwa spins gracefully mid-air, diving headfirst while unleashing a powerful curved wave of crimson energy. The grandfather stands his ground, raising his sheathed sword to defend against the incoming aerial assault. A violent explosion of energy erupts as their contrasting powers collide with deafening force. The grandfather parries the heavy blow, scattering thick dust across the stone floor as Seohwa retreats. Their blades lock once more in a shower of sparks, demonstrating their rapid combat speed. A blinding shockwave blasts outward as their weapons meet in an incredibly intense test of strength. Forced backward by the sheer force of her attack, the grandfather notes that her capabilities are truly unbelievable. The grandfather recognizes her executing multiple legendary styles, including the Great Flame, Heavenly Wind, and sky-piercing soaring techniques. Seohwa hovers mid-air, surrounded by glowing white bird auras that gather around her blade. Her glowing crimson eyes burn with relentless focus as she maintains her lethal combat stance. The grandfather unleashes a broad golden sword arc to counter her incoming assault with perfect timing. The grandfather silently analyzes her moves, noting that the martial art she is using remains incomplete. He observes her technique closely, sensing clear signs that the martial art has been intentionally modified. Dodging along the cave walls, the grandfather becomes certain of the true nature of her swordplay. He realizes she is wielding an anti-Namgung martial art, a style specifically engineered to counter his clan. A devastating burst of crimson light erupts as they engage in another high-stakes clash of power. Seohwa gracefully flips backward through the air, regaining her balance after the massive energy collision. The grandfather swings his weapon, sending a crescent wave of golden energy directly toward her position. Staying low to the ground, she sweeps forward with incredible speed to execute a rapid slash. Her shattered sword tip impales the stone floor, signaling the sudden end of their fierce battle. Breathing heavily, Seohwa stands exhausted as her grandfather realizes she was trained specifically to destroy the Namgung clan. The grandfather grimly confirms his suspicion, deeply unsettled by the dark origins of his granddaughter's combat training. Oppressive dark red energy wraps around Seohwa as she stands quietly, her head bowed in exhaustion. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echo through the grand hallways of the clan's main estate. The second young master stands tall in elegant green robes, flanked by two subordinate clan members. The subordinate reports that the family lord entered the sacred cavern with his granddaughter, ignoring the council's wishes to initiate the rite. The second young master listens in silence, his expression hardening as he processes the urgent news. The disciples angrily urge the second young master to confront the family lord regarding this unacceptable purification rite. Turning to leave, the second young master firmly warns them that clashing with the family lord is unwise. He explains that while some factions support him, the council is hesitating and ultimate authority still belongs to his father. The subordinate stresses the clan's proud legacy and asks if they are truly going to stand by and do nothing. The second young master cautions that despite his father's gentle appearance, he is highly adept at political control. He schemes to divert his father's attention, knowing the emotional reunion with his granddaughter is only temporary. Interrupting their conversation, the second young master demands to know the source of the commotion outside. Upon learning that guests from Mount Hua arrived without warning, the second young master pauses to consider the situation. Realizing his father is currently occupied in training, he recognizes this unexpected visit as a perfect opportunity. Back in the cave, a hand firmly grips Xiaohua's wrist, halting her sudden movement. A blinding clash of physical force erupts as their high-speed training continues inside the cavern. The grandfather easily blocks her fist strike, redirecting her momentum with a sharp defensive deflection. A clean, horizontal white slash line cuts through the dark training room, indicating a rapid strike. The grandfather notes her mastery extends beyond swordplay to encompass advanced palm techniques and complex footwork. Xiaohua executes a powerful strike which her grandfather effortlessly blocks with his own hand. Her grandfather quickly identifies and blocks her rapid fist and finger techniques during their intense clash. He marvels at her complete mastery over the entire arsenal of the Namgung clan's martial arts. He readies his hand to intercept her next move as the cave fills with energy. Xiaohua charges forward with relentless punches, but her grandfather easily parries every single strike. He warns that continuing at this intensity might prove fatal as she channels a dangerous orb of energy. He swiftly catches her head, instantly stopping her momentum and neutralizing her powerful charge. He commands her to halt immediately, his hand firmly holding her head as dark smoke dissipates. A massive burst of golden energy erupts from his palm, sealing her overwhelming power. He lowers his hand as the lingering aura and intense wind in the cave slowly fade away. He declares the session over as Xiaohua collapses to the floor, coughing from exhaustion. He estimates they have spent 2 days practicing inside the cavern, questioning her endurance. He expresses surprise and pity at her incredible stubborn willpower as she struggles to catch her breath. He decides to demonstrate his own martial prowess to show her the true path of the sword. He instructs her to watch closely as a magnificent blue dragon of energy begins to manifest. He raises his blade high, channeling a majestic blue dragon that swirls around the training cave. He explains that this display represents the true, absolute pinnacle of the Namgung clan swordsmanship. A brilliant blue light glows intensely around the legendary sword as the energy continues to surge. A massive blue energy dragon descends directly towards Xiaohua as she watches in absolute shock. She gasps in sheer amazement, completely mesmerized by the divine spectacle unfolding before her eyes. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure and blinding blue light, she begins to lose consciousness. Xiaohua faints from the exertion, and her grandfather quickly catches her before she falls. He holds her protectively, looking down at his exhausted granddaughter with a deeply worried expression. He gently cradles her close and tells her to rest well as she sleeps soundly. Outside, a visiting Mount Hua elder sighs deeply about the frustratingly slow progress of their mission. Sitting alone, the elder laments that they are wasting precious time waiting around at the clan. In the meeting hall, visiting guests explain they arrived to offer congratulations on a joyous occasion. The visitors reveal they heard rumors about the long-lost child's return, surprising Xiaohua's father. Xiaohua's father acknowledges the rumors but hesitates when the guest asks to meet the clan leader. He informs the visiting guest that the clan leader has just entered closed-door training.
The guest from Mount Hua is left temporarily speechless, staring blankly in sheer disappointment.
He is further dismayed to learn that the newly returned child has entered training with him. Xiaohua's father politely suggests that the guests rest in the guest quarters during the wait. 2 days pass in a quiet blur as the visitors wait inside the guest hall. The elder from Mount Hua reflects that their trip would have been much simpler without hidden motives. A vision of the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill appears as he recalls their true secretive mission. He mutters about their need to secure the elixir, determined not to return empty-handed. He wonders if the child's condition caused the sudden training session, pausing as someone enters. A cheerful young disciple enters, balancing a massive tray of steamed buns on his head. The bewildered master questions the bizarre sight, while the boy happily explains his snack request. The master declines the food and asks the boy for details regarding his previous medical examination. The boy reports that the young lady's blood points were in an extremely chaotic state. The master asks how he checked her blood points, but the boy dismisses his questioning. The boy explains that 3 different, highly complex energies were wildly clashing inside her body. He reveals that none of these 3 conflicting energies actually originated from the girl herself. He describes her body as a bowl holding multiple, completely different and incompatible things. The elder ponders this revelation deeply, trying to comprehend the nature of the strange energies. He asks if any of the energies resembled the distinct internal power of the Shaolin. He worries that if she already possesses Shaolin energy, their quest for the pill is ruined. The boy shrugs in confusion, leaving his master completely panicked, shocked, and utterly bewildered. A black-haired disciple admits his ignorance regarding Shaolin's energy, drawing his master's furious reprimand for hesitating. The disciple meekly excuses his hesitation, but the outraged brown-robed master immediately orders him to leave the room. Sudden polite knock sounds at the door, irritating the still fuming master as he bellows to find out who it is. The brown-robed elder is taken aback as Yupio announces his presence from outside the room. The brown-robed elder permits entry, and the dark-haired Yupio politely steps into the private chamber. Yupio comments on the disciple's stubbornness, noting that despite his selfish behavior, he remains fiercely loyal to the elder. Dismissing the stressful topic of his disciple, the elder eats a sweet and asks Yupio the purpose of his visit. Yupio reports meeting the second young master of the Namgung clan, who propose they share a meal. The brown-robed elder asks for clarification, confirming if the invitation came from Namgung Changhe. The elder ponders the absence of the first young master, concerned that their mission might inadvertently bind them to the Namgung clan. The majestic clan estate stands bathed in golden light, representing a path far distinct from typical martial families. Standing by the window, the elder worries about securing the Great Rejuvenation Pill, prompting Yupio to ask if they should accept the meeting. The elder decides they should at least listen to what the second young master has to propose. A horrifying flashback depicts a blood-soaked field strewn with the lifeless bodies of fallen martial artists. Eerie, demonic red hands violently emerge from the shadows to grab the legs of fleeing victims. Seohwa struggles desperately against the creeping darkness as multiple monstrous eyes glare down from the crimson sky. Desperate pleas echo through the chaos as hands clutch at clothes and a bloodied sword flashes through the darkness. Seolhwa stands alone, bracing her sword against a towering, malevolent shadow of absolute crimson terror. Brilliant cyan energy trails begin to weave and crackle through the suffocating dark of the cavern. The mystical energy swiftly coalesces, forming the majestic glowing head of a colossal cyan dragon. The ethereal beast opens its massive jaws, channeling a surge of pure, brilliant power. A majestic wave of cyan light erupts, washing away the lingering traces of dark, malevolent energy. Enveloped in the purifying blue light, Seolhwa drifts peacefully downward as the dark corruption breaks. Opening her clear blue eyes, she envisions herself falling gracefully through a vast, cloudless sky. Back in reality, she blinks her eyes open as she returns to the dark stone cavern. The grandfather gently cradles Seolhwa, softly inquiring if the arduous purification ritual was successful. The gray-haired grandfather gazes down at his granddaughter with deep warmth and relief. Seolhwa gasps softly in realization, her eyes widening as she senses the shift within herself. The two sit quietly on the stone floor of the cavern, surrounded by peaceful, lingering energy particles. Seolhwa marvels at her hands, feeling incredibly refreshed as if the lifelong suffocating pressure was merely a dream. Noting her performance in their duel, the grandfather remarks on how intimately she understands their clan's techniques. Grandfather questions her directly, asking if she was raised specifically to counter the Namgung family. Seolhwa silently reflects on exposing her past life skills, then reassures her grandfather that she alone created and knows this counterstyle. The grandfather breathes a sigh of relief, glad to hear that the dangerous counterstyle is not widespread. The grandfather explains why her pursuers crave her talent, acknowledging how her unique martial art brilliantly exploits the Namgung clan's weaknesses. Grandfather proposes a cooperative path, asking Seolhwa if she will use her counterstyle to help strengthen the clan. Realizing her power can build up the clan rather than destroy it, Seolhwa decisively accepts his request to help. The grandfather smiles with pride, warmly commending her quick and resolute determination. To protect her secret, they devise a cover story about her researching the style after joining, which he assures will work. Seolhwa sits in a quiet, meditative pose as gentle crimson energy swirls calmly around her body. Letting out a soft, relieved sigh, Seolhwa relaxes her breathing as her inner energy stabilizes. The grandfather asks if she has completed her internal assessment, which she softly confirms. Seolhwa notes that her physical injuries and energy clashing have been completely resolved, though a remaining concern lingers. She points out that despite the severed connection, her energy remains red, lamenting her inability to manifest the classic blue sky. Reassuring her once more, the grandfather gently repeats that the color of her energy is entirely secondary. He encourages her to focus on her future path, stating the purification is meant to help her forge her own new sky. With newfound resolve, Seolhwa looks up and urges him to begin the next phase of the ritual immediately. The grandfather channels a brilliant blue aura directly into her back, advising her to closely follow its flow. A majestic wave of water-like energy envelops her, upright and powerful enough to instantly wash away all residual impurities. Seolhwa drifts peacefully within the brilliant blue currents as the final physical transformation begins to settle deep within her. Seolhwa meditates deeply, knowing her mind will be swept away if she lets her guard down even slightly. Focus is demanded as her hand feels the flowing blue energy currents in her mind. As she lies flat, a swirling vortex of bright blue chi coalesces directly over her chest. The grandfather watches in awe as the intense blue light swirls, marveling that it is truly amazing. He wonders how much more she intends to absorb after he poured in 60 years of energy. Sweating, the grandfather notes her blood vessels are opening as if waiting, resolving to push further. Hoping to circulate qi through her 12 meridians, he wonders if she needs another 30 years of energy. Resolving to proceed, the sweating grandfather prepares himself and says, "Very well." He clasps his hands over her chest, channeling a brilliant surge of bright blue energy. Seohwa envisions herself standing in a white robe against a vast bright blue sky. Seohwa realizes her grandfather opened all her minor meridians, leaving temporary traces of passing internal energy. She clenches her fist as blue energy currents swirl around her wrist and hand. Lying on the cavern floor, Seohwa exhales slowly as a faint puff of red smoke dissipates. Sitting next to her, the grandfather tells Seohwa that she has reached great mastery. The grandfather looks at her and asks if she feels as though she has gained enlightenment. Sitting up, Seohwa admits she is unsure but understands the origin of the clan's spirit of honesty. The grandfather laughs, saying she realized something older clan members never did, and praises her great mastery. The grandfather proudly notes he reached the peak realm at adulthood, making her 7 years faster. The grandfather gasps in astonishment, looking closely at Seohwa. A description explains the heavenly martial physique, a rare body with an extraordinary ability to understand qi. A silhouetted figure meditates within swirling white currents, illustrating natural qi harmony and cultivation results. Grandfather looks down, stating her heavenly physique is perfectly suited for the Namgung clan's martial arts. Seohwa reflects on not being that strong previously, wondering if she could have achieved more back then. The grandfather explains that her meridians were already open rather than being opened by him. He reveals foul qi from unsuitable energy blocked her meridians, though her blood points were fully prepared. Seohwa realizes that the blood qi was holding her back, finally understanding her true condition. Seohwa grips her robe, planning to restrain her power, while her father waits outside, anxious for word. The black-haired companion tells the father that news might be dangerous and anxiety will not help. The companion suggests dining with the Mount Hua guests, but the father asks if he knows who arrived. The father describes the visitors as the Plum Blossom Divine Sword and Yupio, doubting they came only to congratulate. The father stands in the courtyard, certain that the visiting swordsman must have some other scheme. The companion explains they refuse to leave without meeting Seohwa or her father, making meetings pointless. The father worries about the second young master using this opportunity to get close to them. The black-haired companion warns the father that gaining more power inevitably creates more enemies. The father looks downcast, admitting he lacks the confidence to protect his daughter from those countless enemies. The companion looks back at him with a somber expression. The father walks away, leaving the companion with nothing left to say after his grim admission. The companion sighs, finding it impossible to simply tell the father to have confidence. Feeling awkward, the companion silently begs the child to come out and break the tense silence. The companion starts counting to 10, promising to forgive her poison tea incident if she appears. He counts to 4 as the heavy, carved stone doors of the cavern begin to rumble. The massive stone doors slide open, and Seohwa gracefully steps out into the bright sunlight. Spotting her, the companion shouts out her name in surprise and relief. The father rushes over, asking why she came out early and if she is hurt anywhere. Wiping her hand, the father asks why she is alone and where the family lord is. Seohwa explains that her grandfather exhausted his energy and will recuperate for about 5 days. The companion blinks in surprise, suddenly noticing something different about the young girl. Surrounded by a golden aura, Seohwa faces him as he asks if she reached the peak realm. Seohwa confirms her achievement, prompting the companion to let out a stunned, boisterous laugh. He compliments her stable and lofty energy, praising her achievement as a serious piece of work. The purple-robed young master informs Seohwa that prestigious guests from the Mount Hua sect have arrived to see her. He reassures her that they can wait, emphasizing she is under no pressure to meet them if it feels too burdensome. The father joins them, guessing that the visitors came seeking the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. The young master confirms the suspicion, prompting Seohwa to realize she only has 2 days before they expect a meeting. Seohwa asks her father to keep her early departure from the training cave a secret. She explains she must find a suitable replacement elixir since she has already consumed the original pill. Seohwa quickly ties her long dark hair back with a simple white ribbon. The first young master protests her sudden departure, but Seohwa insists there is no time to waste. Her family warns against traveling alone right after her transformation, suggesting a companion should accompany her. The father contemplates the situation deeply, searching for a solution to protect his daughter. The father assigns the first young master to accompany her, noting his current freedom from official duties. He emphasizes that protecting her is the family's duty, ordering them to return within 2 days. The father bids them a safe journey as they set off on their urgent quest. Xiaohua and her brother leap gracefully through the lush forest canopy, moving with incredible speed. Xiaohua focuses her mind as she glides effortlessly through the wind. A lingering rumor whispers of a child who stole a sacred treasure and sought refuge with the clan. The green-robed young master asks the host if he is familiar with the legendary rumor. A quiet tension settles over the table as the two men exchange knowing looks. The lavish feast stands untouched as the gravity of their conversation deepens. The gray-haired host dismisses the rumor as highly unusual and difficult to believe. The host questions how an unorthodox sect obtained a sacred Shaolin artifact, which the guest confirms occurred in Shaanxi. The guest explains that this very mystery brought the legendary swordsmen of Mount Hua to their clan. The guest inwardly marvels at the immense, oppressive aura being projected right in their midst. The host sternly accuses the guest of testing his patience when both already know the truth. The guest realizes that their mutual relationship hinges on finding the pill, resolving not to lose this chance. The host apologizes for any offense but demands a direct answer regarding their true motives. He plainly asks the guest if he knows the actual whereabouts of the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. The guest admits his ignorance about the pill's location but expresses curiosity about another matter. He wonders aloud if any other exceptional treasure could suffice instead of the specific pill. The guest proposes finding a different treasure of equal value to satisfy their arrangement. The host admits the clan possesses no such item but offers to launch a search across the entire region. The guest asks if the host will accept his proposal, assuring him that both sides stand to benefit. The host silently considers the immense political power they would gain by forming an alliance with Mount Hua. The host demands to know what the second young master truly desires in exchange for this cooperation. Meanwhile, in the forest, the purple-robed young master asks Xiaohua where she intends to find a rival elixir. Xiaohua reveals her target is the legendary Heavenly Bow Turtlehead, a treasure he instantly recognizes. She explains it is a famous treasure hidden long ago by a legendary master thief. The young master points out that most believe the legend was merely a rumor designed to spark greed. Xiaohua firmly declares the treasure is real, prompting her brother to ask what makes her so certain. Xiaohua inwardly recalls that someone successfully solved the thief's riddles in her past life. She speaks of the petty mindsets of greedy men who hide legendary treasures from the world. She suggests that the elixir only became a myth due to the selfish schemes of those who coveted it. She confirms she followed precise clues to locate the exact spot where the treasure is hidden. Before them stands Turtle Rock, its high peak perfectly matching the ancient descriptions. Her brother inquires about the meaning behind the Heavenly Bow portion of the riddle. She reasons that while it normally suggests a rainbow, no such phenomena are recorded in this area. She reveals that a local landmark known as the Blood Bow shares a striking similarity to the riddle. She explains that a mysterious red bridge is frequently sighted nearby, completing the puzzle's geography. Her brother suddenly gasps in shock as the final realization of their destination hits him. Their progress is abruptly cut short by a blinding slash of blue energy through the trees. A severed beast head falls to the ground, rolling past the purple-robed companion. The purple-robed companion begins to identify the beasts when a sudden noise makes them look back. The companion realizes the location matches a legend and laments their unfortunate luck. He grimly explains that this area is the habitat of dangerous demonic ape monsters. Countless glowing red eyes stare menacingly at them from the dark forest canopy. The companion questions if the treasure is worth the risk, but Xiaohua confidently assures them they can handle it. The companion explains he is only deeply concerned about her safety, urging her to understand. As dark shadows loom around them, the companion pleads with her not to get hurt. Xiaohua dives forward into the forest, unsheathing her blade to initiate the battle. In a flurry of rapid strikes, Xiaohua cleanly slices through the attacking demonic apes. She nimbly dodges a lunging beast, kicking it away with effortless martial prowess. With a clean horizontal slash, she cleaves another ape, her gaze cold and focused. Red narrative text declares that wishes create sacred beasts, while grudges breed demonic monsters. More demonic apes descend from the trees, surrounding her with bared fangs and red eyes. Xiaohua deflects the incoming horde with another powerful wave of blue glowing sword energy. The text reveals these monsters are born from consuming pure, unyielding human resentment. She turns back quickly as a ferocious ape lunges directly at her from above. Staring into their blood-red eyes, she senses an endless resentment toward humans and the world. Raising her sword overhead, Xiaohua calmly prepares her ultimate strike amidst falling petals. Whispering a soft apology, she resolves to put the suffering creatures to rest. She declares her absolute need to advance, wondering whether wish or resentment will ultimately prevail. A swirling column of red flames descends as the narrative describes the clash of resentment. Xiaohua plunges downward with her sword, unleashing a devastating fire-infused final strike. The companion notes their persistence, and Xiaohua remarks it would be better if monsters knew how to surrender. Selhua says they never surrender, and the companion adds they probably know how cruel humans can be. The companion asks where she heard that story, and Seohwa notes the famous cruel practice of live monkey brain cuisine. Seohwa explains how live monkeys are eaten with bells on their limbs to test freshness. She wonders why humans would consume animal brains when so many other delicious foods exist. Her white-booted foot steps onto the mossy ground, brushing past a scattered rib skeleton. The companion stops her, placing a hand on her shoulder and pointing out a discovery. He reaches his hand past the thick green ivy, uncovering a hidden skull on the grass. Seohwa calls out to her companion, addressing him as her father, and directs his attention to the cave. Her finger points directly toward a dark opening hidden behind the blue forest flowers. Inside the shadowed cavern, a tragic pile of small monkey skeletons lies quietly gathered. The companion crouches, realizing these are baby monkey bones gathered here by the larger monkeys. Seohwa asks why, and he explains they were hiding them from hunters who sell everything at the market. Seohwa asks if he knows why winter hunting is hard, noting monkeys hide deep in caves. Seohwa sits down, admitting she was mistaken, and the companion asks what she means. Seohwa explains that monkey brain cuisine is a summer dish, which is when hunters focus on them. Red narrative text reveals that the legendary blood bow was never a colorful rainbow. It explains the bow was a mist created as evaporating blood caught the sunlight. The companion calls it horrific, and Seohwa sighs, realizing they came all this way for nothing. Seohwa admits she has no other leads, leaving the companion in a somber silence. Trying to cheer her up, the companion asks if the monkeys are bothering her, laughing softly. Seohwa reflects on how pitiable even monsters are for gathering the bodies of their children. The companion deeply understands, noting the agony of repeatedly recalling a lost child's cries.
A memory shows baby Seohwa softly murmuring in her sleep.
Her mother gently cradles and pats the sleeping baby, soothing her whimpers. The parents discuss an ongoing bandit attack on a merchant group, noting the guards are insufficient. Her father tells her mother to go ahead and assist the struggling group. The brown-haired woman holding her baby assures her partner that they will be safe under the protection of the Golden Dragon squad leader. The long-haired father affectionately kisses his wife goodbye before parting ways on their separate missions. The father remorsefully reflects that he was only away for a very brief moment before disaster struck. He takes a heavy step forward into the burning, blood-soaked aftermath of a violent attack. The long-haired father stares in absolute horror, devastated by the scene unfolding before his eyes. He frantically calls out for his wife and daughter, desperately questioning who launched this brutal attack and why. Coughing up blood, a mortally wounded guard weakly calls out to his young master. The father rushes to the fallen guard, urgently asking about the Golden Dragon squad leader's whereabouts. The dying guard weakly points toward the forest, gasping that he was too late and urging him to hurry. The father sprints frantically through the dark woods, desperately praying for the safety of his family. Gritting his teeth in sheer panic, he silently prays that he is not too late. He presses forward with desperate intensity, holding on to the faint hope that she is still alive. The father drops down to confront several masked assassins holding his kidnapped baby daughter. With a sudden and lethal strike, he slices through one of the masked kidnappers. He effortlessly unleashes another powerful slash, instantly striking down the remaining guards in his way. While the battle rages, the final masked assassin backs away toward the cliff with the child. The tearful baby looks at her father and weakly calls out to him in distress. The shocked father locks eyes with the masked kidnapper, realizing the extreme peril his daughter faces. The desperate assassin deliberately plunges backward off the cliff edge, taking the baby with him. Enraged, the father leaps after them, unleashing a powerful sword strike to save his daughter. He cleanly slices through the falling assassin in midair to free his helpless daughter. Blood sprays across the ground as the father lands heavily, his target neutralized. In the quiet aftermath, the father stands trembling under a dark, heavy sky. A heavy foot lands softly on the cracked, rocky ground of the cavern. His grief shatters his perception, symbolizing the moment his entire world fell apart. He weeps in absolute agony, completely broken as his reality fractures from immense grief. The father laments that on that tragic day he heard his entire world collapse. Sitting in a somber cave, the father sorrowfully reflects on his arrogance, admitting he never imagined he could lose everything in a single instant. The father admits that if she had not returned, he likely would have lost his mind to grief as well. Seohwa asks if anything has changed, and the father reassures her that finding her makes everything different. Seohwa points out she returned on her own by luck, warning that next time might be different, which prompts her father to firmly declare there will be no next time. Seohwa stands up and tells her father that he still does not understand the reality of their situation. Seohwa asks how he would react if she were under a suggestion spell, leaving her father deeply confused. Drawing her blade, Seohwa bluntly asks what he would do if she tried to harm him. Before her bewildered father can comprehend her words, Seohwa suddenly unleashes a blinding vertical slash directly toward him. A powerful strike cleaves through the air, narrowly missing the startled father. The father dodges backward in disbelief, shocked that she actually swung her weapon at him. He nimbly leaps away as another bright blue blade arc cuts across the rocky cavern floor. Dodging her continuous attacks, the father desperately begs her to explain the reason behind her sudden hostility. Seolhwa asks if he has ever considered the possibility of her being kidnapped once again. As they clash, Seolhwa questions what would happen if she were no longer part of the Namgung clan. Pressing her attack, she asks what he would do if she never returned to him at all. She lands a powerful strike that shatters a nearby skeleton while the father flips gracefully over her. The distressed father cries out her name, pleading with her to stop this dangerous attack. Seolhwa relentlessly presses her offensive, forcing her father to defend himself in the narrow cave. He skids backward on the loose gravel, desperately trying to maintain his footing against her speed. Seolhwa leaps from above, her sword radiating a blinding gold light as she strikes downward. She lands precisely, holding her glowing blade steady as her father prepares to defend himself. She gracefully flips through the air above him, illuminated by a warm golden aura. Looking down at him, Seolhwa declares that he still fails to realize just how cruel the world can be. Her father quietly rejects her doubt, asserting his painful understanding of their grim reality. He steps forward to confront Seolhwa as she stands on the cracked path, sword ready. The father questions her aggressive stance, explaining that his protective behavior is born from painful awareness. He states that he happily abandoned his power and ambitions to keep his family safe from danger. Seolhwa challenges his defense, asking what exactly he believes she doesn't understand about the world. She demands to know when he will finally draw his sword, leaving him visibly shaken. Seolhwa asks if his passive avoidance of conflict is what he truly considers making an effort. She questions whether he honestly believes that doing nothing is enough to guarantee their safety. Her sharp words strike a chord, sparking a sudden wave of realization in his eyes. The father remains completely speechless, unable to find an answer to his daughter's harsh truth. Suddenly, Seolhwa lunges forward from above, initiating a swift and powerful strike toward him. Her descending blade strikes with immense power, causing a violent force to tear through the cavern. A blinding flash of light erupts, completely engulfing the cave in a massive shockwave. A powerful gust of wind begins to sweep away the thick smoke and dust. The dust clears to reveal her father holding his drawn sword, successfully blocking her fierce strike. Panting and slightly injured, Seolhwa watches as her father slowly sheathes his weapon in quiet understanding. Letting go of his sword entirely, her father pulls her into a tight, remorseful embrace. He asks if he truly matters to her, and she warmly reassures him of her love. Resting her head on his shoulder, Seolhwa declares her absolute refusal to remain passive any longer. Looking up with determined blue eyes, she tells her father that he must follow her lead. Her father looks down at her, deeply moved by her incredible strength and unwavering resolve. Kneeling in the quiet cave, he tearfully apologizes for his long-standing weakness and passive behavior. Accepting his destiny, the father reaches out to her, acknowledging that some things are meant to be. He resolves to find his courage once more and reclaim his position as the family lord. He vows to willingly leap into the upcoming chaos to fight alongside her. A bright blue sky represents their shared promise to walk their difficult path together. The father and daughter sit in peaceful silence inside the cave, their crossed swords between them. Ancient forgotten runes engraved upon the stone floor suddenly begin to hum and manifest. A brilliant circular blue magic formation fully activates on the floor of the cavern. The mystical light spreads outward, revealing a complex network of glowing ancient calligraphy. They both look down in surprise as a strange light begins to illuminate the dark cave. Seolhwa realizes that they are standing directly in the center of an active magic formation. Her father stares in absolute awe at the sudden activation of the ancient array. They begin to walk along the glowing blue path, with Seolhwa finding her expectations confirmed. Looking up at the radiant arch of energy, Seolhwa realizes this is the true heavenly bow place. She deduces that the key to the treasure lay beyond the rainbow rather than beneath it. Her father reaches down toward a glowing hidden stone compartment containing a small ornate box. He slides open the secret compartment, uncovering a beautiful jade tassel ornament. A glowing system notification reveals he has successfully acquired the 1000th fragment of the heavens. Seolhwa holds the ornament, amazed to have found the legendary Golden Dragon Jade Blood treasure. Walking along the path, her father happily notes their incredible luck in finding such a rare elixir. He laments having to give it to Mount Hua, causing Seolhwa to suddenly freeze in her tracks. Seolhwa turns around in surprise, flatly questioning why they would ever give such a treasure away. Her father is left utterly bewildered, having assumed she intended to use it to settle her debt. The precious elixir lies safely packaged in its ornate green wrapping. The scene shifts to the Namgung clan being formally congratulated on Seolhwa's safe return. Her father speaks with a Mount Hua elder, expressing his deep gratitude for their warm congratulations. Seolhwa quietly sips her tea as the elder remarks on the tenacity of family ties. Across the table, a brown-haired youth desperately hopes Selwa will recognize him from their previous meeting. The brown-haired boy displays a comical chibi face, silently begging her to remember him as she blinks. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa describes their encounter as an unremarkable chance meeting while walking, leaving Yu-kang utterly disappointed. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder silently wonders if the rumors about a connection between the young pair were completely false. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, clearing his throat with a heavy sigh, the elder announces he has a serious question to ask her. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa bluntly points out that congratulatory guests usually do not arrive empty-handed, taking the elder by surprise. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, when the brown-haired companion demands if she is insulting Mount Hua, Seo-hwa calmly tells them to reveal their true intentions. With a sudden pat sounding, the elder raises his hand to stop his companion from speaking. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder apologizes for arriving empty-handed, explaining they rushed over without time to prepare a proper gift. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, wearing a cunning smile, the elder decides to skip the pleasantries and ask his question plainly. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder asks if she seized the rumored Great Rejuvenation pill from the Black Cloud Gang, as Seo-hwa listens coldly. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, before the elder can warn her against denying it, Seo-hwa casually confirms his suspicion, leaving him completely stunned. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder gapes in absolute shock as she easily admits to taking the pill from the Black Cloud Gang. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, while Seo-hwa calmly sips her tea with a quiet slurp, the guests panic over her brazen confession. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, when the sweating elder demands the pill's return as Mount Hua's property, Seo-hwa retorts she only took it from the gang. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa counters his claim by pointing out that the pill originally belonged to the Shaolin sect. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, after the elder claims Mount Hua paid for the pill, Seo-hwa calmly asks him to prove it. The elder falls into a tense silence, unable to produce any immediate proof. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, narration notes that the elder cannot prove it because the secret transaction can never be openly discussed. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the secret exchange between Mount Hua and Shaolin means they cannot reveal why they needed the pill. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa remembers that in her past life, Mount Hua gave up pursuing the pill once unorthodox sects claimed it. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa inwardly criticizes their hypocrisy for demanding the pill now when they previously abandoned it. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa realizes that Mount Hua's aggressive demands are simply because they view her clan as an easy target. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa asks if the elder understands the severe danger of letting such a powerful pill remain with unorthodox sects. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa suggests they should thank her for fixing their mistake, which deeply offends the elder. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa questions whether Mount Hua ever truly intended to return the legendary pill to the Shaolin sect. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa casually declares she does not have the pill, infuriating the brown-haired companion who accuses her of playing games. Seo-hwa places a small ornate green box onto the table with a quiet tap. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the guests gasp in shock as Seo-hwa reveals the legendary Golden Dragon Jade Blood treasure in her possession. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, staring at the legendary treasure, the elder is left speechless by the sheer value of what she holds. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa demands to know what they want, noting there is no proof of payment to Shaolin. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa begins to propose a solution, stating that martial artists should handle their disputes accordingly. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa firmly declares that all their disputes should be resolved through a direct martial arts challenge. The entire pavilion falls into a tense, silent standoff as her proposal hangs in the air. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder frowns deeply, asking if she is actually suggesting a duel with him right now. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seo-hwa dryly remarks that a duel with an elder would be incredibly unscrupulous and unfair of him. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, sweating profusely, the elder defensively claims he only spoke out of surprise and would never duel a junior. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder realizes a victory over a junior would ruin Mount Hua's reputation and plummet their prestige. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, shifting his gaze, the elder makes a sudden decision and looks toward his young disciple. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the young black-haired disciple points to himself in disbelief, questioning if the elder is referring to him. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder commands Yu-kang to step forward and represent the sect in the duel. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Yu-kang frantically suggests sending his senior instead, but the elder firmly dismisses his excuses. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, when Yu Kang continues to protest, the elder praises him as the true future of Mount Hua. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, the elder explains that Yukong is the perfect, formidable opponent for the young lady of Namgung. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seolhwa confidently accepts the challenge, declaring herself to be the future of the Namgung clan. Sparks fly between Seolhwa and the elder as they share an intense, challenging glare. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Yu Kang looks completely miserable and terrified as he silently laments his master's decision. The two opponents face each other in the wide stone arena, wooden swords drawn. Yu Kang scratches his head nervously, clearly reluctant to engage in the upcoming duel. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Seolhwa asks why he is hesitating now, reminding him of his past wish to fight her. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, Yu Kang complains that their previous fights felt fair, questioning what she did to grow so strong. Disregarding the word limit for dialogue, when Seolhwa compliments his observation skills, Yukong proudly boasts that he hears that quite often. Yukong closes his eyes and resolves to give the duel his absolute all to defend his sect's honor. Yukong formally requests a duel with Seolhwa as a representative of the Mount Hua sect. Holding her wooden sword, Seolhwa calmly accepts the duel as a member of the Namgung clan. The two young martial artists face off in the stone arena, wooden swords drawn. Yu Kang leaps forward with a powerful overhead strike, which Seolhwa quickly blocks. Seolhwa gracefully spins away, dodging her opponent's rapid sword strike with ease. Seolhwa sweeps down from above as Yu Kang braces himself on the ground below. Seolhwa ducks low as Yu Kang sails overhead, launching another fierce sword strike. Mid-air, Yu Kang unleashes his aura, demonstrating he already possesses the requirements of a swordsman. Seolhwa's father watches the intense match from the sidelines with deep concern and surprise. The two duelists clash repeatedly in mid-air, their wooden swords striking with incredible force. Narration describes how Yukong's sword style captures the perilous and rugged terrain of Mount Hua. A firm grip tightens around the sword hilt as the intense battle continues. Seolhwa confidently declares that the legendary light and glory of Mount Hua has already faded. Seolhwa adds that while their plum blossoms withered, the old tree stubbornly clings to life. Spitting blood, Yukong smiles and counters that he hears such criticisms often, but continues attacking. Yukong passionately declares that the plum blossoms of Mount Hua will never fall while he lives. Seolhwa is pushed back by the overwhelming force of Yukong's dazzling energy attack. Even as she falls back, Seolhwa maintains a remarkably calm and focused expression. With a swift motion, Seolhwa unleashes a powerful counterslash, forcing Yu Kang to jump back. Yu Kang flips backward to escape the trajectory of Seolhwa's deadly counteroffensive. Yu Kang struggles to stand as Seolhwa watches him with a cold, unmoved gaze. Seolhwa hopes Yukong grows stronger for a future rematch, though she leaves a warning unfinished. Strange, glowing red energy patterns begin to manifest across the skin of Seolhwa's neck. Seolhwa unleashes her devastating and powerful technique, the Great Derivation Heavenly Net, against him. Yukong's pure sword style is completely overwhelmed by her massive wave of energy. A blinding flash of light erupts across the arena as the duel reaches its climax. Both fighters reposition themselves with rapid, precise footwork as the dust begins to settle. Totally exhausted, Yukong gasps for breath while Seolhwa stands completely unscathed. Seolhwa casually tosses her wooden sword onto the stone ground in front of him. Yukong stares in utter disbelief as Seolhwa turns her back and walks away. Sweating profusely, Yukong gasps out in complete shock at her incredible martial prowess. Yukong blushes and praises her incredible strength, leaving a bewildered Seolhwa blinking silently. Seolhwa offers a casual compliment, causing Yukong to comically boast about his status. Yukong blinks in surprise as their conversation is suddenly cut short by an interruption. Seolhwa bluntly tells him that his attitude is why he will never succeed. Seolhwa wears a smug, knowing smile as she walks past her defeated opponent. The angry Mount Hua companion glares intensely at Seolhwa, deeply offended by the outcome. Her father steps protectively in front of Seolhwa as the guest furiously screams in protest. The companion furiously points a finger, accusing Seolhwa of maliciously hiding her true power. Her father sternly warns the disciple to watch his words, declaring the duel completely fair. Her father defends the duel's fairness while the furious companion claims they were intentionally deceived. Her father criticizes Mount Hua's lack of etiquette, further provoking the outraged guest. The tense argument is suddenly interrupted as a heavy footstep echoes across the courtyard. Stepping forward, the elder commands his angry disciple, Yu Pyo, to step back. The elder asks when she learned those skills, and Seolhwa attributes them to her grandfather. The elder marvels at her talent, and Seolhwa proudly mentions her grandfather's legendary legacy. Declaring Mount Hua defeated, Seolhwa refuses to give up the herb but offers two proposals. Seolhwa demands proof of their secret trade with Shaolin, knowing they cannot provide it. Seolhwa delivers her final, bold proposal, demanding an audience with Mount Hua's sect leader. The elder unleashes a terrifying red aura as he demands to know exactly what Seolhwa knows. Yu Pyo is shocked by his master's incredibly sharp aura, while Seolhwa's father sternly orders the Plum Blossom Divine Sword to withdraw it. Chong-hae swiftly steps in front of Seolhwa, drawing his wooden sword to protect her. A sharp energy slash tears through Chong-hae's sleeve, drawing a trickle of blood. Narration describes a legendary realm where one's momentum itself becomes a sword, cutting down opponents with mere presence alone. Seolhwa looks up in surprise as Chong-hae stands protectively before her amid floating pink petals. Chong-hae leaps backward to evade another dangerous sweeping wave of the elder's red energy. Despite the chaotic pressure, Seolhwa maintains a completely calm and analytical gaze. The elder calls Seolhwa a fearless child, but she sharply counters that he has absolutely no shame. The elder asks if he is going too far, while Seolhwa reiterates she only wishes to meet the sect leader, which he flatly refuses. The elder insists she must know something, claiming her desire to meet the sect leader makes no sense otherwise. Seolhwa fearlessly asks if knowing something means he plans to harm her because of it. Seolhwa questions if he would actually dare to harm her with so many eyes watching them. Seolhwa mockingly asks if he plans on taking everyone on right there in the Namgung front yard. The elder compares true power to water, stating that one cannot blame water even if it overflows and sweeps away heaven and earth. Seolhwa dryly retorts that compared to a massive tidal wave, a simple river's flood is absolutely nothing. The elder is left completely shocked and sweats profusely as he struggles to comprehend her warning. A sudden, powerful surge of energy manifests with a brilliant blue flash, catching the elder off guard. The entire courtyard falls into a silent standstill as a dominant new presence makes itself known. The elder is struck by realization, realizing that his oppressive aura was just effortlessly neutralized. The legendary Sword Emperor descends from the sky, landing with absolute grace and power. Sweating in disbelief, the elder mutters that he heard the Patriarch would take 5 more days to return. The Patriarch stands tall as a massive blue dragon aura roars to life behind him. The Patriarch demands to know if a poisonous insect has dared to crawl into the front yard of his home. Casting an incredibly heavy shadow over the elder, the Patriarch stands with unmatched martial authority. The Patriarch sternly asks if this insolent display should be taken as Mount Hwa's official stance. The Patriarch demands to know if the elder can truly bear the consequences of laying a hand on his granddaughter. Sweating, the elder bows slightly and hastily claims there has been a major misunderstanding. The elder excuses his aggression by claiming he was merely testing the young lady's impressive martial prowess. Back inside the main hall, Seolhwa's father clenches his fist in silent rage. Seolhwa's father furiously shouts that the excuse is absurd and they should never have let them leave. Another elder agrees, declaring the guest's overbearing and arrogant conduct to be a blatant insult to the Namgung clan. Clan members argue they could have been slaughtered, demanding they immediately send a letter to Mount Hwa for an apology. The Patriarch commands them to stop, revealing it was Seolhwa herself who requested they do not make an issue of it. Pinching his nose, the Patriarch asks his council to consider the severe consequences if they publicly disgrace Mount Hwa. An elder reasons that because they sent the guest away empty-handed, they have merely traded discourtesies. The Patriarch calls for Chong-hae, who turns and respectfully responds to his father. The Patriarch notes he heard Chong-hae intended to establish a formal exchange with Mount Hwa. Chong-hae dejectedly admits his judgment was lacking, prompting the Patriarch to ask what exactly was wrong with it. Narration explains an exchange would have benefited them, but Chong-hae failed to foresee the Plum Blossom Divine Sword's reckless actions. The Patriarch listens silently, his expression serious as he weighs the situation. Turning his gaze toward Chong-hae, the Patriarch calls out his name. The Patriarch asks Chong-hae what his true thoughts are on the matter. Chong-hae hesitates, starting to speak as the other elders in the room watch him closely. Chong-hae bows deeply, declaring he does not understand why the Namgung clan needs Mount Hwa's name in the first place. The other family members gasp in complete shock at Chong-hae's bold and unexpected statement. Chong-hae explains that during his 8 years of wandering the martial world, he felt the immense weight of the Namgung name firsthand. He proclaims that at the name Namgung, bandits flee, ruffians drop their weapons, and no unorthodox sect dares oppose them. Chong-hae asks if Namgung is so weak that they must rely on Mount Hwa, firmly stating he does not believe so. He warns that handing the initiative to Mount Hwa will only leave the Namgung clan constantly swayed by their whims. Chong-hae declares that the Namgung clan does not need to endure humiliation for the sake of an exchange. One of the seated elders immediately agrees with Chong-hae's bold statement. The elders continue discussing how relying on others weakens the clan's true strength and makes them vulnerable. Her father questions Chong-hae, asking if his judgment is simply clouded by anger over the day's events. The Patriarch's powerful voice echoes through the hall, commanding Chong-hae to simply grow stronger instead of complaining. Patriarch addresses the hall, stating that today's incident was not Mount Hwa's fault. The Patriarch's speech continues, outlining his vision of making the Namgung clan an absolute unmatched power. The patriarch challenges Chonghae to build the Namgung clan into a truly peerless force. Staring back at his grandfather, Cheonghae silently absorbs the weight of the patriarch's profound ambition. As night falls over the busy estate, murmurs of the day's dramatic events whisper through the corridors. A sudden sharp click sounds as a wooden screen door is slid open and then gently shut. The Mount Hua elder muses to himself about the patriarch's reputedly softened temper as he swills his tea. He reflects that the patriarch seems just as formidable and uncompromising as ever. A brief, tense memory of past conflicts flashes across the elder's mind. The elder nervously corrects himself, realizing the patriarch's current restraint actually shows improved control compared to the past. A sudden knock interrupts the elder's critical thoughts as Yukong announces his arrival at the door. The elder invites him in, and Yukang respectfully steps inside the warm, well-lit room. Bowing low, Yukang greets his master, who questions the reason for his late-night visit. Yukang admits he has an unresolved question, prompting his master to calmly tell him to ask. Yukong inquires if the true purpose of their visit to the Namgung clan was to retrieve the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Confirming the rumor, the elder listens as Yukong questions why Mount Hua seeks Shaolin's secret treasure. The elder shuts down the inquiry, stating it is none of his business, leaving Yukong to quietly comply. A soft tap sounds as the elder sets his cup down, permitting Yukong to ask his next question. Yukong asks why his master specifically chose him to duel the young lady of the Namgung clan. He looks down in shame, realizing he was utterly outmatched from the very beginning. Yukong asks if his master already knew he stood no chance of winning the duel. The elder gazes at his disciple with a calm, unreadable expression as the silence stretches between them. Yukang repeats his painful realization, asking if his defeat was fully anticipated by his master. Turning away with a faint smile, the elder explains that victory or defeat is not the ultimate goal. The elder explains he wanted Yukang to experience the vastness of the world to broaden his perspective. Yukong is struck by his master's unexpected wisdom and deeper intentions behind the duel. Bowing low, Yukang admits the defeat made him deeply reflect on his own current limitations. Grateful and completely energized, Yukang enthusiastically thanks his master for the invaluable lesson. Stepping out into the cool night air, Yukang pauses thoughtfully along the quiet wooden veranda. His bright smile fades, replaced by a remarkably sharp and determined look of intense concentration. He recalls Seolha's secret instruction to meet her late tonight at the Western Training Ground. Resolute, Yukang quickly strides down the hallway to make his secret appointment. Footsteps patter softly as he slips quietly through the darkened courtyard under the starlight. A swift rustle echoes as Yukang leaps gracefully onto the rooftops, blending into the shadows. Seohwa waits patiently under the branches, her calm silhouette illuminated by the cool moonlight. Her attention is drawn by a soft, rhythmic patter of approaching footsteps breaking the silence. Seohwa notes his arrival as Yukang waves enthusiastically, greeting her with a bright smile. After teasing him about getting lost, Seohwa listens as Yukong asks why she wanted to meet. Seohwa extends her hand, presenting a folded letter which leaves Yukang completely baffled. Seohwa instructs him to deliver the letter to a sect leader, surprising him with the request. Yukong hesitantly explains that delivering it is impossible as their sect leader has been in seclusion. Seohwa internally realizes that the seclusion story is merely a convenient cover told to the disciples. Seohwa notes Yukong's innocence, realizing he is completely oblivious to the elder's secret schemes. Seohwa directly reveals to him that his sect leader is not in secluded cultivation at all. Confused, Yukang questions her knowledge, prompting Seohwa to reveal the secret location where his elders keep the leader. Yukang ponders where the elders could secretly hide their leader in an inconspicuous location. He realizes the only possible place is the outhouse where he usually slacks off. Seohwa confirms his ridiculous guess, leaving Yukong completely shocked by her immediate agreement. Yukang wonders how she read his thoughts, but Seohwa gravely warns him that his leader is in danger. As Yukong gasps in surprise, Seohwa reveals the sect leader is terminally ill and will die without a cure. Seohwa delivers the shocking revelation that a traitor within Mount Hua is actively trying to harm their leader. She admits she does not know the traitor's identity, but explains the note contains the cure to save the leader. Seohwa looks directly into his eyes, stating that this is the extent of her knowledge. Yukong questions why she is trusting him with this critical task instead of informing his master. Seohwa points out that Mount Hua lost their pill on purpose, leaving Yukong speechless at the implication of betrayal. Seohwa declares she only trusts two people in Mount Hua, starting with the sect leader. Seohwa points directly at Yukong, naming him as the second person she trusts. Yukong accepts the letter but insists he will read it first to decide if he should deliver it. Seohwa tells him to do as he likes and urges him to leave before her father notices her absence. Yukong stops and turns around with a silly face, prompting Seohwa to ask what he wants. With a gentle blush, Yukong sincerely confesses that he found their duel today to be very fun. Yukong asks if he could have been her rival with harder training, but she bluntly rejects the idea. As Yukong sulks in a corner, Seohwa flatly questions what kind of answer he was actually expecting. Seohwa explains she is beyond ordinary genius, telling him he would have to be reborn to defeat her. Yukong furiously demands what she will do if he defeats her, but she remains entirely dismissive. She offers to grant him any single wish if he ever manages to defeat her. Yukong dramatically vowed to defeat her someday, leaving her instantly regretting her casual offer. Yukong proudly declares his identity as a Mount Hua disciple, acknowledging the vastness of the martial world. He makes a solemn proclamation to the full moon watching over heaven and earth. Yukong loudly shouts his vow that he will definitely defeat Namgang Seohwa. Chibi Seohwa looks completely exhausted by his dramatic display, muttering for him to just leave already. The guards run through the dark courtyard, searching for what they mistook as the roar of a beast. Quiet dawn breaks over the estate as a sliding door is opened to welcome the morning sun. Seohwa enjoys the quiet dawn, resolving to focus on family affairs and check on the trainees' progress. Peeking past the door, her eyes widen slightly as she spots something unexpected inside. A trainee groans in exhaustion, sweating heavily as he pushes himself to his physical limits. Inside, the entire squad is undergoing intense physical training, lifting massive logs and heavy stones. The trainees gasp in shock, freezing in place as they notice someone entering the training hall. Seohwa greets them warmly, asking if they have been training diligently in her absence. She looks on in silence, slightly confused by the sudden, awkward lack of response from them. Seohwa silently wonders why the atmosphere has suddenly become so incredibly tense and nervous. The squad leader hesitantly steps forward, nervously asking if he can pose a respectful question. Seohwa asks what he wants, prompting him to nervously inquire about her honorable name. Seohwa introduces herself by name, leaving the squad leader completely frozen in absolute shock. The trainees descend into chaotic bickering over her true identity before quickly reprimanding each other. Bowing flat on his face, the squad leader Jipyong loudly and formally greets the young lady. The other squad members watch in surprise as their leader immediately shows absolute deference. Inspired, each of the remaining squad members steps forward to loudly announce their name and squad. Together, the entire Red Dragon squad bows in unison to show their deep respect. Seohwa stares back with a completely blank, exhausted expression, totally unimpressed by their excessive formality. Seohwa awkwardly tells them to stand up, prompting the nervous squad to slowly rise. Seohwa commends their improved stamina, while Baekwi gratefully attributes their growth to her guidance. Baekwi thanks her, internally reflecting on how their capacity has doubled despite not matching Yukong's genius. Jipyong explains they must prepare for the upcoming promotion exam, prompting Seohwa to ask who evaluates it. He explains the outer hall unit leaders evaluate the exam to select combatants for the final festival matches. Jipyong happily reports that the eager trainees voluntarily arrived early, making Seohwa feel immensely proud of them. Seohwa warmly expresses her long-standing desire to help them all become inner hall warriors. Seohwa recalls his past remarks about skill not being everything, causing Jipyong to nervously apologize. Clarifying that she is not scolding him, Seohwa leaves the squad leader completely bewildered. Her fingers close around the grip of her wooden training sword with a sharp, echoing clack. Turning back with burning resolve, Seohwa dramatically declares her intention to become their official backer. An absolute stunned silence falls over the entire training hall as the trainees freeze in place. Brandishing her sword, she promises to personally eliminate any external obstacles blocking their path forward. Seohwa acknowledges their potential doubts about her capabilities, but asks for their complete mutual trust. Jipyong and the other trainees look on, deeply moved and filled with a renewed resolve. With a firm squeeze of his fist, Jipyong silently bows to prove their true potential. Seohwa instructs them to focus solely on maximizing their personal sword skills over the next week. Looking upward with absolute inspiration, Jipyong prepares to dedicate himself entirely to her command. Saluting her formally, the passionate squad leader roars his commitment to train harder than ever. The rest of the trainees join in with fiery enthusiasm, shouting their dramatic vows to succeed. Overwhelmed by their intense, sweat-fueled dramatic declarations, Chibi Seohwa dryly pleads with them not to die. Pleased by their high spirits, Seohwa spins her wooden sword and challenges them to a duel. Jipyong steps forward to face her as the rest of the squad sits back eagerly. Jipyong grumbles under his breath as his team enthusiastically nominates him to go first. With a swift, confident motion, Jipyong draws his wooden sword and assumes a battle stance. Warning her not to underestimate them, Jipyong charges forward to show how much they have improved. Xiaohua effortlessly drops into a counter stance, finding his aggressive display to be absolutely perfect. Xiaohua flashes a playful smirk, whispering that she has also grown stronger since their last fight. A sudden, powerful clash of raw energy instantly reverberates outward across the quiet estate courtyard. Sipping his tea, the gray-haired elder Pengak notes the noisy training coming from the outer grounds. Nodding in agreement, Pengak and the patriarch discuss the necessity of hard work to achieve success. The patriarch turns around with a serious look, questioning Pengak on his intended course of action. Pengak notes the patriarch's intense gaze, pointing out that his eyes match his fiery look of old. Speaking with complete honesty, the patriarch openly requests the elder council head's full political support. The elder council head Namgung Pengak listens intently with a highly critical, analyzing expression. Pengak reminds him that most elders currently support Chenghe, which the patriarch calmly acknowledges. Pengak warns him that he must personally prove his worth at the upcoming Heavenly Martial Festival. Pengak gestures forward, specifying that he must sway at least 30% of the elders. Pengak promises to handle the remaining elders if the patriarch can manage to secure that crucial minority. He explains that showing the ability to carry Namgung's heavy legacy will naturally win people over. Clinking his cup with a resolute nod, the patriarch firmly promises to keep that advice in mind. Later, Xiaohua quietly wipes her neck with a towel after her grueling training session. Her newly appointed handmaid approaches, warmly asking if she is exhausted from her intense practice. Xiaohua casually denies being tired, completely ignoring the exhausted squad collapsed on the floor behind her. Adoring her master's unmatched stamina, the handmaid expresses her immense joy in being selected to serve. Introducing herself as Yule, the handmaid giggles and reveals she eagerly applied to be close to her. Xiaohua turns her attention to a stern, quiet female warrior standing watch in the courtyard. Bowing low, the warrior introduces herself as Namgung Ryong of the elite Black Dragon 1st Unit. Ryong announces her assignment as Xiaohua's bodyguard, prompting Xiaohua to realize her grandfather sent her. Welcoming them both, Xiaohua looks forward to working with her energetic maid and stoic guard. As they walk, Xiaohua admits she is joining the group sword training because practicing alone became boring. Yole enthusiastically cheers the decision, confident her lady will have a highly positive influence on others. Declaring she cannot be late on her very first day, Ryong suddenly dashes off to prepare. Ryong looks back over her shoulder, her sharp green eyes filled with an intense, calculated gaze. Elsewhere, a calculating rival watches from afar, noting the young lady's arrival with deep, quiet malice. A group of trainees gathers on the dirt grounds, murmuring about the arrived eldest son of Namgung Chenghe. A boy with dark brown hair stops his younger sister, warning her against acknowledging Xiaohua. The brown-haired boy steps forward to confront Xiaohua directly in front of the others. Xiaohua reacts with calm annoyance, silently dismissing the childish behavior of the branch family members. Watching the scene, the trainees snicker, mocking her while prioritizing kissing up to the eldest son over their training. The smug brown-haired boy reaches out and grabs her shoulder, fully displaying his arrogance. Demanding to know if she is ignoring him, the boy glares down at the unmoved Xiaohua. His young sister rushes over to stop him, reminding him of their father's command to treat Xiaohua well. Disregarding his sister's warning, the furious boy insults Xiaohua as beneath his notice. He arrogantly proclaims that he is the one who will carry the future of the family. Xiaohua mockingly asks if he acts this way because he is incredibly insecure about his standing. Flashing a cold smirk, Xiaohua bluntly tells him that he has the face of a traitor. Absolutely outraged by her remarks, the boy grits his teeth and furiously threatens her. Drawing his blade, the boy attacks as Xiaohua drops into a swift, defensive sword stance. Their moves spark a sudden clash of energy, drawing shocked gasps from the watching trainees. The fight is abruptly halted by the arrival of the stern squad leader. Squad leader loudly demands to know what kind of chaos is unfolding on his grounds. Walking through the bowing trainees, the leader scolds the young elites for drawing weapons against each other. The squad leader towers over Xiaohua, casting a stern shadow across her path. He reprimands her for brawling on her first day, as she silently notes his biased stance. A quiet realization settles over Xiaohua that the squad leader supports the second young master's side. The squad leader continues to lecture Xiaohua for initiating a conflict so early. While the leader warns her to be more careful, Xiaohua simply pouts in annoyance. Turning his anger onto the onlookers, the leader barks at the other trainees to resume their practice. As Xiaohua turns to leave, the squad leader suddenly gestures for her to stop. He points her toward a different direction, commanding her to train elsewhere. A row of wooden training dummies stands quiet and empty in the designated basic training area. The leader insists it is far too early for her to learn advanced family sword techniques. Despite Xiaohua noting she has already learned martial arts, he firmly orders her to start from the basics. The leader suggests starting with the most basic form, narrowing Xiaohua's eyes in deep irritation. An illustrative diagram demonstrates the 3 rudimentary movements of a horizontal slash, vertical slash, and thrust. Seolhwa fumes internally, realizing these are just standard beginner moves that any generic swordsman learns first. Undeterred by her displeasure, the leader claims the family's ultimate flame technique relies on these basic movements. He delivers a grand philosophical speech about how the world's deep principles are hidden in simple basics. In her chibi form, Seolhwa dryly sighs at his empty but technically correct eloquence. The squad leader commands her to begin practicing the basic stance, which she reluctantly agrees to. Seolhwa walks toward the dummies amidst snickers while her bodyguard Ryong quietly observes from a distance. Leaning against the wall, Ryong lets out a heavy, tired sigh at the young lady's situation. Later that evening, Seolhwa happily stuffs her face with a delicious spread of food. Dining across from her, the patriarch asks how her first day of training went. When Seolhwa mentions the annoying kids, her father immediately worries if they bullied her. Seolhwa casually dismisses it as a mild distraction, adding that the squad leader is quite interesting. The patriarch explains the squad leader is renowned for nurturing juniors, having previously taught at the academy. He shares that Chunghae recruited him from the outer hall to the inner hall after a festival. Wiping a stray piece of food from Seolhwa's face, her father listens as she responds quietly. The patriarch gently asks if there is anything else bothering her. Seolhwa pauses and looks at him with wide, thoughtful eyes. Seolhwa reassures him that she is completely fine, bringing a warm smile to his face. The patriarch reminds her that the crucial Heavenly Martial Festival is now only 8 days away. Seolhwa nods in understanding, acknowledging that it is the ultimate stage to evaluate everyone's true strength. The patriarch announces to Seolhwa that he intends to enter the Cave of Heavenly Enlightenment to train for the remaining time. Kneeling before his daughter, the patriarch notes that seeing her so spirited proves his worries were entirely unnecessary. Smiling warmly, Seolhwa playfully tells her father that he worries too much and bids him to go ahead. Seolhwa encourages her father to reach the peak level, but he responds that she is capable of going even beyond that. Blushing in his chibi form, the patriarch tells her she does not need to flatter him so much, but Seolhwa firmly replies that she means it. With flower petals falling, the patriarch pulls Seolhwa into a sudden, affectionate embrace. Seolhwa blinks in quiet surprise as her father holds her close. Gently closing her eyes, Seolhwa silently reciprocates the warmth of the hug. The dark-haired young warrior stands resolutely before the towering wooden gates. A warrior asks if he is going to enter, and the young man resolutely replies that he must. On the bustling training grounds, trainees walk past as the squad leader speaks to a student.
The squad leader turns to find Seolhwa approaching, drawing looks from the trainees.
Wearing her new uniform, Seolhwa stands confidently before her instructor. Looking utterly bewildered, the squad leader asks Seolhwa to clarify her statement. Seolhwa confidently repeats that she has already mastered the three-power sword technique. Sighing deeply, the squad leader points out that mastering a sword technique takes far longer than a single night. The squad leader questions whether she truly believes she grasped the world's principles in just one night. Looking at him with absolute calm, Seolhwa simply replies in the affirmative. The onlookers begin to whisper among themselves, mocking her seemingly absurd claim. Unable to contain his amusement, the squad leader mockingly apologizes and expresses sarcasm about her dazzling overnight growth. Wiping a tear of laughter from his eye, the instructor tries to compose himself. The squad leader trails off, gazing down at her with a lingering smirk. Seolhwa looks up with a sharp, confident grin and asks if he would like a demonstration. With a sudden movement, Seolhwa draws her training sword and prepares to strike. The squad leader mockingly invites her to demonstrate her supposed enlightenment as the trainees snicker behind him. Dropping into a firm stance, Seolhwa tightly grips her weapon, resolved to give them the demonstration they want. Performing a blinding horizontal slash, Seolhwa leaves the squad leader utterly stunned. Fluidly pivoting her body, Seolhwa transitions seamlessly into the next form of the technique. Moving to the second form, Seolhwa's intense blue eyes lock onto her target. Seolhwa unleashes a powerful vertical swing, creating a massive distortion in the air. Sweating profusely, the squad leader feels himself getting entirely overwhelmed by the force of her wooden sword. The squad leader inwardly panics, unable to comprehend how such a feat is even possible. Initiating the third form, she unleashes a flurry of high-speed thrusts enveloped in blue energy. Terrified by the lethal pressure of her attack, the squad leader realizes he might actually die. Cloaked in a fiery red aura, Seolhwa lunges forward to deliver a devastating final thrust. Terrified for his life, the squad leader desperately screams for her to stop her strike. A colossal shockwave of energy violently erupts as she suddenly halts her weapon midair. The squad leader gasps heavily for breath, completely shaken by the near-death experience. Seolhwa stands perfectly still, her wooden sword held steady right against the instructor's chest. Oblivious to the danger, the surrounding trainees snicker and mock her for stopping so easily. The squad leader clenches his fist in silent humiliation as the trainees continue their clueless banter. Veins popping on his face, the humiliated squad leader furiously roars that he never taught her such an overpowering style, ordering her to start over from the very beginning. The squad leader coldly declares that he will never teach her any of the family's techniques. Trimming flowers, a noblewoman calmly inquires if Seol Hwa complied with the training orders without complaining. Bowing low, the squad leader reports that Seol Hwa merely struck training dummies and left in silence without complaining to anyone. The lady notes that since the first young master has entered the cave and the patriarch is silent, Seol Hwa clearly chose to keep her mouth shut out of pride. Flashing a cold smile, the noblewoman remarks that prideful people are always the easiest to manipulate. She asks the instructor if he knows why she summoned him, and he admits that he does not. She reveals that her private investigation into how Seol Hwa stole the Great Rejuvenation Pill yielded an unexpected discovery. The noblewoman reveals that before arriving at the estate, Seol Hwa was staying at a tavern called Hwaru, catching the squad leader's full attention. The squad leader reacts with shock to the revelation of Selwa's past, while the noblewoman remains evasive. As she prunes her flowers, the noblewoman explains that rumors will lead people to their own nasty conclusions. A sleek slash trims the blossoms, symbolizing how the family will reject any stain on their reputation. The squad leader offers to spread rumors, but the noblewoman coldly reframes it as simply sharing facts. He notes with a dark smile that the truth of her origin is bound to emerge regardless. A silent gulp escapes the squad leader's throat as he is ordered to prepare for the upcoming promotion exam. She ominously declares that all useless branches must be trimmed away to secure their goals. Walking along the pathway, Seol Hwa cheerfully ponders what training to assign for the day. She contemplates deeply, wondering if there are more effective methods than just simple dueling. Her steps halt as a voice from behind suddenly asks how she performed yesterday's feat. Turning around in quiet surprise, Seol Hwa finds her bodyguard Ryong standing resolutely before her. Ryong questions her about the three-power sword technique, prompting her to ask how he even witnessed it. Seol Hwa playfully teases him about his sudden interest, leaving Ryong visibly flustered and gritting his teeth. Finding his silent, tense reaction amusing, Seol Hwa casually tells him to at least try arguing back. Resolving his inner hesitation, Ryong confidently states that he will show her exactly what he means. Seol Hwa matches his intensity, agreeing to show him precisely how she executed the technique. Gathering the trainees, Seol Hwa announces that they will be holding a special training session today. Seol Hwa formally introduces Ryong from the Black Dragon 1st Unit as her personal bodyguard. Side-by-side profiles emphasize the looming demonstration between her personal bodyguard and herself. The trainees watch in pure shock as Seol Hwa boldly announces that she and Ryong will spar. Ryong stands completely silent and motionless, processing her sudden, unexpected declaration. Utterly bewildered by her sudden decision, Ryong can only sputter in utter disbelief. In a flashback, Ryong reacts with sheer shock upon learning his new assignment is to be a bodyguard. Ryong strongly protests the assignment, arguing that his hands are already full with unfinished missions. The superior calmly explains that the family lord deeply treasures his daughter, justifying the choice. Ryong expresses frustration about being confined to the estate to protect a 13-year-old child. The superior asserts authority, reminding Ryong that this is a direct command from the family lord. The superior emphasizes that this is no simple mission, leaving a frustrated Ryong with no choice but to obey. Ryong convinces himself that there must be profound reasons for this assignment and steadies his mind. Back in the present, the squad leader mockingly laughs at Seol Hwa while Ryong watches in irritation. The onlookers gossip maliciously about Seol Hwa, mocking her stubbornness in simple training dummy practice. Watching her quietly, Ryong wonders if Seol Hwa is even aware of how others mock and look down on her. He internally questions if she lacks pride, finding her lack of reaction to their insults completely baffling. The squad leader sarcastically invites her to display her supposed overnight enlightenment, drawing a deep sigh from Ryong. Ryong considers intervening to stop the farce before Seol Hwa embarrasses herself further, but pauses in shock. In a spectacular flash of movement, Seol Hwa moves with unbelievable speed, completely bypassing the instructor. She executes a high-speed slash in transition, leaving a trail of violent wind in her wake. Ryong stands frozen in pure astonishment, utterly dumbfounded by the raw power of her movements. Ryong ponders her sudden challenge, doubting that even her immense talent can overcome his seasoned skills. Seol Hwa encourages the trainees to watch closely, advising them that observing this spar will aid their growth. Spinning around playfully, Seol Hwa asks Ryong if he is ready to begin their match. The tension rises as the two combatants square off across the open training yard. Ryong slowly draws his wooden practice sword, locking eyes with Seol Hwa as she prepares her stance. Seol Hwa playfully warns him of regret, but a smiling Ryong confidently dismisses the possibility. Nodding with a calm expression, Seol Hwa accepts his challenge with an easygoing attitude. With a sudden declaration of her attack, Seol Hwa lunges forward with breathtaking velocity. A deafening clash of their wooden swords erupts, sending a massive shockwave across the courtyard. Ryong is shaken to his core as he blocks her blow, finding her strike unbelievably heavy. Seohwa immediately transitions into her next strike, leaving Ryong struggling to defend without using inner energy. Seohwa unleashes the second form of the three-power sword technique, initiating a powerful vertical slash. The sharp clash of their wooden blades rings out as Ryong blocks Seohwa's ferocious downward strike. Utilizing incredible footwork, both fighters gracefully dodge and weave across the courtyard. Seohwa sweeps her blade horizontally, prompting a shocked exclamation from the startled bodyguard. Leaping high into the sky, Seohwa initiates the third form of her sword technique. Gritting her teeth, Seohwa channels her focus for a swift and decisive aerial attack. Descending with a blinding blue thrust, Seohwa strikes with lethal speed and pinpoint accuracy. Recognizing the lethal force of her incoming attack, Ryong inwardly warns himself of the danger. A brilliant blue crescent slash tears through the air as their weapons collide once more. Both combatants gracefully stick their landings, sliding backward from the sheer recoil of the impact. Ryong curses in frustration as Seohwa regains her composure with absolute calm and ease. Ryong is deeply unsettled that the young lady remains completely unharmed despite him using sword energy to counter her strike. Seohwa teasingly asks if he intends to offer her 3 moves, prompting a sheepish apology from the sweating bodyguard. Dismissing the matter with a light smile, Seohwa asks if they should finally begin sparring in earnest. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Ryong stares in disbelief as he realizes what is about to happen. Seohwa stands enveloped in a fiery red aura, prompting Ryong to wonder if she has manifested actual sword aura. Ryong struggles to comprehend how a 13-year-old child could hide her aura, a feat reserved only for those at the Transcendent Realm. Realizing the only way to know is to test her himself, Ryong prepares for the true battle to begin. Carefully regulating his energy so his wooden blade does not disintegrate, Ryong takes a deep breath and readies himself. Ryong lunges downward, his blue-shrouded weapon clashing violently against Seohwa's fiery orange blade. With intense focus in his eyes, Ryong drives forward to press his attack. Ryong unleashes rapid, horizontal strikes of blue energy, which Seohwa effortlessly blocks. Bright trails of energy collide in a flurry of high-speed sword slashes. The squad leader watches the ferocious display, bewildered by how an ordinary sparring match turns so intense. The squad leader sweats profusely, admitting to himself that he can barely keep track of their incredible footwork. Narration describes the legendary First Black Dragon Squad and its top 3 elite fighters, including Namgang Ryong. Enveloped in radiant blue energy, Ryong surges forward with a powerful tactical assault. The squad leader is awestruck to witness such legendary swordsmanship firsthand. Seohwa counters with fiery sweeps, leaving glowing trails as stunned trainees watch. The squad leader notes the young lady's exceptional observational skills and silent movements while clashing with Ryong. The squad leader shudderingly contemplates that her silent movements could easily be mistaken for those of an assassin. The trainee calls out to the squad leader, who nods and remarks that a duel between such caliber experts is a rare sight. Clenching his fist, the squad leader resolves to burn every single movement of this duel into his memory. A burst of sparks erupts as their energy-infused wooden swords lock in tight conflict. While locked in a fierce struggle, Ryong remarks that this duel will make excellent lesson material. Looking up with a confident smile, Seohwa teases him for having the luxury to worry about the spectators. Seohwa spins and unleashes a wide horizontal sweep, testing her opponent's guard. Assessing his opponent's incredible capabilities, Ryong considers whether he should increase his pressure. Ryong silently admits to himself that he stopped holding back his power a long time ago. Dropping into a firm stance, Ryong channels massive energy that makes the stone tiles tremble. A colossal wave of energy expands outward as the 2 fighters prepare to clash once again. Meeting in midair, their blades ignite a brilliant blue and white light. Fiery red and chilling blue forces intertwine as the duel reaches a fever pitch. Seohwa sweats under the mounting physical pressure as she defends against Ryong's power. The squad leader is pushed back by the shockwave, calling out in concern for the young lady. Ryong spins gracefully through the air to launch another devastating overhead strike. Seohwa braces her footing on the cracked ground, her sword blazing with renewed fire. Determined to bring the battle to a close, Seohwa leaps forward with a resolute shout. As Ryong delivers a heavy strike, Seohwa looks up with a mischievous, knowing grin. The stone ground splinters and cracks beneath them from the sheer weight of their power. A spectacular explosion of energy erupts as their final moves collide, scattering debris everywhere. As the violent impact subsides, debris scatters across the cracked tiles of the training yard. But standing in complete silence, Ryong stares at his shattered wooden practice sword in utter disbelief. Dropping his broken weapon, Ryong admits his clear defeat, which Seohwa calmly acknowledges. Bewildered by her victory, Ryong asks how she achieved it, but Seohwa casually downplays it. Seohwa explains that she focused her energy to exploit the physical limits of his wooden weapon. Ryong is incredulous at how easily she describes such an absurd feat, but she is unfazed. Stepping closer, her bodyguard asks why she quietly tolerates the constant disrespect from others. Ryung points out her overwhelming strength, questioning why she continues to hide it from everyone. He urgently asks if she has any intention of standing up to their arrogant squad leader. She remains silent, letting his passionate plea hang quietly in the cool courtyard air. Turning away, Seolhwa casually dismisses the idea of proving her strength, calling it incredibly boring. She walks away, gently adding that he wouldn't truly understand her reasoning even if she explained. Ryung watches her walk away, mesmerized by her calm and completely unfathomable nature. Looking back with a gentle smile, Seolhwa hints that this is her own way of fighting back. Her mysterious answer leaves her bodyguard standing in contemplative silence. Staring at her back, Ryung realizes that a legendary martial arts adage perfectly fits her. He reflects that even her smallest, most subtle movements carry an incredibly firm and unyielding will. Ryung eagerly anticipates what other legendary techniques his young lady is prepared to show him. Deep in thought, he recalls the profound principles of utilizing the ultimate heavenly will in swordsmanship. Bold calligraphy introduces the first form of the legendary Great Expansion sword art. Lunging forward with blinding speed, Seolhwa initiates her demonstration with a surge of energy. A massive crescent wave of blue light erupts as she unleashes her first powerful form. Visual narration emphasizes that a blade connected to heaven can sunder anything in existence. Seamlessly transitioning, Seolhwa prepares to execute the second form of her devastating technique. Her wooden sword cuts a brilliant, blinding path of blue energy through the training yard. Sliding backward gracefully, she surrounds herself with crackling, intersecting lines of sharp blue force. The profound teachings declare that one harboring heaven's principles can pierce through any defense. Seolhwa's intense, focused gaze remains entirely locked onto her flow of movement. Dramatic lettering marks her transition into the third form of the Great Expansion sword art. Gripping her weapon firmly with both hands, she gathers her remaining energy for the strike. She swings her wooden sword downward, unleashing a final wave of colossal power. Intersecting slashes of radiant light tear through the air, creating a powerful concussive burst. Seolhwa beautifully completes her swing, her long dark hair whipping through the swirling winds. A tremendous shockwave sweeps outward, violently kicking up dust and debris across the courtyard. The intense blast of wind forces the stunned onlookers to cover their faces in sheer panic. The squad leader stands frozen in pure terror, utterly dumbfounded by her display of power. Seolhwa gracefully returns to her starting stance as the strong winds slowly begin to settle. Ryung is deeply shaken, sweating as he questions how such a young child is capable of this. Ryung realizes her demonstration represents a profound, complete understanding of the ultimate path of the sword. A flaming wooden sword symbolizes the true, unadorned essence of combat hidden beneath flashy techniques. Looking up at her, Ryung finds his entire perspective on the young lady completely transformed. Seolhwa stands quietly, preparing to speak her mind to her newly humbled bodyguard. With a serene smile, Seolhwa declares that this is her true way of fighting back. Overcome with respect, Ryung's heart pounds wildly as he stares at his incredible master. Recognizing her immense strength, Ryung lowers himself to the ground in absolute submission. Bowing his head deeply, Ryung begs her forgiveness for his arrogant assumptions and past rudeness. Touching his forehead to the cold stone, he formally announces his name and elite title. With absolute sincerity, Ryung solemnly swears to serve Lady Seolhwa as his true master. Seolhwa is startled as a sudden loud cheer erupts from the watching trainees. The ecstatic trainees run forward, loudly praising her legendary swordplay as a true honor to witness. Ecstatic trainees praise the young lady's incredible performance, calling it the best they have ever witnessed. Sweating awkwardly, Seolhwa realizes the trainees' fanatical praise is not the reaction she had anticipated. Overwhelmed by their loud cheers, Seolhwa looks away in embarrassment while the trainees continue chanting. Inspired by her display, two trainees enthusiastically begin practicing their sword forms in the courtyard. Narrative text introduces Seolhwa as the recently returned daughter of the first young master. At night, whispering voices spread rumors questioning if the young lady truly lived in a tavern. Servants whisper in the dark, gossiping about her past and suggesting she might have been a tavern performer. Trainees gossip about the shame a low-class performer's past brings to the prestigious Namgung family. A dark warning lingers, questioning what outsiders will say once these scandalous rumors spread beyond the family. A concerned trainee ponders the severe social consequences if people outside the family find out. 2 days later, the scene shifts back to the sunny roofs of the Grand Estate. Inside the training hall, several trainees bow their heads in shame and suppress their deep frustration. The bruised leader of the trainees grits his teeth, painfully announcing their sudden disqualification from the promotion exam. Bowing deeply to Seolhwa, the bruised trainee apologizes on behalf of everyone for being disqualified from the exam. The trainees explain how the rival 14th squad insulted them, claiming they would never become inner hall warriors. The bruised trainee clenches his fist in fury, recalling the group fight sparked by insults directed at Seolhwa. Head bowed, the trainee admits they have no excuse for letting their emotions get the better of them. He tearfully apologizes to Seohwa, explaining that the Red Dragon Squad leader revoked their eligibility for the exam. Seohwa catches the trainee completely off guard by calmly asking if he is simply going to give up. Her unexpected question causes the surrounding trainees to flinch and stare at her in stunned silence. Standing tall, Seohwa reminds the trainees that a promise is a promise, refusing to let them quit. Seohwa steps forward, firmly telling the trainees to ignore the setback and focus solely on their training. Walking past her stunned followers, Seohwa confidently declares that she will personally handle the rest of the matter. Accompanied by Ryong, Seohwa walks through the courtyard as passing servants whisper gossipy remarks behind her back. Incensed by the whispering, Ryong urges Seohwa to report these rumor mongers to the family lord immediately. When Ryong points out the malicious intent behind the rumors, Seohwa flatly commands him not to report it. Seohwa explains that forcefully silencing the gossip will not make the rumors disappear. She reasons that suppressing the talk would only make people's perception of them even more suspicious. Seohwa shocks Ryong by admitting her tavern past is partially true, dismissing further responses as a waste of time. Ryong can only watch in quiet resignation as his young lady walks ahead of him through the archway. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud, violent commotion echoing from further down the corridor. They witness two maids fighting savagely on the floor, screaming and demanding that insults be taken back. A loyal maid violently pulls the hair of another servant, furiously defending the young lady's honor. The furious maid screams at her opponent for bringing dirty rumors directly to Seohwa's quarters. The brawl escalates as Ryong and Seohwa watch, realizing the deep impact these rumors are having. Ryong looks back in shock as Seohwa's face darkens with a chilling, furious expression. Seohwa trains alone at night, wondering whose scheme is behind this targeted smear campaign. With her blade cutting the air, she recognizes the fierce competitive psychology behind the rumors. Slicing through a straw target, she deduces that someone in high standing must have ordered this plot. Leaping into the air, Seohwa concludes that a high-ranking individual is orchestrating this to target her position. She is bothered by the timing of these rumors, which spread right before the Heavenly Martial Festival. Seohwa realizes this plot is a direct attempt to seize the position of the young lord. Seohwa envisions her rival, the bruised trainee, and her fighting maid, connecting the pieces of the puzzle. A dark silhouette rises in her mind as she determines the mastermind must be that specific woman. A chilling warning echoes in her thoughts, promising death to the mastermind if she continues her scheme. Swinging her sword furiously, she unleashes powerful gusts of wind that tear through the training yard.
Exhausted from channeling her intense rage, Seohwa gasps heavily as her training session comes to an end.
Crouching down, Seohwa catches her breath as a man's voice teasingly remarks on the mess she made. The speaker gently reminds her not to lose herself so deeply in training that she forgets to breathe. A scruffy older man chewing on a leaf smiles warmly, asking what has made her so angry. Seohwa looks up in bewilderment, sweating awkwardly as she processes her companion's sudden question. The scruffy man directly asks if she is angry, and Seohwa bluntly confirms his suspicions. Surprised by her honesty, the scruffy man sighs while Seohwa quietly reflects on her internal frustration. In a humorous, chibi-style scene, the scruffy man complains about her being dense, while Seohwa grumpily admits she asked the wrong question. The scruffy man decides to rephrase his question to better understand her troubled state of mind. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, he directly asks her what has been troubling her so deeply. Seohwa looks up in silence as the scruffy man sincerely offers his help to ease her worries. He asks again if there is anything at all he can do to assist her. Seohwa remains completely silent, staring up at him with wide, quiet eyes. They begin discussing the malicious rumors, with the scruffy man revealing he scaled the walls at night just to check on her. The scruffy man rants about her keeping silent instead of reporting the issues, while Seohwa looks on with a sweat drop. Seohwa casually dismisses the rumors as unimportant, completely dumbfounding her older companion. When she lists extreme examples of actual danger like assassination and poison, the scruffy man is utterly shocked. He frantically scolds her for her lax attitude while she calmly asks him to bear with it for now. Seohwa thoughtfully reasons that the rumor mongers wouldn't dare spread their lies outside of the clan walls. She requests that he hide the rumors from her grandfather until she is ready to make her move. The scruffy man protests, reminding her that his ultimate loyalty lies with the clan lord. He closes his eyes and sighs deeply, clearly torn between his duty and the young lady's request. Relenting, the scruffy man promises to do his best to persuade the clan lord to respect her wishes. He warns her that he cannot wait indefinitely, urging her to eventually explain her plans directly to the lord. He points a playful finger at her, warning her to stop pushing herself so hard. His gaze falls upon her weapon as he suddenly asks her about the sword she is holding. The scruffy man instructs Seohwa to swing her sword once more so he can observe her form. Seohwa lunges forward and unleashes a swift downward slash, cutting a bright blue crescent through the night air. She executes a clean, elegant follow-through, her focus entirely locked on her blade. The scruffy man asks if her weapon feels lighter, and Seolhwa is surprised to find that it does. He explains that channeling emotions into swordsmanship can strengthen a warrior's strike like madness itself. However, he warns her that letting emotions completely control her sword will ultimately wear down her mind and body. He specifically cautions that anger blinds judgment and slowly eats away at a warrior's life. In a stylized chibi panel, Seolhwa struggles to comprehend his complex advice while he doubts she is ready to understand. He gently places his hand on her head, lamenting that she belongs to the Namgung clan instead of being his disciple. After Seolhwa questions why she must be restricted to family arts, the scruffy man ruffles her hair and laughs at her clever flattery. With a sudden, swift snap, Seolhwa grabs his wrist midair. Seolhwa looks at him with intense sincerity, declaring that she was not merely trying to flatter him. The scruffy man initially laughs off her intensity, assuming she is still playing around. He suddenly freezes as the weight of her words sinks in, realization dawning on him. Shocked, he asks if she truly intends to learn a sword art outside of their family's tradition, warning her of the consequences. He warns her that pursuing an outside art means forfeiting her right to become the clan lord and learning their secret techniques. Seolhwa explains that she has no intention of abandoning the Namgung sword style or trying to walk two paths. Standing firmly, Seolhwa resolutely declares her desire to walk her own unique path. She emphasizes that she will not follow a path paved by anyone else. Under a beam of starlight, she bows and earnestly begs him to teach her a sword style. Scruffy man looks down in deep conflict, ultimately offering her a quiet apology. He explains his position as a loyal servant, stating he cannot teach her without the clan lord's permission. Seolhwa quickly asks if he will teach her on the condition that her grandfather allows it. Her quick wit leaves him completely silent, staring at her in mild disbelief. Comically retreating, the scruffy man warns that any pestering will void the deal while she happily agrees. As he leaps away into the night, Seolhwa grumpily compares his nagging to her father's. Looking up at the starry night, she realizes she must head to the clan lord's hall immediately. The scene transitions to the grand estate roofs bathed in the bright morning sunlight. The brown-haired man notices the doors are closed and assumes they are off, but the bearded man insists it is broad daylight and he can smell dumplings, attempting to rattle the door open. He wonders if something is blocking the door from the inside, loudly demanding if the shopkeeper plans to starve their customers. While his companion repeats that the shop is closed, the stubborn customer continues to push against the door, causing the wooden bar to crack. Insisting the shop has never taken a day off, the angry bearded man forces his way inside by breaking the lock. The bearded man angrily complains about receiving such poor treatment despite recently paying his tab on time. The angry customer freezes in his tracks upon spotting a lone female customer quietly dining inside. The brown-haired companion eyes her suspiciously, wondering who the young girl sitting alone in the empty tavern is. The bearded man is equally confused and demands to know the identity of the young girl sitting there. The bearded man calls out to ask her if she has seen the owner, but his companion urgently warns him to stop. The brown-haired warrior senses an ominous and strangely familiar aura emanating from the quiet girl. He finds the situation highly unusual as she remains completely unbothered by their sudden intrusion. She notes how simple-minded someone is for visiting daily without fail, then casually invites the intruders to sit and eat before the food gets cold. The brown-haired man tries to recall where he heard her voice before and decides that it is best for them to leave immediately. Her calm voice stops him in his tracks as she reveals that she has already struck his pressure points. She cold-bloodedly asks if he truly believes she is incapable of striking his lethal pressure points next. Terror washes over the brown-haired warrior as he finally remembers her terrifying identity. Seolhwa casually asks if they belong to the Red Dragon unit as they sit stiffly before their steaming bowls of noodles. He nervously confirms their affiliation, stammering that they belong to the 16th Squad. She cutely stuffs her face with a dumpling, completely contrasting her previous threatening demeanor. When the bearded man begins to ask how she knows, his panicking companion quickly interrupts him to deny everything. The brown-haired man internally screams at his dense boss to read the room and shut up. He recalls her warning that she only spared them because they were Namgung warriors, realizing they will die if she finds out otherwise. He frantically claims they gave up their bandit lives long ago and now exist solely as loyal Namgung warriors. He eagerly nudges his boss to confirm they have turned over a new leaf, which the boss awkwardly agrees with under her silent gaze. She abruptly slams her chopsticks onto the wooden table with a sharp, echoing snap. She suggests that if they truly live for the clan, they should help eliminate its rotten elements, prompting the bearded man to ask if they are the ones she means. She points her chopsticks at them and demands to know the truth behind how they were appointed as warriors. She expresses deep curiosity about the corrupt and secret dealings the squad leaders conduct outside the family walls. The terrified warrior hesitates, warning her that they will be killed if they are caught leaking classified information. When they claim to know very little about the leader's movements, she instantly wins them over by offering to pay them handsomely. Their fear completely vanishes as they enthusiastically boast that experts like them can uncover secrets instantly. He eagerly discloses that the squad leaders have committed acts far worse than their own past merchant swindles. He reveals that the leaders routinely accepted bribes for promotions and recruited bandits, prompting her to ask if they also sold information. He gasps in sheer delight as she tosses him a heavy pouch filled with gleaming gold coins. Xiaohua stops him in his celebration by stating there is one final favor she requires from them. She holds up 2 fingers and offers to double their payment for this additional task. Licking his lips in anticipation, the greedy warrior eagerly tells her to just say the word. Standing out in the corridor, Riang listens to the terrifying screams of agony echoing from inside the room. Xiaohua casually emerges from the room and announces that they are finished and ready to leave. Riang asks if it is safe to leave the unconscious man behind, worrying about someone discovering him. She explains that coming people will always choose what benefits them most and will fabricate their own excuse for what happened. Sensing his quiet gaze, she looks up and bluntly asks him what is on his mind. He confesses that she seems remarkably accustomed to handling dangerous situations and interrogations in this manner. She quietly admits that she also finds her own familiarity with these methods somewhat surprising. She explains her past, revealing that she belonged to a Black Cloud group posing as a tavern owner. Riang reflects on the heavy charges of bribery, corruption, extortion, and exam tampering committed by the squad leaders. He declares that he swore his absolute loyalty to her from the moment he first saw her sword. He reassures her that her past life is completely irrelevant to his devotion. Sharing a warm moment of mutual understanding, they decide it is finally time to head back to the estate. The scene transitions to the windy rocky cliffs overlooking the training grounds below. Peering over the massive cliffside wall, Riang mutters in disbelief at the staggering view below. Staring down at the secluded building, he quietly realizes that Xiaohua's predictions were entirely correct.